Welcome. Hello, everyone. Jesus fucking Christ, we made it. We fucking made it, boysies. Welcome to another SevereMMA live stream. Last one was obviously for the London card, and this one is for the big one. This one is for all the marbles. This one is UFC 280. We will be joined by the compatriot of SevereMMA members, and maybe a fighter, and maybe a certain Cage Warriors commentator, and we'll leave that up for a surprise. I'm joined right now by Mr. Ian O'Neill. Ian, welcome to 6, 7, 8 a.m. wherever it is with you. How are you, sir? How are you going?
Yeah, I'm good. 8 o'clock over here in the morning. It's a great time. A few fights for breakfast. I had my alarm set this morning. I didn't need my alarm. My alarm was UFC 280 this morning. The minute that I opened my eyes, I think it was like 6 o'clock this morning. I was saying to you before the stream started, I was like, immediately what popped into my head was like, I wonder if Charles Oliveira can stop the takedown. And that's one question. And then I was like, I wonder, can he keep stopping the takedown? Because I think that's a key in the main event, isn't it, really? It's like, not if he can stuff the takedown. Yes, we'll probably get a little bit giddy. If he does at the early stages. But he's got to keep kind of defending those takedowns throughout the fight, really. And it's going to be interesting to see if he can do that. Our good friend Sean Denny is in on the chat. What's for breakfast? Just a normal Americano. Sean Sheehan would be cringing here now if you listen to me calling it just an Americano, which is just a fancy name, Shawnee, for a regular coffee this morning. Here we're on the liquid diet to get us going, but we'll see. We'll keep you updated as the day goes on over some food choices. But yeah, it's going to be a fine balancing act there today from myself and Harry. But back to the key. I mean, that's the big major question that I have, is that, if Charles, is he going to be able to keep Makhachev off of him? But you just know how good cards are. I feel that this week we probably could have done 3 or 4 separate preview shows, Harry, at the start, middle, and at the end of the week, and we could have probably came up with different scenarios, different routes to victory, and I think that just what makes this card really fucking fantastic, to be honest. I can't wait. The fights are set to start in about 28 minutes. So the fight dropped off the card, so we're not going to be getting going until probably another 25 minutes with the fights itself. But we'll be here. We'll keep you updated on when everybody is coming to the cage, etc., etc. And I mean, what's your thoughts this morning? Are you kind of feeling the same as what you've been feeling? Have you been topsy-turvy on your thought process? What are you thinking this morning?
So I did some extra sessions last night so that I didn't have to train this morning, so I could dedicate my day to this, right? And a lot of the conversations, everyone kind of knows that I work for SevereMMA and whatever. And a lot of people came up and said, what do you think about Islam Charles? What do you think about Piotr Jan O'Malley? What do you think about Dillashaw Aljo? And you know what? I kind of feel like Dillashaw Aljo has flown under the radar just a little bit. Like, it feels to me as though the O'Malley hype, and I feel like the Piotr Jan hype has sort of dusted over that fight a ton. And then obviously you've got the Khabib factor, you've got the Islam Makhachev factor, you have the Charlie Olives thing. What do I feel? That's a very good question. In my conversations last night, a lot of people are betting on Charles Oliveira for this fight, and I don't know. The feeling I have, and the more that I think about it, the more that I double down on. I believe that the overall grappling of Islam Makhachev is going to be enough to keep him safe. However, the striking differential is the thing that's so interesting to me. The stat that we talked about on the preview show of Islam Makhachev's strikes absorbed per minute. And I will stop there. Because the Saskatchewan, it's not even Saskatchewan. The Abbotsford Admiral.
I'm not taking his territory.
The Abbotsford Admiral has arrived. Mr. Spencer Kite, I was just in the middle of a spiel. I will go back to that and then I will bring you in. The strikes absorbed per minute from Islam Makhachev being sub 1, and then seeing Charles Oliveira's reckless abandon on the feet and his ability and his want to throw with reckless abandon on the feet. That is a very intriguing question that I have. Is Charles Oliveira going to be able to catch him? If he does catch him, what happens? The last time we saw Islam Makhachev caught properly was in his UFC debut, and we know what happened there, right? Now, I'm not going to say that if Charles Oliveira catches Islam Makhachev, it's all over, we're done in one, and etc., etc. But adversity isn't always an interesting tale in these sorts of things. And I'll stick with my overarching opinion that I think Islam Makhachev's grappling is going to be enough to dominate the fight over 5 rounds. But Charles Olives is an absolutely live dog. And I also feel that sort of an unwritten point of this fight is Islam Makhachev is basically in a hometown fight. There is a lot of people there that are expecting him to win and expecting him to win in a dominant fashion. It's Khabib's old belt. It's all of these things, all of these rhetoric points are all riding on Islam Makhachev's shoulder as he walks into this fight. Charles Oliveira is coming in with little to no pressure whatsoever. I don't think Makhachev is going to take big risks in this fight to get it done, purely because the positions he's going to be in to get it done are going to be on the ground. And
he's never a guy who really takes too many risks as well. And I think that kind of, the stat that you're presenting there and strikes absorbed kind of suggests that. I mean, it's not, he hasn't absorbed that little amount of strikes, not because he's elusive on the feet. It's because he just goes in there and implements his game plan and gets the fight down. No one has been able to stop that yet. And I mean, no one is going to be able to stop it until somebody stops it. And I'm very curious to see if Charles can do it early. I am not confident, and I won't stand here and say that I would be confident of Charles Oliveira stopping and stuffing takedowns in rounds 3, 4, and 5. I'm very confident. No, I'm not. I can't even say that I'm very confident. I'm very interested to see early in rounds 1 and rounds 2 if he has the ability to stuff takedowns. Like, if we're to go a little bit technical into it, Harry, like, when you see these guys exchanging, what should Islam be doing to try and get the fight down, and what should Charles be doing to keep the fight on the feet? Because would we all be in agreement here, guys? I've seen a little bit of chit chat about, Charles wanting to get the fight down and get into submission, but surely it's a sprawl and brawl tactic that Charles has to implement tonight if he's to give himself any chance.
I think it will depend on how the striking goes, right? Because this is MMA at the end of the day. And in order for Islam to get to Charles, whether that's an upper body takedown, an upper body throw, some cage wrestling, or just an open mat takedown, he's going to have to get to him. And to get to him, he's going to have to negate the striking. Now, what do they have to do? Well, I think we're going to see Charles Oliveira fight slightly lower in his stance. I know that he has this unrelenting belief in his jiu-jitsu, but if he's able to down block Makhachev early, that then gives Charles Oliveira double underhooks. And if he can get double unders and we're in a front headlock situation or whatever, this is exactly where he's going to be looking for his submissions. He's going to be looking for Darcy's, anacondas, guillotines, all of these sorts of things. I feel like if I'm Charles Oliveira and I want to put Islam Makhachev on the back foot, I'm going to have to do it via a scramble. I don't think if Charles Oliveira thinks he's going to go in there, throw a jab, get to a single, run the pipe and put him down, I just don't think that that's going to be something that's going to work. I feel like straight wrestling against straight wrestling, this is Islam Makhachev's walk in the park. So Oliveira is going to have to use the scramble exchanges when it gets to the scramble exchanges to use maybe his jiu-jitsu, frankly. Maybe we're going to have to use off balances and sweeps, and maybe we're going to use head and arms or Kimura traps or 2-on-1s or any of these situations to create enough space for him to look for his subs. But as I've already said on the previous show, and I'll say again here, if we're seeing Charles Oliveira looking for submissions from the bottom, the likelihood of this is that it's done. Spencer Kite, talk to us.
Good morning, gentlemen. It's good to be here. Happy to see you both. I'm excited.
It's good to have you here, and we're all excited.
I've already written and filed a feature this morning. I am getting into the first cup of coffee, and this is my dream. Last year it was on my birthday, and that was like the best it's going to get, right? UFC 267, great fights, big feel, 43, breakfast in fisticuffs. But now to do this with you, gentlemen, and be here with this crew and all these fine folks that are going to join us and tune in and enjoy this, I'll be here as much as I can. I got some other work that I need to do, and I know I've disappointed you with that, Harry. But I got to pay for Biggie somehow, and doing some work on the side is going to be how I do that. So be here as much as I can, but I cannot wait for this. This is one of those cards, like, from the jump, I'm interested. And I know I'm the guy that's always interested and finds questions about every fight and things like that. But Karol Rosa and Lina Landsberg is a fight that I'm interested in stylistically, competitively, in terms of answers about Karol Rosa, who is still just 27, but is coming off a loss, her first loss in the UFC. And as much as I hate doing the, like, let's revisit who she's beaten, that loss forces you to revisit who she's beaten and the quality of fighters she's faced. Not that Lina Landsberg is a killer by any stretch, but she's a good veteran that is a good test. And if Karol Rosa is going to be somebody that continues to progress forward in the bantamweight division, she needs to come out and show it on right here, right now to start the show.
Let me ask you this question. Ian and I were talking about the main event there, and we were talking a little bit about O'Malley and Yan. And I said that it feels as though TJ and Aljo has sort of flown under the radar just a touch.
Agreed.
And Danny's saying here that TJ's going for his first win in 4 years. Obviously, that's a slight tongue-in-cheek with the controversial win over Corey Sandhagen. But what do you feel that this fight's gone under the radar? And if you do, why do you think that?
I do think it has. I think part of it is the gravity of those other two fights, right? Like just the magnetic force of those other two fights. Charles Oliveira and Islam Makhachev is the best fight you could possibly hope for in the UFC right now in terms of skill, talent, everything that's rightfully on the line. It is a phenomenal fight. It is the thing the leader of this band of misfits, Shoddy Podcasts, often talks about. The best fighting the best when they are the best. This is it. And it's going to be electric. And then the Yan O'Malley fight is just like, it's so captivating, right? It's that moment of, we get the guy that has become a star on his own in Sean O'Malley, that has pushed his brand, turned himself into the right combination of marketability, but also skill and talent that we've seen, getting that huge step up. And so they've been bickering with each other. They've been yapping with each other. You know, Piotr Jan said he looks like a whore on a street corner the other day. And O'Malley was just like, I got no response, man. That one was good. I got to let that one go. That's fair play to you, sir. That's a lovely call. And so I just think that, like, Aljo is one of those guys that people don't necessarily gravitate towards on his own anyways. And then throw in the fact that he's facing TJ Dillashaw, who is somebody that, you know, let's be honest, folks don't necessarily like. Understandably, he's got a checkered past. And it's just, I think there's probably a little bit of people still don't really believe in Aljo as the bantamweight champion.
100%.
Right? Like,
that was the point. Neither one of these guys are buying it. Or the fans aren't buying into either one of these guys yet. TJ's checkered past and just not bought on Aljamain Sterling yet. It's a great point.
Like I said it a couple of times in different stuff I talked about, like most recently on the betting show, and in picking TJ, because I think TJ wins this fight. Like, you didn't come away from the second fight, and I know I saw the fist bump because I know you're the only one that picked TJ on the staff picks. I'll be there with you next time we do staff picks. when I get included in staff picks. But I said in that show, like, you didn't come away from Aljo's win over Petr Yan earlier this year thinking, man, that's a dominant champion right there. That's the guy. It felt to me very similar to the Dominic Reyes fight with John Jones, just in the opposite, right? It was hard to see Dominic Reyes as the champion, as the guy that deserved that belt, because the final 2 rounds, he was kind of just staying away. And so with Aljo kind of just those final 2 rounds, not racing to the finish line and desperately surviving, but being on the wrong end of it, you didn't come away from it being like, man, that's the guy. You thought, okay, if Petr Yan could do a little more in the first, he's the champion. And so I think there's that. And then as Io said, Dillashaw's checkered past is certainly a piece of it. Like, you begrudgingly, I don't even know that you begrudgingly have to give him his due. I mean, there's people that are just going to choose to never give him his due, that are always going to believe that no matter what he says, no matter what tests he passes, he's on the gear. And that always disqualifies him. And his whole career has that big asterisk next to it. And so it's just not as magnetic a fight and as big a fight as what we have in the main event and on the other side of it as well leading into it.
And with all that, it might still, it will likely still deliver forever, however long it goes on, whether it be, there's no way I can't really see a finish from either one of these guys. I think it's going to be just one of these kind of, I don't know. I don't know if I do anymore. I don't know if I do anymore. I don't know if TJ has it anymore. Early, perhaps, but I can see this fight going to the decision. Aljo is not going to be coming out of the gates here too quickly. I think he's going to be wanting to bring TJ into the later stages, into the championship rounds. But
I think the opposite.
You think TJ was going to want to bring Aljo into the later rounds? Yeah,
I think TJ wants to bring Aljo into the later rounds, and I think Aljo's coming out balls to the wall and get him out of there as quickly as I can. Like, I think Aljo knows that he's got 15 hard minutes, and then it's 10 minutes of get me to the finish line.
Yeah.
And his best chance is every time out is a replication of that Corey Sandhagen fight. We come across, you're dry, I can get on your back, I can get a choke in, and we go home. Because every time he gets stuffed, that energy bar just dips and dips and dips. And it like, we've seen the fights, right? Recently, the 2 fights with Petr Yan. You get into the 3rd round and you're getting stuffed. Like, the fact that he only needs 1 is what makes Aljo so dangerous. However, there's also that thing where he kind of shoots all the time and he's looking all the time. And sometimes it gets to be, he's tried 15, 20 takedowns and the energy reserves just go. And so I think he needs to come out and be successful early and get TJ Dillashaw out of there if he wants to hold on to this title.
I do think as well, though, I do think as well, though, there is a point of this where if Aljo can have success in the grappling, but not necessarily finish TJ, then the question is, how does that affect TJ's performance going forward? Now, we can talk about this openly because it's been made public. TJ obviously has been popped for using EPO. We know what EPO does. It extends your red blood cell count, which should help your cardio and help oxygenate your blood more. So the question then is, what does TJ look like in rounds 4 and 5 when things haven't gone his way? He's always been a cardio machine, but we've already said it's difficult to know at what level was that tainted.
Well, he definitely dropped off against Corey Sandhagen for sure. He definitely did. So, like, that's why I'm wondering, how he looks coming into the later stages as well.
But is that EPO or is that 2.5 years on the sidelines?
I think it's both.
Probably.
I think it's both.
Probably,
yeah.
But is he capable of shaking out that rust and dialing back up the natural conditioning.
And that's the thing. Like, and we also have to remember he's coming off a pretty bad injury before this fight as well. So he kind of got started back. He's been kind of held back again with the injury. And, you know, without EPO, and as you're getting older, your injuries just don't recover the same way, and you don't bounce back the same way as you used to as an older fighter. Like, these are the kind of the questions I'm asking as well. Like, I know, you know, Spencer, you had said, and I probably should have kind of got my point across a little bit better on the preview show when I said that TJ is going to be facing a step up in competition. And yes, he has been in there with elite level guys, but I feel that with Aljo on his form right now, I think that he's a tougher challenge and presents tougher challenges than Corey Sandhagen will do in there.
He's very different challenges
than
Corey Sandhagen, right? It's a completely...
But I mean, Corey Sandhagen's
kind of different.
Corey Sandhagen's style and the way he fights really complements TJ Dillashaw's style as well. And we saw that in that fight as well. And
Corey learned from that fight, right? Like, we've already seen Corey subsequently to where he said, okay, I need to make grappling more of an actual threat. Pulled that from the TJ fight, pulled that from the Yan fight, goes out and implements it in the Song Yadong fight and has a victory. And so, yeah, I fully understand and agree with what you're saying in terms of stylistically, Aljo is a very different test for TJ than anybody he's faced in a long, long time, maybe ever in the UFC. Like, I can't think of a real high-level wrestler he's faced. But the flip side of that, and Sean Madden brought this up when I talked to him for the Coach Conversations piece on UFC.com, like, who's the last guy with good wrestling? Like, legitimate, real good wrestling that Aljo's faced? Because, like, Petr Yan, fine, he has some defensive wrestling. Obviously, everybody does at this level. But it's not that entrenched. Like, TJ Dillashaw's wrestled since he was 6 years old. It's there. And the last guy is kind of Cody Stamen, who never made it into being a top 10 guy because the athleticism and the rest of the pieces aren't necessarily there. And so it's just fascinating, man. This is one of those fights where anything can really happen. And, like, I know that's fairly cliche and kind of like just giving it the who knows, but, like, that's the thing I love about this card. There's a bunch of these fights where you could tell me 4 different outcomes and I'd believe them all.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we should always look to the fighter that has a more well-rounded skill set. Now, that's not to say that Aljamain Sterling doesn't have an X factor, and quite clearly he does have an X factor. If he gets to TJ Dillashaw's back, we could all be going home very, very, very quickly. Now, that's not to say TJ can't grapple. That's not to say TJ doesn't know what to do when somebody's on his back. I'm sure he does. However, there is an X factor there. But I agree wholeheartedly that the Corey Sandhagen style fits far nicer into the TJ Dillashaw style than the Aljamain Sterling style does. But I think the opposite. I think Aljo has more trouble with a TJ Dillashaw style of, they're not naked kicks. There's always kicks at the end of punches. The punches are coming via switch fighting. Switch fighting is harder to find a lead leg to shoot on because it's always changing. The combinations are always changing. So it's not as though you can get pattern recognition of, okay, well, he's always going to switch from left to right to left. It may be 2 lefts, then a switch to a right. It could be 2 rights and a switch to a left. It's always going to be changing. And this is something that Dwayne Ludwig has obviously built, you know, a name from, is this type of fighting style, this brand of combination work, this brand of footwork. And I feel like the other thing that we're looking at is TJ's range management and his shot selection. It's always been good, right? We know he has knockout power. Yes, it was a while ago, but we know that he has an ability to finish people. And the big questions for me is just, who is TJ Dillashaw now? Is he still as hungry for the title? Does he have the ability to go 5 hard rounds? Does he have the ability to get in there after the injuries, after the layoffs, after all these things, and put on a performance like we would expect of, obviously not a prime TJ Dillashaw. What is he, like 35 now, 34? Obviously not a prime TJ Dillashaw, but is it enough to beat Aljamain Sterling? I don't know. But either way, give me Yan and TJ Dillashaw. Give me that fight.
You just brought up one interesting thing. TJ Dillashaw is 36. And so 36, all these injuries, all these, lingering questions that IO rightfully poses. It makes it super fascinating.
In answer to Java's question, I am with the great man, Return of the Mac. I apologize, Mr. Mac. We do not have your entrance music. Sean, it's not here yet. When he is here, we'll make sure to play it for you. But I am certainly with you.
Yeah, Ian, give us a bar or two. Come on.
Return of the Mac.
That'll do. I, like you, chose not to bother with any streams. I have given the man my money. And actually, it was because of Brad Wharton. Mr. Wharton turned around to me. Obviously, I'm always a law-abiding citizen, but generally, with these BT Sport cards, I already have them because that's the description that I have. But Brad Wharton said, look, as an MMA fan, if this card is something you're not willing to pay 30 quid for, then what are we doing here? And I think he's probably right.
Yeah, hopefully Brad can join us there a little bit later on. He said he has something special for us in regards to the pay-per-view, but I don't know about you, Spencer. I'm a guy who always buys the pay-per-view over here as well. It's a cool $70 that I don't mind paying today. And yeah, that's what I do. I don't like messing around with streams. I like a high quality.
I mean, I'll be pretty straightforward. It's a tax write-off for me. So
can you get me in on that, please,
right?
sir?
Like, this is what I do professionally, and so this is work.
This is what we do.
Rather than piss about and find some of these streams and things like that, I understand. This is order it up. I'm the guy that actually orders it well in advance. Like, I'm not waiting until just before tip off to get in here. It's been ordered for about 90 minutes now, so that when the pay-per-view portion starts, we just click right over and away we go, and we're all good. Like, no, Brad's point is correct. And that's the one that's actually, it's a great fucking point. And we should, not that people are going to necessarily fess up on Twitter as to whether they're buying or streaming. But that's one of those points that for this is important. If you're not willing to pay for this one, if you're not willing to shell out for this one, then I hope it's because times are really tough and not just, you're choosing not to. I don't know.
I also asked Ian, so I'm going to ask you the same thing. Has your opinion changed on any of the fights, specifically the bigger fights? Has your opinion changed overnight? What do you think? What are you feeling? We're 2 minutes away from the card starting. Has your opinion changed?
I'm a little bit more confident in Manon Fiorot with Caitlin Chukagian struggling to make weight. I'm a little less confident in Sean Brady. Those are the two for me of the 6 that I've gotten. And the Brady thing is just like all week I've had this nervousness. I feel like Bilal is a guy that we just constantly go, well. And we kind of expect at some point this really nice run ends. I picked Sean Brady. I think Sean Brady wins. But like this could be the point where he runs into trouble. And Bilal Muhammad fighting in Abu Dhabi with that support, with the camp he's been working with, right? He spent some time working with Habib and Islam and that crew ahead of this. Is this that moment that we're like, man, we gotta stop doubting this dude. We gotta stop saying somebody's going to beat him. Those are the two for me. The final 4 I'm pretty set on in terms of Gamrot, Yan, TJ Dillashaw, and Islam Makhachev. but we shall see.
Why do you go on, Ian? Sorry, go on. You're on mute, Ian. Still on mute there. I'll talk on. We'll talk on. Grand. This is live work, ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry, guys.
What specifically, Spencer, in the Brady Bilal fight do you think has changed your opinion?
So I don't even know that it's changed my opinion. It's that I'm still sitting here going, yeah, but he got so fucking tired against Michael Chiesa. And I understand why, right? 10 minutes of grappling. Michael Chiesa is a very large welterweight with very good grappling. And so that energy expenditure, I get it. It makes sense that you get tired. But Bilal Muhammad is a guy that you can't be tired against. He will suffocate you. He will drown you. Now, the other part of it is I just don't know necessarily or haven't seen against this level of competition that Sean Brady can be a forward, aggressive, attacking, put you on the back foot, keep you there kind of fighter. And Bilal's going to come at him to start. Like every start of every round, Bilal's coming across the cage hard. And he's getting in his face, and it's on Brady to stop that and send Bilal backwards. And I just, from the jump of this, I haven't necessarily been sold on it playing out that way, because that's the way I think it needs to go for Sean Brady, right? He needs to have Bilal working backwards. And I've just never been convinced that that's something he can do for 15 minutes.
Yeah, I think, Sean Brady is definitely going to offer some different questions than Bilal had to kind of face against Vicente Luque, who I thought fought an awful fight against Muhammad, who never had a plan B. These two guys are such similar in their styles, the way they bring it. I would definitely have Sean Brady as a better striker, and I think that might be the key in this fight, and him getting off his strikes. But then we've seen massive improvements in the Vicente Luque fight from Muhammad in that kind of realm as well. So I think it's the perfect fight for both fighters here to kind of express how good they are, because you've got Bilal Muhammad here who can come in and take out with this undefeated killer. And then we've got a Sean Brady coming in, and he can take out Bilal Muhammad, who's on the form of his career so far and is on a real good trajectory as well. So that to me makes this a really interesting fight, and it was very well matched. And I'm so glad it's the perfect fight to kind of kick us off for the main card. That's the prelims headliner tonight. Just looking at the odds, guys, and maybe I'll bring them up for a second for this fight with Carl Rosa and Nina Landsberg. Obviously, we've got Carl Rosa coming in with as the heavy favorite. Spencer, you do the betting show there for SevereMMA. How are you feeling about those odds? Do you think there's some value in the underdog here in Nina Landsberg?
100%. One of my plays. Just, in part because let's start the day with a little wager. But just at that price, a 40-year-old veteran who looked okay in her return against Penny Kianzad. It wasn't great, but it was her first fight in a year and a half. She is a tough, durable. Neither of these women are big finishers. And so I'm just curious to see here if Lena Landsberg can bully Carol Hossa a little bit, get her into the fence, hit her with some elbows, maybe open her up, kind of just be the aggressor here versus someone who's maybe, tough and solid, but hasn't really blown me away yet. Hasn't really given me that, she's going to get up there and face and maybe beat some of these standout bantamweights in this division.
How do you kind of foresee this fight going, Spencer? Do you think we're going to see striking exchanges? Will we see a mixture of striking and grappling? Do you think either one of these fighters, Lena or Carl, are going to look to try and take this fight down?
I think it's probably going to be striking with clinch work. I don't think either are particularly adept at dragging the fight to the floor and really looking to work there, right? Carol Hossa didn't have, maybe from the top, she's a little bit better, but didn't have anything for Sarah McMahon when she was on bottom. Lena Landsberg is more Muay Thai and elbows in the clinch and sort of dirty, grimy work than anything else. And so My thought is we get a striking battle where we get some collar ties in the center of the cage. We get some push up into the fence, grind kind of 15 minutes of like, I think we go the distance, and I think it's not necessarily the fight everybody's hoping for to kick things off, because it probably isn't going to be, fireworks and big buzz, but I do think it's still an interesting fight.
Somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to do it, Spencer. It's not an easy card to open up for sure.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I'd have thrown Makhachev and Malcolm Gordon in there, just sort of like with London with Cody Durden, right? Get him in there first, blow the roof off the place, and then everybody's already excited.
Maybe
Sorry. If I'm Carol Hossa, I know we're just moments away from that fight. If I'm Carol Hossa, the absolute script has been written on Lina Landsberg. If you get her hips anywhere near the mat, she can't get up. So I understand that it may not be Hossa's strong suit. It may not be where she wants to be. It may not be the fight that she is used to having, but this is MMA. And I think we're looking at this fight, as we've sort of talked about, for Carol Hossa to make a statement of who she is in this division. Lina Landsberg is somebody that's on the tail end of her career, obviously has been a European standout for a long time, but this isn't the start of Lina Landsberg's run to the title, right? It could be Carol Hossa's run towards a number next to her name that's more significant, right? But if I'm Carol Hossa, I'm coming in here and I'm trying to make a statement. I'm trying to put Lina Landsberg on the mat, and I'm trying to stay away from the elbows. We know what Landsberg wants. She wants to be able to throw elbows. She wants to be able to cut you up. She wants to be able to, as Spencer already said, be gritty and grimy and dirty. So if I'm Carol Hossa, I just say, that's cool. Thanks for that. I'm going to take my win here. And we say there's no finish. Carol Hossa's good on top. And if she can put Lina Landsberg on her back for a considerable amount of time, I see no reason why she can't find something.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to there being a finish. I don't think it's out of the question. I just haven't seen it yet, right? I'm very much like you. I want to see it before I call for it, or before I fully understand that it's there. Certainly avenues for Carol Hossa to do it, right? We saw Aspen Ladd, I believe, in her promotional debut against Lina Landsberg, kind of take the tact you're saying of, oh, I'm done messing around on the cage with this woman. Let me just put her on the ground and smash her out of here. And so we'll see if Carol Hossa can do it.
Indeed, we will. We're just getting kicked off here on the card. This should be probably around 5 or 10 minutes away from the first fight, so we're almost there, gents. We're almost there. Yeah, it's crazy. All the build up, all the stuff, and now, yeah, this is the most exciting part. This is the fun part. We get to see what's happening. But interesting to see what in stadiums look like. Would you reckon we'll probably have a full house from very early stages here tonight? I'd imagine it's a packed.
You look the VT's already on. Where fucking Daniel. By the way, Daniel Cormier is commentating, lads. Everyone on mute. All right, excellent. If we look at the background behind the boys talking, Felder and Alec and DC, there's already a bunch of fellas there, right? Already a bunch of people there. So I think I would agree. I mean, they put a stat up there from 2020. This is the 14th appearance in Abu Dhabi for the UFC. That not only tells us something about, everything we already know about their relationship with Abu Dhabi, but it also shows you the sort of want for these cards that Abu Dhabi has. And for sure, the crowds show us that in their coming out. It's similar to when you go to a UK show or an Irish show or whatever. The fans are there from fight one. And I mean, that's the way it should be, right? I don't really like the way that the US does things where they'll turn up for the main card only or whatever.
Or the main event only sometimes. It's crazy. I couldn't believe it when I went to Vegas a couple of times. Yeah, I think I was at Conor McGregor and Nate Diaz too, the second fight. And literally, it was that night it was Anthony Rumble Johnson taking on Glover Teixeira in the co-main event. And there was nobody in the T-Mobile Arena that night. And then it just packed out for the main event. But yeah, it was blown away. But you'd want to be coming in from the start of this fight, that's for sure. I think the fans are going to buy in. They're putting some of the early kind of talent on the card as well. And I think there should be no problem filling up the stadium for this one. Just after watching Charles Oliveira knocking out Jared Gordon, which might bring us to maybe his matchup with Paddy Pimblett. What do you think about that one, guys?
Spencer, go.
I mean, I think it's the test we've been wanting for Paddy, right? They talked about it prior to the last fight. I think it was briefly sort of like discussed or talked about that maybe this was going to be the fight. I know Jared was very much excited about that opportunity and competing in London. It's a much more challenging fight for Paddy than what he's seen thus far in the UFC. And that's where he should be. That's what he should be getting in his fourth fight. He's had the 3 to get to, all right, you're settled. People know who you are. You're building the brand. You're building the stardom. Now you got to prove it in the goddamn cage. Now you got to prove it against somebody that, look, and I say this with all due respect, right? Jared Gordon isn't a top 15 lightweight. He's not a guy that's at his age, at his station in his career, is going to push to contention. But he's a miserable man to fight. He is a tough out. We've seen him in there against prospects in the past where you expect the prospect or you think the prospect is going to go out and do well. And Jared's just a tough bastard, right? He's been through a ton in his life. There's no quit in him. There's no give up in him. He'll be in there for the whole time. And so it's a real good test for Paddy Pimblett.
How do you think the grappling goes?
I'm very interested. So I think in terms of overall attacking and like actual submissions and finishes, Paddy is certainly the guy that has the greater arsenal. But Jared Gordon's strong. He trains with a whole ton of wrestlers. He's very good, very underrated as a black belt on the ground. You know, coming up with the Hensel Gracie team and the John Danaher crew. I can see this being a moment where folks that think Paddy is this ace on the ground and super slick on the ground and just going to submit this dude realize that, 1, he's not as good as you think, and 2, Jared Gordon is a whole lot better than you thought he was. Because I can see this being, again, very similar to maybe the Joe Solecki fight, right? Where that strength and physicality of Jared Gordon and that just toughness and grit that he's been through everything kind of rules the day more than anything else.
I feel like there's a portion of this where even if, and this is just the nature of the UFC and the nature of sort of the pantheon of fans at the moment, is if Paddy goes in there and loses, and I have a feeling that this could look like the Nad Narimani Paddy Pimblett fight, where Paddy goes in and is looking for things and Nad just controls him on the ground. And I'll speed this up as Lena Landsberg makes her walk here. I feel like Jared Gordon, won't get those props. He won't get those thoughts. It will just be, yeah, Paddy was always shit. You know what I mean? And that's a shame if that's the case. But I think it's a good fight. It's an interesting fight. Hamzat Chimaev there in the background, next to a fellow with a Palm Angels tracksuit on. Yeah, I don't know. But you're right. It's the test we've been looking for Paddy Pimblett. I think on the feet, it's more equal. On the ground, there's some interesting grappling exchanges. We've talked ad nauseum about Paddy's grappling and how it's far less systemic in that he's going to look for takedowns in transitionary periods, but instead it's very counter reactive and his submissions are very sniper-like. He's not Hodger Gracie, right? Where he's going to take you down, he's going to pass your guard, he's going to get to mount, he's going to look to isolate an arm, and then he's going to try and finish you. It's very much we're in a transition, we're in a scramble, I'm going to find a way to your neck. And that, I think, is something that is absolutely possible against Gordon, of course, but given the grappling chops that you've just talked about, I think it's a good test, right? It's a very interesting test. But anyway, Here's
And
Lil Nas.
listen, Shawnee, I've got all the lights that are available in this room. I just didn't set up the ring light. I'm sorry. It's not yet sun up here on the west coast of Canada. So once the sun comes up, I will be much more well illuminated.
And Shawnee, talk about getting a light. Get in here. Get in
Yeah.
here.
Quit saying stuff like you hate MMA. You love this shit.
Talking slanderous about TJ Reid will not be dealt with kindly today. He will never win an All Ireland. He's going to win the All Ireland club final this year. So how would you like them apples? That means nothing to Harry and Spencer, by the way. But that's all good.
Yeah, not a thing. No idea.
So Harry, I think you're like slightly ahead for the fight, so you might have. Where are you at? I have Felder and DC and Anik talking.
Oh, Jesus. I might be really, really, really far ahead of you.
You're probably around a minute, I'd say. You said you had Lena Landsberg walking, and it was about a minute, but we'll know more so maybe when the fights come on. We can maybe align
Lena
up.
Landsberg doing her shuffle around the cage.
I am on the graphic where it's just giving the lightweight rankings right now, so we're all kind of a little bit off sync.
Okay, so I think I'm ahead of all of you. I've got Carol Hoser about to enter the cage. So when the fight starts, I'll pause and we can obviously sync up.
Sweet. Yeah, we'll keep best up. We'll keep it done as best as we can for the old streams. But going forward, I think who do you think
Sean
the fight?
Ogden chose war. He did. Sean always chooses violence.
But see, he won't come in and represent himself, will he?
Yeah.
Where is he? Where is he?
Shying away.
Mr. T. Sheehan, where are you? Sorry, Ian, what were you saying?
Who do you think the fight of the night is going to be tonight, guys?
Fuck.
I mean, going by what UFC often does, it's got to be somebody from the main card. I'll go Dariush and Gamrot.
Yeah. Benny Daggers is going to be fucking flames, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is going to be flames. It is going to be flames.
There is an chance. There is an outside chance that it is O'Malley and Yan. There is an outside chance.
There is. There could be an outside chance in a lot of fights. I mean, Sterling, TJ Dillashaw could be a close one. Can't foresee that being all too exciting, but it definitely is it going to be a close tactical battle. Volkan Ozdemir and Nikita Krylov could be insane as well. Those two boys, I think we need those two fighters to turn up. You know, they blow hot and cold far too often, I think. But if both of them turn up tonight, I mean, that's going to be a good fight. Aburbakr Nurmagomedov and what's the other fella?
Easy for you to say.
Omar Gazayev. I don't even have anything to say. I just wanted to prove to everyone that I can say those names, and I've been practicing. I've been doing my homework. I'll still manage to probably butcher someone's name as this stream goes on. It's just far too long for me to be on camera and not to do that. So
I've got Buffer doing intros in his emerald suit.
No, I'm not there now. I'm still on the video package. I'm well behind you guys.
What's for breakfast, please?
I had a cup of coffee and a bowl of cornflakes.
Cornflakes? What are you, 7?
Yeah, I just went. So I like to go real simple.
The cornflakes here.
I keep things real simple when it comes to breakfast most days.
Can't be watching fight on a full stomach.
No, don't want to be having a full breakfast or anything like that. My lovely wife is up taking our part bear, part dog around the block presently. I'm sure we'll have a little something more later in the morning. Maybe a couple pieces of cold pizza.
Respect.
Breakfast of champions. So I have Landsberg walking out to the cage now.
Oh, you're well behind. And unfortunately, I'm on Fight Pass and cannot pause.
Really?
Fight Pass?
Yeah, Fight Pass doesn't pause.
It does. It absolutely does. Yeah. I paused Fight Pass a couple of times, but
I paused 4 minutes 55 seconds.
Okay, I'm way behind. I can't get over
on my Roku does not pause.
Roku? What the fuck's that? You want to watch it on your PC, son?
Why am I going to watch it on my PC when I've got a 45-inch television sitting right here in front of me that it's lovely?
Okay, I've just refreshed my screen and I'm at 422 now. 420.
Oh,
Ow.
yeah, there we go. Now Io's ahead of me.
Sorry, guys.
You bastard.
Compose yourself, Ian.
Yeah, one sec. It's not letting me do that now. So we'll I'll keep it calm. We'll get it lined up. We'll get it lined up here eventually.
Welcome to live streams, eh?
Yeah. This is the secret battle that we always have every week behind the scenes. Now we just get to do it in front of everybody.
Okay, so Carol Hossa is absolutely looking for a single shot, and that's the overhand right. Immediately, we've seen a big club twice. Lena Landsberg, looks far better on her feet, right? Cutting the angles nicely. Actually jabbing this time. Oh, that's a lovely right hand.
So what time are you at, Harry?
4:15, 4:14, 4:30.
Oh, I'm ahead of you now.
I'm miles
Oh,
ahead. I'm just going to go back. I'm at 4 minutes now. I went back a little bit, but we'll try.
Yeah, I'm at 3:55.
I'm at, yeah. Me and Spencer.
And it was a lovely right hand that sat Carol Hossa down.
Lads in the comments, let us know where you are, because if I'm going to do small portions of commentary, I don't want to be doing it when if I'm commentating either too early or too late.
Fuck it. I'd say we just go for it. It's hard enough a line or three, so let alone anybody else.
It's going to be hard when I get to the box office stuff later, because I don't think you can actually pause the box office stuff.
Yeah, and I need to be rolling pretty live, pretty.
There's Mr. Letherby, great man.
Pretty in play with how everything's going, as I need to.
A lot of clinch work early in there.
File reports.
But this is a thing for Carol Hossa, right? Like, look at what she's doing. There's no bicep control. There's no attempt to strip those grips. She's allowing Landsberg head and arm and she's allowing herself to get kneed, essentially. Like, she now has her underhook and an overhook, and that's fine. And she's trying to skirt out the back door, but her elbow isn't high enough. And that's allowing Landsberg to drive into the thigh pry. Like, this is like a 101 clinch stuff, right? Bicep or wrist control, use your overhook, drag Landsberg up, and then skirt your back to the mat. Obviously, Landsberg's doing a good job of trying to deplete the center of gravity and landing her knees and all these things. But if we're Carol Hossa, we're losing the head position battle. We're kind of losing everything here.
Looks excellent use of the wizard there to get the fight down. I'm not sure if you guys are.
Matt, you're way ahead of us. Oh, there we go. There we go. See? Now we're Carol Hossa on top. Lovely.
And that's the importance of the wizard there, Harry. You could probably explain it much better than me. Obviously, controlling that underhook arm, it can kind of lead to that trip takedown or that hip toss as well. Wizard is a very important kind of a technique up against the cage, isn't it?
It's for both. Absolutely. It's great defensively and great offensively. If you have a whizzer, you have an ability to manipulate your opponent's center of gravity, because you can pull them up or drive them away. You can start to circle with it. It gives you an opportunity to drive for other things. It gives you an opportunity to access the whichever side, the lower half of the body. But more importantly, it means there's no base on that side, right? So if you decide to take somebody down whizzer side, or you expect somebody to be dropping in that direction, they don't have base. And this is good stuff from Carol Hossa. She's sitting in a half guard. She's looking for over back grips. She's looking to dominate up 2-on-1s. She's looking to get head and arm control, landing shots when she can. It's good stuff. Landsberg not looking for inside.
The elbow queen has not got any elbows off just yet, so she's going to have to work hard. She's in bad position here. Rosa well on top, landing shots.
I also think getting to this point and being stuck where she is sort of a little, reminder of the limitations of Lena Landsberg, but also like just poor IQ, right? She was doing well in space and just instinctively wants to be in the clinch and wants to be trying to bully you against the fence, when being out at range and just fighting in the pocket, she was fine. She she kind of sat Carol Hossa down a little bit earlier in the round. She was landing better. She's throwing better. She throws more volume. Everything is more crisp, but she just naturally wants to get into that clinch and then can't control it and ends up here.
And Landsberg done that against Penny Kanzad in her last fight as well,
Yep.
And it didn't work out for her too good either. So it's like, how Harry says times is, that the core set of skills that you rely on, it seems that Landsberg does find that comfortability in the clinch, but it's simply not working for her. It hasn't worked in that Penny Kansad fight. It hasn't worked in the first round of this fight here. And she needs to be coming into round 2 now with a completely different game plan, because, you know, she offered nothing in that first round to Carla Rosa, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, she sat her down inside 2 minutes, so she certainly offered her something, but on the ground, she didn't. I mean, I think Spencer's absolutely right that if you're Lena Landsberg, just stay at range. You don't need to be in the clinch. I mean, I actually disagree. I thought she was able to control the clinch and made a mistake. But you can't be making mistakes, right?
That's what I mean, right? Like, just you go from a position where you're clearly ahead and she's not making mistakes, because Carol Rosa isn't a volume striker. She's not somebody that's going to throw 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things at you in succession and force you backwards. And you can stand in the pocket and have a just fist fight with her. You're okay. But then when you get into these positions where the mistake means you're on bottom, well, why not avoid the position where a mistake means you're on bottom where you have nothing? That's the IQ piece of this that you and I talk about every week on the takeaways, it seems, right? IQ is a huge piece of this, and decision making is a huge piece of this. And that, to me, was not necessarily a poor decision, because, as you said, she was doing well as we start the second round, and Carol Hosa just changes levels and decides, oh, you had nothing for me on the ground. Let's put you back there.
Yeah, it's not great. I've just seen the takedown there. It's not great. But, like, what did we say just before this fight, right? You guys were saying, oh, it's a stand-up this, it's a stand-up that. And I was like, look.
Good. Yeah.
The way to beat Lena Landsberg is to put her on the fucking ground. And here we are. These head wraps for Landsberg. So the problem with these positions, right? Obviously, Carol Hosa's not making this enjoyable for Landsberg. You know, a forearm/elbow post on the face is not enjoyable. But the thing that Landsberg needs to be doing is getting inside frames. Inside frames will mean that Carol Hosa can't go chest to chest. When somebody is chest to chest with you, it is very difficult for you to start to create space. So Landsberg needs uppercuts, she needs armpit frames, and she needs a cross-body frame. She now has her knee shield back on my stream anyway. I'm sure you boys are further ahead. But she has a knee shield, and that allows her to create space. From space, you can start to create off-balances, or you can just start to scoot yourself back towards the mat and get yourself up. These sort of head over wraps and these sort of tricep grips, these sorts of things are not things that are going to create you space. They're things that are anchoring yourself to the position. And obviously, when you're on bottom, there are no obvious submission threats for you. Anchoring yourself to the position is the antithesis of what you want to be doing, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and we're seeing that dearth of understanding, that dearth of knowledge and capabilities off her back, right? She can get the knee shield in there, but she can't do anything more than that. All that does is, fine, I'll posture up and hit you in the face a few times until you get tired, and return your foot to the floor, scoot that knee back out of the way, and let me get, as you said, chest to chest, or in this case, chest to belly, and just hanging out in that guard position.
Yeah, and I mean,
dominating.
I'm not sure where you guys are in the stream, but Lena Landsberg's done a good job of swimming a butterfly hook in. Now, the butterfly hook is actually the great position. It's in the crook of the knee. Carl Hosa's now just addressed that, as I say. But if you can get a butterfly hook to the crook of the knee, that's basically the end of the lever. And you can use that butterfly hooks to start to off-balance Carol Hosa again. And, I mean, now, as I see, she's done a great job of using the knee shield to push her away and create some space. Yeah. She's bicycling some up kicks. But these are all decisions that have to be made quicker, you know?
Yeah.
Spending on the bottom with somebody in a dominant position. I think top half guard is a dominant position in MMA. It's obviously not in jiu-jitsu, but it's straight jiu-jitsu, but in MMA it certainly is one. We need to be reacting. We need to be, yes, not making mistakes that's going to give up worse positions, but we absolutely have to be expending big bouts of energy in order to create space and get ourselves back up, right?
Have you seen the shot to the ground yet?
Not yet. Oh, yes, now I have. That's not great, is it?
Yeah, that's not great.
So we're talking about fight IQ, lads.
Now, Is it chest? No, it is right.
No,
to the
right on the
jawline.
chin. Couldn't be more on the chin.
That replay couldn't have been any clearer. It is straight to the jawline. And Lena Landsberg did the exact correct thing in that moment right away and looked at referee Łukasz Boszaki and said, "What the fuck?" And shouts to Łukasz Boszaki for being right in there right away.
100%.
No hesitation, no nothing. Stop,
exactly
back up, call time. Let's deal with this.
100%.
Rightfully, spoiler alert, rightfully takes a point as well. I'm going to pause it here right at the time when they're starting. It's at 1:37. So just let me know when he is starting up the fight here so we can line up something.
I will do.
But yeah, that's it, man. Look, it's so hard when you're in there in the heat of the moment and an opportunity presents itself. But you know, you just have to be calm in those situations. It's one that we've seen quite often with the knee into the face of a grounded opponent. You know, obviously Peter Yan and Sterling is probably the most famous one, but it's one that happens time and time again.
But I feel like you have to be aware of.
I've got them just about. There we go. We're on a restart.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not on a restart yet.
I will say, I love a cage side physician with a neck tattoo.
Respect.
And
I'm starting, Ian.
Okay, yeah, now my one is frozen, so that's what happens, isn't it?
Just on that point,
good times.
Point about it's hard in there. These are professional fighters, though, you know? And I feel like if you're a professional fighter, your training has to emulate the situations that you're going to see in the competition as much as possible. If Carol Hossa is in these positions where she's grounding her opponent and they're trying to get back up to the fence, it is with absolute certainty that she should have seen that situation before, in that there is a fighter looking to gain their position back to their feet from a grappling situation on the ground.
Yeah, I like to see the refs being fully aware in those situations as well, where, you know, it's happened so quick, and I'm not blaming the ref, and I'm not listening to this, so I'm not saying the ref didn't do that on this occasion. But I like refs who are very kind of forthcoming in noticing these situations where they're like, watch your knees, watch your elbows in some occasions when we're on top trying to land strikes as well, and sometimes when they slip to the back of the head.
But
is
that the ref's job, though? Like, what? Let me explain that point. Like,
I understand what you're saying.
It definitely is the ref's job. I'm not like I like.
I would say it's not. I would say it's not. I think it's a lovely, wonderful thing. When Herzog's great at it, right? Jason Herzog, who I think is one of the best officials in the world, is terrific at it. He'll get right in there. And as soon as he sees a situation where somebody's grounded and you're thinking about it, he'll tell you down, hold it, watch it. You know what I mean? He'll give you some direction. It is not in any way incumbent on that official to tell you what the situation is.
No. That's what
you have to be aware.
I wasn't saying that. I just saying that what we see from good refs is that warning there. Not that they're obliged to do it. Not that they should be doing. If a knee landed and the ref said nothing, I would never ever criticize a referee for not saying that. But what I say is I do like to see when they do it. Yeah.
Yep.
And even Jason Herzog, you know, he's let one slip too lately as well. It can happen to the very best refs. It's so hard in there making that split decision.
I think though that's my point. It's not letting it slip because it's on the fighter. You know what I mean? Like, as long as the referee steps in immediately after and says, "Grand, we're here." I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce this referee's name.
Łukasz Boszaki.
Thank you. Like, as long as
shouts to Denny for teaching me properly.
Yes. As long as he acts or the referee acts like that gentleman did, we're grand. Everything that should have happened, right? You can't police these fighters as to your point. I mean, I'm sort of criticizing myself here, but to Ian's point, you're in a fight, you make decisions. You may not think about those decisions extremely cerebrally. They just happen. And as long as the referee allows you to make that mistake, and when you've made that mistake, he's immediately in and stopping the bout and doing whatever, then I think we're good, right?
Well, it's showing the referee is taking full care of fighter safety, because nobody wants to get hit to hit a grounded opponent. You just kind of you kind of can get caught up into the mix a little bit. But I paused at 4:28. Where are you guys at?
4:27, 4:26, 4:25,
4:14, 13, 12.
Yeah, so like if I pause mine, it just won't start back up when I want it to. So we'll make do. It's all good. But
I'm at 4:10, Ian. Tell me when you are.
Mine is gone. It's frozen. I'm going to be probably clicking back onto you and be probably a minute ahead.
You'll be at the next fight already.
Yeah. I'm on 3 minutes right now.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Okay, I'll pause at 3:01 and see if I can get it going. But then you're going to have the delay of it getting to the TV. It's like technology.
I'll tell you when I'm 3:05, so that'll give you enough time. So how do we score that second round with the point deduction? Do we still give it to Carol Host, or is it a 9-9?
I do, yeah. Which means like that first round becomes interesting, right? Close to half a round of top control and solid work from top position for Carol Hosa. Lena Landsberg lands the one telling blow that sort of sits her down. I think it will be scored for Carol Hosa, but it's an interesting piece. And it makes this round more interesting as they're mostly stalemating against the fence.
Welcome everybody to the live stream. If anyone's watching, don't hesitate to hit the like button, hit the share button, hit the subscribe button on the channel as well. Support us. Ask a question, throw us an opinion, give us some talking points.
Absolutely.
But I mean, Cara Rosa is kind of she knows what she wants to do, and she's been doing it. And Landsberg has been unable to kind of stop it in this fight so far.
Absolutely. I mean, Carol Hosa did a great job to reverse the position, and she's the one pressing Lena Landsberg up against the fence. And Landsberg, it feels like Landsberg is just too comfortable in these situations of, that's a lovely spinning elbow. I'm just here and I'm happy to be in this position. I'm happy to just do the fighting rather than thinking about it from not even necessarily a points perspective, but just from a tactical perspective of instead of just thinking that you can out-tough your opponent and just thinking that you're in here and you're going to make it work somehow. Now she's reversed the position, right? These are things that we shouldn't be accepting. Something that we talk about in a grappling context is not accepting bad positions or not accepting positions that you're not comfortable with. And this is something that I feel like, yes, I understand these professional fighters and it's easier said than done. But you have to be fighting for positions, right? These are the micro battles that we're fighting for.
I do wonder too, and this is maybe a question and a thought that requires deeper contemplation over time.
Luckily for us, we have about 7 hours to get through it now as well. So
Lena Landsberg is 40 years old. She's been a pro fighter for a number of years. I wonder if some of that I can just out tough her and it's not so much tactical is sort of a remnant of eras gone by, right? We've seen an adjustment and a growth and development in the technical side of things, the strategic side of things, the analytical side of things as this sport has progressed. Is she someone from the old guard that just hasn't kept up or advanced with it and just, we all have aunts, uncles, parents, grandparents that don't change with the times. Mm-hmm. Is she just somebody from a fighting standpoint who hasn't changed with the times?
I bet you Lena Landsberg has alerts on her phone. Sound alerts. Bet you.
Hey, I understand that. Me and Lena Landsberg are closer in age than you and I, so I understand that.
Fucking Luddite. That's what we're seeing here.
That's it. That's a wrap for me anyway, guys.
I got a little bit to go, but I mean, yeah, it's a wrap now.
Same.
I think that Carol Hosa did enough in those final 2 minutes. It looked like she hurt Lena Landsberg with one, the spinning elbow, but two, a straight right down the pocket and opened up. There was a small mouse under Lena Landsberg's left eye. I think there was enough impactful striking in the last 2 minutes from Carol Hosa to take the round. And anyone disagree with that?
No.
Okay.
Nope.
I'm sprouting.
Correct.
judging conversations like I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Like it's, I just. So what do we do with Carol Hoster next if she wins? Rank number 9. What do we do?
I don't know. Just give her someone.
Yeah.
What way is she lining up? It's going to be. You could be looking at her going in there against top 5, top 6 level competition next, and that's what I probably would be doing with her. What do you think, Harry? Top 5, top 6. Give her Penny again, yeah? Or no, not
give her
not Penny.
Kianzad.
Yeah.
They haven't fought. It feels like the right fight.
2 seconds.
Neither of them are necessarily charging forward on their own. So see if you can't force propel one forward.
Did anyone catch the scorecards there?
I don't watch these with comms on. Are you crazy? What's wrong with you?
Messed up. I have to do I'm doing the live results, so I gotta get my my scores right. When's the last time you listened to UFC with the sound on, Harry?
29-27, 29-27, 28-28 for Carol Hosa. Majority decision.
28-28. Interesting.
That means that somebody scored. Gordon Ryan returns at Fight Pass Invitational. Does anyone give a shit? It's interesting, though. Interesting. When was the last time I listened to comms? Jesus, I don't know. It's been a long time. That's for sure. It's been a long time. So, Mohammed Makhachev and Malcolm Gordon up next. Spencer, what do we think? Spencer, you're on mute, sir.
I think Makhachev runs through him very quickly. I called a first round finish on the betting show, added a little sprinkle for a first round submission because I think he takes a neck and goes home very quickly.
Understood.
And I will now dip out for a moment.
Mr. O'Neill, do you have a...
I think pretty much the same thing. I think that he's just going to be too strong in the grappling exchanges, and I think he's going to be looking for a finish here because he didn't get one in the last fight is Mohammed Makhachev, and I'm fairly confident. I'm currently right now going to check up and see what he is for a first round submission win, to be honest. Maybe
we talked about this after his last performance, but do you think there's a portion where it serves him to go in and, okay, if he feels that Malcolm Gordon is so many levels beneath him that he takes the win and he takes the finish, but do you think there's a portion here where maybe he drags it out a round or 2 rounds that he can get those minutes under his belt? Do you think there's advantages to that?
There's definitely advantages to it because you get that in cage experience, but whether he's looking for it or whether he's actively looking for it, I would more so say he's going to be more actively looking for the finish because he got his 15 minutes in against Charles Johnson. He's probably going to want to go in and try and get a statement win. He's talking still about fighting for a title before the end of 2023, 2024. He's going to be going in and finishing these guys if he's going to do that. And it's as simple as, if he's going in and he has another kind of a dominant unanimous decision win here, like that's not the worst thing in the world, but you're going to have to cull your talk about fighting for titles if you're only going to be going in here and decisioning these guys. If you want to be getting up there and want to be considered at the elite level of the flyweight division right now, because it's a shit hot division, you've got to be going in and finishing the likes of Malcolm Gordon and Charles Johnson as well in his last fight. You've got to be going in and finishing him too. So look, it might be just
he's got 16 months to tie John Jones.
Yeah, which I don't think is going to happen, to be honest. I can't see him. All right, maybe there might be an off chance he might get to a title shot, but getting there and winning is another thing. Getting there and staying there, we're talking about guys he's fighting here now. They're not even inside the top 15 yet. So I think for him, it's cool the Jets on the title talk. and go in there and just develop yourself as a fighter, learn your lessons. But I'm excited to see how he does here. That's what excites me, to see what his mentality is going to be. Like, I think we're all pretty confident that he should get the job done, but how is he going to approach this fight? Is he going to be pushing for a finish? Is he walked out wearing a black belt?
What is he with a stripe on it? What is he doing? Oh dear.
Going to prove to imagine if he gets choked out now with inside of a round. That's going to be.
Spencer, please, can you speak to your fellow countryman and ask him what the bejesus is this? Is this P moniker? What are we doing here?
I honestly I can't speak to it. He is. This is the thing, right? Malcolm Gordon is a very good fighter on the Canadian regional circuit. He was one of the best prospects in Canada for a long time. He is a legitimate black belt. He does have submission skills. The majority of his victories have come through his work on the ground. But like, I don't know. I've never been a great big fan of the let me wear my black belt out to the cage, unless you're like, I think Machida did it with the karate gi a couple of times. Fine, makes sense. I think Anderson probably did it once or twice. But like, just come out and fight. Just come out and perform. We don't need the black belt. You don't need, because like it just looks worse, right? Like it's the same as all the interviews when it's we know exactly what this guy's gonna do and he's got nothing for us. Is that really a thing you should ever be like? I get the confidence and I get having to have belief, but like maybe just don't say that. Maybe just do the hey, everybody's tough. This is a tough fight. Because you might get embarrassed here in about 90 seconds. I will also say, shout out to Chris Hordesky finally looking like a grown-up over Malcolm Gordon's shoulder there. No longer looking like a 19-year-old baby face, but growing up. He's all grown up now. I have no idea who the fuck Chris Hordesky is.
That's correct. But like, I think that this is one of the reasons why we're not fighters, right? Is there has to be, we talk about this all the time about a level of delusion. This is exactly it. Like, these fighters go in there literally saying that, believing, some of them don't, but a large majority of them go in, believe that their skills are enough for them to be the champion of the world, and that's it. There's nothing that these guys can do to stop that. And, that's something that us as mere mortals will never understand, I don't think. Ian, obviously, more so than us, having actually done some of the fighting things. But I feel as though when these guys say that they don't have anything for the X, Y, or Z, there is absolutely a portion of that where it is
you're trained to think that way. Like, right. When you go in there and you train your raw skills, and seeing progression in your raw skills gives you that mental confidence. And you know what? I was kind of like that as well, even though I fought at a very, very small level and a low level. But I can promise you that I definitely thought I could beat not only my opponent going into that cage, but beat anybody in the world when you're going in to fight. And you just train yourself mentally to do that. And that's why the lows, when it doesn't work out, are so bad, because you get yourself into a mindset where you truly think that you're going to do this. And you have the highs and the highs and the lowest of the lows. That's why people take losses so badly, because you truly, truly believe, and you cannot go in there thinking any other thing, to be honest. If you're going to be successful, you have to have that utmost confidence in yourself and in your abilities. But it's trying to find that fine line between common sense and delusion that a lot of fighters kind of struggle with at the best of times. But it's...
I've always joked that I would be the guy when they're doing you have to sit down and do the interview with the UFC crew, the VT, before your fight, of like, most of them say I'm going to go on and get the title. I'd be like, look, I'm here to just hang out, have a few fights. I'll be good being number 12, number 13. Look, I'm not the best fighter in the world, but I'm going to go out there and I'm going to give this person hell. Jokes aside, shouts to Rustam Khabilov in Makhachev's corner. And also, I loved Alan Nascimento in his The Champion Has a Name shirt, paying very close attention to this flyweight fight, a fighter in his division that he could very well cross paths with at some point in Muhammad Makhachev. And I would like to get the champion has a name shirt.
Is that because you believe you are the champion?
No, it's just a good shirt. It's just solid. It also doesn't have any. I mean, I haven't seen the back. I haven't seen the full gear of it, but it doesn't have any further endorsement. So it can just be like forever. The champion has a name, as opposed to some splashy Oliveira.
Oh boy, I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking there about Makhachev's desire to kind of chase the John Jones record, things like that. Setting that aside a little bit, to me, he's the best prospect in the UFC right now, just because of the totality of skills. Where do you put him? What do you see as the future for him?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know is the answer. And I don't like this best prospect in the UFC type thing because I just, I don't know. Like, I think it's very hard to rank them. To me, the best prospect in the UFC is very similar to like, who's the pound for pound GOAT, who's the this, who's the that, who's the next.
For sure.
I don't really know how to rank those and I don't really pay too much attention for those. I think Shavkat Rakhmonov is somebody that I'm extremely excited by. I don't think we can call Khamzat Chimaev a prospect anymore, obviously, but he's obviously somebody that we're extremely excited by.
I would even lean on the side of Rakhmonov, probably just getting rid of that prospect mantle as well. What is he now? Maybe 15-0, maybe 16-0. But
okay. So what I was going to say was I'd be very interested to see how Makhachev does in terms of putting strikes together as we go up the. Oh Jesus Christ! This is not going to last long, is it, boysies?
What time are you at? Because I'm at 4:15, and it's probably worse than you've already seen.
Yeah, and I'm at 3:45, and it's not looking great that time either, guys.
Yeah, you've just seen what I saw and prompted my my words, Mr. O'Neill. My thoughts are, it's all about transitions. You know, Makhachev hit 12 takedowns in his last fight. That's grand, but we know what that means. We mean that means that his opponent was able to get up, right? And that's not what we're looking for in MMA, right? We're looking for dominance and we're looking for control. And this is kind of what we're seeing here from Makhachev, right? He's winning the inside frame battles. He's landing his shots when he needs to. He's being super heavy. Everything's looking great right now. He's landed already a couple of head kicks. Oh, dear. We're searching for submissions, boysies. But this, I think, is my point. So my point here is what just happened. Makhachev searched for a submission. What happened after he looked for the submission? Well, Gordon got up. And what did he then do? He reversed the position, and for a very split second, Makhachev was on the ground. And risk-taking is great, and it's exciting, and it's enjoyable, but we're also fighting here. You know, and something that Brett Johns was talking about, and that's an absolutely gorgeous ankle pick. Jesus fucking Christ. One thing that Brett Johns was talking about, and one of the points that I was making to him or asking him was, what's most important to you? Being an entertainer or winning fights? And his answer was both. You know, like it's an argument and a balance of both. And this, to me, when you're a young fighter like Makhachev, I think the time is not for entertainment. The time is for winning fights and building skills and gaining experience. The time for exciting fights is later. You know, the time for exciting fights is when you reach the upper echelon of that division, especially the way that the UFC run their divisions at the moment. It feels like, you know, how many times have we seen Justin Gaethje, Dustin Poirier, Michael Chandler referenced in a title fight? Those guys aren't circulated, and yes, that causes divisional problems. But what it also does is it means you can be less risk averse when you're at the upper echelon of those divisions. If you're in exciting fights, the UFC will book you against good names. So build your way up to that position, get your experience, and then do the fighting, right? Then do the risky fighting.
Yeah, indeed. And like, that's what Muhammad Makhachev, I think, is going to be his biggest hurdle is what is his plan B or his plan C or his plan D. You know, you have to have all of those. They might have all of those kind of questions asked as he gets up here. And we're seeing it even in this fight. You know, he's getting the fight down. He's trying to implement his game plan. Gordon has managed to get back up, although it is round one. Will he be able to keep doing that throughout the fight is the question here now. But overall, a solid round one for Makhachev. I think I'm interested to see if he can push for a finish or if he's going to stay doing what he's doing. If he stays doing what he's doing, it's completely fine. You're just going to probably comfortably win a decision here. So,
I feel like there's a finish here for Makhachev. I do definitely feel that there is a finish here. I think Gordon is offering his neck a little too freely, and that's a problem. Do I think that he's going to necessarily get the finish? I don't know. I don't know. But I certainly feel like the opportunities are there, especially when he's on the bottom, right? But yeah, I don't know. This is a dominant performance in the first round. I don't think he's ever been in danger. Makhachev, he's certainly Gordon is on the back foot. He's looking for fucking close guard triangles. I mean, what is this? 2005? Like, you know what I mean? What are we doing?
Yeah, I think Makhachev was a little rushed earlier when you said in this round, oh, he's looking for submissions. Like, I think there were spots there where he was just a little hurried in trying to attack it that gave Gordon the recognition of, oh shit, I gotta get out of here. Because he doesn't have, right? That's the thing with a guy like a Vicente Luque or a Charles Oliveira, who we'll see later. He just needs that. They just need that very faint opening. Makhachev isn't there yet to just lace it up right away. And if you make that fractional mistake, we're going home. And so being able to continue to dominate here and search for those is certainly something I think we'll continue to see, but very, very one-sided performance through the first 5 minutes.
I also think that these are the type of fights that I want to see Makhachev in.
Yep.
These are fights where it's all one way without being all one way, you know? He can do kind of what he wants. He's grappling well. The head kicks were great. The body kicks were great. All of these things were fine. However, he's not getting finishes. You know, like the finish isn't just immediately available to him. He has to work for these things. He has to offer dilemmas. He has to fight at a higher level in order to get finishes should he be looking for them. And I think these are the perfect fights for a guy who's 22 years of age, you know?
Yeah. I mean, said going in, I actually would like him to sort of take a little of the sort of Ian Gary approach, right? Go out there and get some rounds, get some experience, and then or more to a guy you talk about a bunch that has, you know, maybe similar skill set, Umar Nurmagomedov. Go out there, do the fighting for the first 2 rounds and get the victory in hand, and then do the cool stuff. Then do the fun stuff. Then do this stuff that he's trying to do now.
Yeah.
But you know what? This isn't going to get you to the dance, guys, really. Let's be real here. Isn't it not? It's not going to get you to the dance.
Right. And we just saw there. So I'm at 420. He does all the feinting for the first 40 minutes. He tries his spin kick, and Gordon comes in and lands a right hand on him. And Makhachev immediately is like, okay, I'll just wrestle now. Fine.
Right.
Like, this is the feints and stuff are great, but in this, and I don't mean to plug my own one-man booth here, but I'm going to. The feints and the showboating and everything is fine, but you must keep the sanctity of those feints because you have to offer something after them. Makhachev didn't. Gordon landed on him, and now we are where we are. An immediate takedown, fine. Lots of perfect head positioning. We're looking for inside frames again, and we're looking to dominate this fight on the ground, no problem. But this is something that we should be looking to do. Yeah, the blueprint is already there from the Nurmagomedovs. You wear your man down, you fill him with lactic acid, you make sure that the fight is almost beaten out of him from a spirit perspective. And then if you want to throw fucking spinning tornado kicks, let's see it. I'm here for it, you know? But make sure the fight is won before we start taking the risks. But Ian is absolutely right that these sorts of performances, look, if he lands that spinning hook kick and puts Gordon away, fine. But these are difficult things to land against professional fighters, you know?
And I'm not saying it just because, it's just an observation. When you're speaking like you want to get to a title shot and you're speaking that, you're going to be the youngest champion in UFC history, the fight should be over.
Look how happy Sean Sheehan is here to join us on this momentous live stream. Mr. Sheehan, how's it going?
I'm only going to be here for about 20 seconds. I hate MMA, lads.
No negativity on this card today, Shawnee. Come on now.
If you're up for 24 hours straight watching fucking ONE FC, you'll be negative about MMA as well. Yeah, why? Why did they do this to us? I can't even watch the fucking Man United match. The one thing I enjoy in life.
What, Man United losing? That's what you enjoy.
We want to lose. We're class. They take it away from us.
Stop it.
30 quid.
What are you thinking, Johnny? Just quick, I'd love to get your quick opinions on this. We were just talking about Muhammad Makhachev, talking about wanting to be a youngest champion, talking about getting a title. He has to go in there and finish fights here. Like, this isn't going to get him to the dance, taking guys down and dominating them over 3 rounds. I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad thing that he's doing. It's good what he's doing, but in order to kind of fulfill what he's been saying on the mic, it needs to be a lot more, or he needs to kind of cull that talk a little bit. What do you think?
Might triangle him here. Not necessarily, I don't think. Just keep winning. He's messing too much here, I think. He's actually trying too hard and stuff, but
That's what we were saying.
Anyway, I'll be back, lads. I have to go. Good luck.
You know what they say? They say it's about not how much you say, but it's about what you say. And they're a wonderfully short, beautiful integer there from Mr. Sean Sheehan. By the way,
a quick give out by Shawnee Sheen, and then he's gone.
We got what we needed. Lads, Makhachev on the bottom. Looking for triangles, searching for triangles. He has a trap triangle. Trap triangle is what you're looking at here, which is not a fully locked in triangle. He's now trying to work for a fully locked in triangle, looking for underhooks so he can change his angle. He won't be able to close the triangle this side because Gordon is opening his elbows, making it difficult. And equally, he's trying to stack Makhachev and turn towards the side that he wants to lock the triangle on. That will make the triangle weaker. And now we're back in close combat.
Cameo appearance by Biggie Smalls. I love it.
Legend.
The legend Biggie Smalls popping into the den to watch some fights and hang out and say hello to the lads.
It was all a dream.
And now he's decided it's time to go back to sleep.
Oh my goodness, guys! At the end of round 1, we are round 2. We're seeing
some adversity here, boysies.
Some big adversity.
So, I mean, look, that's a jaw crank, right? That's certainly not under the chin. And I think Makhachev put his hands down because, 1, he knew the time, and 2, he was never going to tap to those sorts of things. But look, what we're seeing is exactly what Sean succinctly said. Makhachev is trying too hard here, and we should just be fighting Makhachev's fight. Go out there, take him down, keep him on the ground, don't allow the triangles, and just be the more dominant fighter, right? But I do wonder, like we see here in the corner, Makhachev is leaning on his knee, breathing heavily. Dean Garnett in his corner is asking for big, deep breaths. To your point, Ian, to your point, I feel like there is and maybe this is me just talking, right? And please stop me, I'm just talking. But I think we should be breeding into our fighters, our young fighters specifically, regardless of the amateur career he's got and the sort of the prodigious nature of him and his skills. We should be breeding into these fighters that what's important is just going out there and winning in your own style and in your own fashion, right?
Yeah, definitely. Like, a good 15 minutes here is going to be much better than him going in there, taking him down and choking out Gordon in just 2 minutes, you know what I mean? But fighters are going to talk, and they're going to say whatever they need to say on the microphone. I'm wondering what Makhachev is truly thinking. These are good tests for him. He hasn't been in real trouble either, but I feel if he brings this approach into the higher level and against higher level fighters, that it's not going to work for him, to be honest. This and this alone, I don't think it's going to work for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? Because, like, again, I don't mean to this is a very, very difficult comparison to make. But this is exactly what Khabib Nurmagomedov did, minus all the flash. You know what I mean? Like, he went in, he stuck to a dominant wrestling, a dominant grappling game plan, primarily, especially in his early fights. The sort of half guard domination and the real dangerous ground and pound stuff came a little bit later, specifically the more dominant stuff, and then obviously the submissions we saw in the latter points of his career. But I mean, Jesus, boysies, this is interesting. I'm gonna, stop Makhachev's looking up, smiling at his corner. You can't be looking up, smiling at your corner if you're getting your back taken, my friend. This is not a good position for you to be in whatsoever.
This is very, very interesting. That it's
very, very interesting.
It's gotten here. This is maybe we need to hit pause on the Makhachev. Holy shit, this guy's like, I think we all agree that he's not going to just march untested, unchallenged to the top of the division. But this is one of those, as Harry just said, you can't be messing about, and maybe he needs to learn.
Oh, that was some sweep that he just pulled off there to get out of the back control.
Yeah,
into guard.
But maybe he needs to learn the very hard way. But there's no room for fucking about. There's no room for not doing exactly what you're capable of at all times, so you get to the place you want to get to, which I think is what Harry was saying before things got super interesting here inside the cage.
Yeah, and
I'm gonna put everyone on call here. Everyone was nonchalant going to talk about this fight on the preview show. They said he was going to run through him. He's not running through him. It's as simple as that. He is not running through him.
Yeah, we were completely wrong in this. I do find, the point I was mentioning about being who you are, it feels to me that the dominant grappling, dominant sort of inside frame, very, very ruthless grappling, that's who Makhachev is, right? I'm not sure that the jumping about the cage, looking at the camera, doing the fly off thing, I'm not sure that is who Makhachev is, right? I think that's a portion of the new era of MMA promoting a character to be built and this sort of effervescent type nature to you. I feel like Makhachev should win fights how his personality tells him to win fights. Now, if I'm wrong and this is exactly who he is, then fine, we're seeing the real Muhammad Makhachev here. But I just get the feeling that this is not, especially the second round of the start of the third, I'm not sure that is who Makhachev truly is, right?
Yeah, no, it's a very fair point. And you know what? I've seen him carry on a little bit like that as well, tapping the chin, being like a little bit kind of showmanship kind of stuff in his fights before. And it's it. You just have to get the job done. I think we'd be fooling ourselves to think that he's going in there not looking to finish. I think he's just gotten point to past. He's gotten point to past where I feel he thinks he's going to get the finish there. Now he just needs to stay. Oh,
you're ahead of me. Please don't. Oh, that's an armbar, boysies. Oh, that's a tight armbar. He's got him. Fucking.
That's it. Famous last words. I was just about to say he's got
about that, right? I think so my instant, immediate reaction to this is it's almost like Makhachev heard up. Listen, he didn't fucking hear us saying he needs to just do what he does best. But it's like he hit a point of, okay, I need to just, I can't have people thinking that this guy really is going to test me and I'm not all the things that I say I am.
The thing that's really impressive about that finish, by the way, is generally what you need to be doing is having both of your legs over the back. One controls head posture, the other controls back posture. The fact that he was able to keep the posture down with one hamstring curl is very impressive.
And doing it at the end of round 3 as well, where shit is a lot more slippier as well. So I think he just turned he turned probably an overall negative performance into a positive performance with that submission. But that being said, he caught himself in a couple of bad positions there where Gordon took his back. And yeah, I mean, I think good win, good finish, but we'll probably be cooling the jets a little bit on the prospect talks, I think.
I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I mean, I do wonder. I think this is a fight that people are going to look at differently in the future, right? People are going to look at the record and be like, "Oh yeah, he finished Malcolm Gordon," but they're not going to remember what actually happened in the fight. You know what I mean? That feels like how this fight's going to go down. They're going to see they're going to remember the first round where it was a pretty dominant first round. They're going to remember. They're not going to remember the second round, and then the third obviously was what it was. But I think Makhachev showed in that. Again, I mean, that's me. This is me reinforcing my own opinion, right? But I feel like he showed that when things started to go against him and there was a little bit of adversity, he shows you who he is at the core of himself. The foundation of himself is heavy grappling, heavy wrestling, heavy top pressure, and forcing mistakes. And the mistake he made was Jared Gordon. Jesus Christ, Paddy Pimblett, get out of my brain. What we saw was Malcolm Gordon make a mistake and give an arm. And then we are where we are.
Really good from. Go and listen to what he has to say here. A lot of dead air here, so I just said. What do you think for him next, guys?
I honestly wouldn't be opposed to just giving him a bit more of a step up in competition. To truthfully, like I would be happy to see him get. I mean, I mentioned him earlier, an Alan Nascimento type, right? We saw that was the first test for Jake Hadley in the UFC, and Jake wasn't able to pass that. I think he is the kind of guy. He's a much better version of Malcolm Gordon, right? Somebody that's going to force Makhachev to be very, very clean and very, very sharp on the ground. And if he's not, he's going to catch his first loss. And so if this guy thinks he's as good as he is, let's give him that test and let's see where he's at and then go from there.
100%. Like you have to give Mo a bit of credit there for actively chasing the finish. You know, that's one thing he didn't need to do really at the end of that fight. He was likely up on the scorecards. So credit to him. He stayed hunting for that finish. And yeah, I just think a kind of a softly as we go approach, I think might be the best for Muhammad. Maybe give him one or two more, throw him in there. He's got plenty of time to test himself there, even if things don't work out. So I think the excitement levels would probably remain the same about him, but a lot more questions in, you know, what way he's approaching fights, his style. Does he have another kind of a way to win fights if things don't go his way, if he can't get the fight down or guys are getting back up to his feet? Those are all the exciting questions. I wonder if it's doubtful we see him again until next year now, to be honest, but you never know.
I mean, if he's saying in the post-fight press conference that his weight cuts are hard and whatever else, like, I'm not sure I necessarily want to see him again. You know, if the weight cuts are as difficult as he says he is, and I'm sure they are, then we don't want to be cutting weight consistently like 3, 4, 5 times a year. That's not great for your longevity. You have to give your body time to rest. So I mean, I think the thing that I'm excited for now is is the next level of who he thinks he's going to be or how he chooses to represent himself going forward. You hit the nail on the head there of the style and the plans and whatever. I think we saw in the first round and then again at the end of the third that he has gears that he can cycle through, and he has dilemmas that he can create for guys. He has positions that he's clearly very dominant in, and has submissions and things that he can offer these guys wherever the fight goes. In that first round, he showed that he could be dominant. He can land his head kicks, he can land his body kicks, and then take the fight to the mat at will. And I just feel like if he chooses to represent himself in a way that adheres to the clear skill disparity he has with some of these fighters, then we could just be as excited as we were previously, and we can continue to call him this prospect, and we can continue to look at him as such. But if we're expecting him to go in and he wants to represent, sorry, not we're expecting, if he expects himself to go in and represent himself as the brand that he's choosing to portray in that second round and some of that first, I think we're going to see fights similar to that where it's far closer than maybe it has to be.
Yeah, I would agree. Like, I think this is an opportunity. This should be a growth moment, a learning moment, because it's in those spaces where he's trying to do too much, where he's trying to be a little bit different than what he's best at, that cost him, that created opportunities for Malcolm Gordon, who is as we saw there and as we knew before, a good veteran fighter that you can't piss around with. And Mo pissed around a little bit, and it was not as impressive as he would like. And then when he decided to do the fighting in the third round, he did the fighting, and we saw where that led.
Absolutely. What do we think? We're going straight in here again. I think this one is going to be a good fight. AJ Dobson, Armen Petrosyan. I really like Petrosyan's stand-up. It's silky as fuck to look at. It's a guy I always enjoy watching. What way do you see these guys matching up, Spencer? Can Dobson cause him any problems on the feet? Is he going to be looking to try to take this fight down? Dobson obviously has the height and reach advantage coming in here. Do you think that he might try to use that stick on the outside? What's your thoughts?
No, I think he looks to wrestle, right? I think he sees the first 2 rounds of the Kyle Bahayo fight with Petrosyan and thinks, I need to be going blast doubles. I need to be putting this guy on the ground and keeping him there. But we saw in that fight that Petrosyan did a good job of working his way back to the feet, and then in the third round of stuffing some of those takedowns. And he's also such a good striker and so skilled with all of his attacks that you can't just be reckless. And I kind of think this is going to be more one-way traffic. And obviously we said that about the last fight and it didn't play out that way. But I think this is a fight where Petrosyan shows he is a little bit further ahead than AJ Dobson and a better sort of graduate of the Contender Series and guy that can fit in the middleweight division and have a long career in the middleweight division in the UFC going forward.
I don't know. I mean, I agree with most of what you've said, but the question mark for me is the Gregory Rodriguez fight. Now, Gregory Rodriguez is a large man, is very reckless. He does all of the things. But I questioned some of the fight IQ from Armen Petrosyan in that one. I felt there were moments where he chose to sort of stick in the pocket against the fence in those wild exchanges and didn't look to circle out and didn't look to stay on his P's and Q's, where his more fluid striking was clearly superior to Gregory Rodriguez's. And I don't know, I understand you're in the heat of the battle and these things can happen and it becomes a war of attrition and your ego gets involved and all of these things. But I'll be interested to see how he looks should the fight stay on the feet for large portions here and what he chooses to do.
Shout out Aiden. Thanks, man, for watching on. Let us know, guys, who you think for this fight between Petrosyan and Dobson. Who you think for the main event. Leave a comment, leave a question. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. And I'm glad you're enjoying what you're watching. Bruce Buffer in the beautiful green silky top.
I do love a green suit, especially when it's the buff, you know?
Oh, yeah, he's a good man for a great suit, so he is. He's had some classics down along the line. The great.
I'd love to know how much the jewelry on his hands is worth. How much is he holding, you know? I bet it's a fucking absolute ton.
Dobson with a knee brace on here, guys. What do you think? Anything? If you're Petrosian here now, you're going to do the dirty and kick that leg straight away.
Yes.
And test it.
Let's not see doing Maximov too, right? Like if there's an injury, let's do the fighting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's beat the hell out of it. Let's target it and get it out of here. That's an interesting point, though. You mentioned Jacob Malkoun, right? The last fight for AJ Dobson is Jacob Malkoun, who we saw just a week ago, not necessarily the killer instinct guy, but good at holding you down. AJ Dobson had nothing for him, and so I'll be interested to see what he can do here in a different style matchup than that fight was.
Relatively, they're a lot more even sized than I thought now, to be honest. I remember Petrosian being a bit smaller, but he's actually big. Good man, Andy Stevenson.
What's the crack, lads?
What's going on, Andy?
Good day, sir.
How are you getting on?
The
Glorious
is outnumbering the rest of us. We are joined by 1/3 of the old triangle, which is
we need to get Quilch on here for full takeover.
Absolutely.
Need to get a Dublin jersey.
Get the Dublin jersey on.
Let me turn down the fights.
Well, Andy,
how are we all doing?
Grand. Did you watch Mohammed Makhachev?
I did. I just caught up there. I was running late. I missed the Landsberg fight, but just caught Makhachev there. I thought I was pretty impressed by him. I mean, he's obviously got some holes still, but I think for 22 years old, he looks fantastic.
Yeah, look good, and slow progression is kind of what we're kind of talking about here after that fight. And I think that's going to probably be the best route for him.
Yeah, what did you guys think of it overall?
Thought that pretty much the same as what you thought, Andy. More so, a few holes, probably cooled the Jets on one title talk and cooling the Jets on challenging for a title probably for another good while, but did well, didn't have to push for the finish, and he went for it anyway and got it. So, I mean, that was good, but, had his back taken on a couple of occasions, got swept on a couple of occasions. He's not going to get away with all that kind of stuff against the top level guys.
Yeah, that's completely fair. I was impressed by, I realized he didn't strike much, but I think his striking looks so good in comparison to what it used to look like.
Yeah,
like he used to swing so wildly, and it just looks a lot more crisp and fluid now. But he's probably quite confident, and maybe even an air of overconfidence, but it's working well for him. So
that's it.
Next one
that will work until someday it won't work, I guess, and that's it. But these boys, Petrosian, Dobson, going at it here, striking, nice exchanges.
Dobson's clearly the better athlete and is certainly the quicker of the fighter. If you're one straight down the pipe shots are always going to beat hooks, but Dobson's stepping in really nicely and landing that one too. And I feel like Petrosian's looking for the check left hook a little too much, right, or the check right hook, as I'm clearly useless and can't tell my left from my right. But I'd like to see him go to the kicks a little more. He landed a naked low kick and got immediately cracked with the right hand. But I think body teeps are far better, given their rangefinders are far wider in their reach. But yeah, Petrosian needs to be either into the pocket where he landed that really nice check hook, I don't know, 30 seconds ago or something, or out forcing Dobson to believe that he can fire in with that 1-2 and then catching him with check hooks on the way in, right?
100%. Yeah, he's kind of fighting a little bit more so on the outside than I would like him right now. Stepping in with that big overhand right, hasn't worked yet, but I feel that I'm interested to see, because I know that we're going to see more from Petrosian here as the fight goes on, as he gets more reads. Be interesting to see what Dobson kind of counters with. But Dobson, from the look of things, seems fairly comfortable in the pocket, seems fairly confident standing and banging here. So I'm liking what I'm seeing. It's a pretty decent fight over and back so far.
Talking of reads, Mr. Stevenson, how do you see Sean O'Malley and Yan going?
Sorry, I was muted there, readjusting my screen. Oh, Sean O'Malley. I just think it's a step too far for Sean O'Malley, to be honest. I could see him having success early on from at a distance, but I just think that Yan will be able to withstand whatever he throws at him. He'll probably shell up like he always does with his high guard, and then he'll just start cracking. But I don't know, like, that's how I see it. I just think Yan will be a step too far from too soon. I don't think he's proven anything to be even in there with a guy like Petr Yan at this point. I think it's a massive jump compared to anything he's ever faced, and I don't think he particularly looked fantastic in his last fight. Like, there's constant holes and moments of adversity that he seems to always get put in, and then I just don't think he'll get away with those here today. What do you guys think similarly, or am I off base?
No, I think pretty similarly to that as well. Whereas that, while me and Harry were talking about that fight in particular before we started off, and I think you'd be foolish to completely rule Sean O'Malley out of it, because he has power, he can connect. But yeah, you would be thinking, based off what we've seen, that, you know, he hasn't been asked a lot of those questions yet, and Petr Yan is going to be coming in with a full lot of questions to ask him tonight. I was talking to Harry, I think the key at the start of this fight is trying to is for Yan to fight so much on the outside and maybe just try to set up that lead leg kick. O'Malley will plant heavy on that lead leg. He'll try and get his jab, and his 1-2 is O'Malley's best weapon, I feel. He's come in with the jab, times that jab, and lands that right straight. That's his money shot. And I think if Yan early days can kind of time those movements, kick the leg whenever he plants, I think that's going to get Sean O'Malley kind of thinking about that. Then you can kind of enter into the pocket a little bit more safely, and you can start working the body. I think what we're going to see is a kind of a wood chipper performance here from Petr Yan. He's just going to chip away, and maybe not get him out of there in round 1, but we'll see him up the pace in round 2, and we'll see him up the pace again in round 3. And it's going to be up to Sean O'Malley basically to prove to all of us if he can hang in there with him as he progresses up. And because Yan starts slow, and fighters can start up here, shall we say, and then maybe their performance drops as the fight goes on. Whereas what we've seen with Petr Yan is that he kind of starts at a base level, takes the reads, and then once he gets the reads, his pace ups. And not many people can last that pace with him. And especially over 3 rounds, he's going to, you would think, have a lot more energy coming into rounds 2 and rounds 3 in particular. And I feel if Sean O'Malley can last that, and lose a decision, he'll get my props. I'll tell you that. He doesn't have to go out there and win alone. And you said that too as well, Spencer. There's ways that Sean O'Malley can kind of get respect and kind of get acknowledgement from the fans without actually getting his hand raised here, really, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've all seen a whole bunch of fights over the years where a guy catches a loss, but your level of respect and your level of appreciation for what they do rises regardless, because they either exceed expectations or they show they can hang, right? And that's why we're all interested in this fight. This is where we find out if Sean O'Malley has the skills that he talks about having, and the skills and the ability that the people around him believe he has and his supporters believe he has. He doesn't necessarily have to beat Petr Yan for all of us to come away feeling like, okay, this guy deserves to be in this upper echelon, or maybe we'll get to the upper echelon at some point. If he goes out and has a great performance and makes Petr Yan work for it, whether it's 30-27 with a bunch of close 10-9s, or he wins a round or something along those lines, then I'm coming away still impressed with Sean O'Malley. The thing that's going to be the deciding factor of sort of that this can go either way is whether he goes out there and gets absolutely trucked, right? If he has nothing, that becomes the like, okay, now we take his stock can drop a great deal or it can raise a great deal depending on how this plays out.
It's kind of almost like a win-win, right? Assuming that he doesn't, or well, maybe not assuming, but if he doesn't get trucked, if he doesn't get wrecked, it's almost a win-win for him, isn't it?
Well, the funny thing is, like, we didn't even mention in there. I didn't even mention in there if he happens to beat this dude. Like, if he beats this dude, it's to the moon. Like, it's rocket ship time.
It would probably go down. It'd probably go down as the biggest upset in recent memories. Would it trump Leon's win against Usman, in your guys' opinion? Because we're probably going to have to be voting.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah,
no, not for me. No,
it doesn't because of the context of the fight. Like, it doesn't because
the disparity in skill sets, though. I think.
Yeah,
but that's fair enough. Yeah, that is in that regard. Yeah, sure.
We don't. No, we can't say that because we don't know what Sean O'Malley's skill set is yet. We haven't seen him against an upper echelon fighter yet. When we saw it, when we see it, and we'll see it tonight, if he goes out there and just destroys Piotr Jan, then we could say, okay, cool, fine. We could have a conversation about it. But we also have to put into context that Leon was badly losing that fight, 4 rounds to nothing, and then pulled it out of his ass, right? So that, to me, is a massive level of upset because not only going in are people saying he's going to get destroyed, he was getting beaten comprehensively and then pulls it out of his ass. That, to me, adds to the upset value.
Absolutely.
What would you say that O'Malley's, like, what's his biggest win in your guys' eyes? Is it the Eddie Wineland win?
Absolutely.
Or the Almeida one, maybe?
It's probably Hallion Private, right? Like his last one. Probably.
Yeah.
That's a guy that's an active fighter. He's competitive at the level with which he's fighting at. He was fighting a 75-year-old ghost of Eddie Wineland. Like, there's absolutely nothing that I take from that fight.
Fair enough. It is mad though, the jump in competition. Like, even you're going from a Hallion Pivia to, I mean, obviously he fought.
It's a jump in money, Andy. That's it. More money. It's like the great Biggie Smalls says. Shout out to Biggie Smalls and with Spencer there. More money, more problems, and that's what Sean O'Malley's going to have here. He's getting paid more money, so the UFC are going to give him more problems, and that's exactly what he said it himself. He doesn't want to fight top level competition until he's paid more. Now he's being paid more. Now you're going to have to face the top level competition.
Payback.
Yeah, it's like, okay, you're doing it in a really extreme terms here now as well. At the same time, I'm just so looking forward to watching this, like, because we're going to finally get the questions that we've been asking about Sean O'Malley for years tonight. I hate to even say it, but I don't think there's going to be any like injury or eye poke or foul that's going to mess up this fight tonight. Please, God, I hope there's not. And I think for that reason, we're going to find out a lot about Sean O'Malley tonight. And we're going to find out a lot about Peter Yan as well. Can he get up for a task like this? He's been in there with killers. He's been in there with champions. So now it's his turn to kind of to cull the new fresh meat in the division. And prove that he can get up and he can beat these lower level, quote unquote, lower level guys, lower ranked guys is probably the best terminology for that. But
I think Shawnee made a really, really good point, and that's that from a meritocracy standpoint, Piotr Yan is doing the right thing. And it didn't occur to me previously, but I agree, and that's and it's probably the reason it didn't occur to me is because it's so rare to happen in modern UFC. Is that Piotr Yan goes in, he fights for a title, and he loses. Fine. So what does he do? He trucks his way back down the rankings and picks somebody that's not 2 or 3 or 4, and he says, "Okay, Sean O'Malley, you're ranked." Whatever he's ranked, rankings are wolf tickets anyway. We've learned this, and he goes out and he takes the fight. And if he wins, maybe he then goes and fights Corey Sandhagen again, or an Aljo, or this or that, or the next thing, and then we see him in a title shot. And I think that's something that we should give Piotr Yan not necessarily credit for because it's the right way to do it, but credit in terms of it not being the done thing in modern times, right?
Yeah, 100%, 100%, and. I that's the way it always used to be going down. And when you lost your title shot, you were put down there. You were putting nearly 2 or 3 fights in, if not 3, and then you had to prove your way to get back to the top. But I feel, yeah, we're just making rematches willy-nilly nowadays. So I like this from Peter Yan. I like to see that as well, that slow build. It also builds anticipation as well for the fights. I thought Max Holloway did an excellent job of doing that in the featherweight division as well. Obviously, it didn't go to plan for him after he got beaten by Volkanovski, but it's just this. Max Holloway is doing it right, Peter Yan is doing it right, and Justin Gaethje is not doing it right. He's just living off expectations of getting that title shot, even though he doesn't deserve it at all. And if there's anyone who needs to work his way back up to the top, it's him, because he basically only had 1 win and got 2 title shots off of that, and massively failed in both of those title shots as well.
Can I just change the subject slightly?
Yeah.
Either Ian or Spencer or Andy, frankly, how are you scoring this? Because both of them are landing.
I'm not watching it close enough. I think if we're going to be given any scoring thoughts on this in the live stream.
I was just thinking, Jesus, I forgot there's a fight going on here.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't say that. I couldn't. I watched the first round closely, and I couldn't really say. I don't know.
It's difficult. Like, Arman is obviously wearing more damage. Now, I don't know how damage, like physical, tangible damage, is scored, but he's certainly landing impactful shots on Dobson. And that's not to say Dobson isn't landing backwards, but in terms of that, it's a close fight. Like, Spencer is physical damage to the face scored? Is that a result? Is that seen as a result of impactful shots? Like, how are you scoring this?
I'm scoring it for Petrosian, just from a volume overall greater effectiveness standpoint. Dobson is very much throwing singles, whereas Petrosian will put some combinations together, and he's just the more comfortable of the two. This is one of those fights, though, where one guy's wearing it a little bit, and it's not bad, and the other guy just looks fine, but he's like, Dobson's the one that's been on the receiving end of things more, but he looks fine. Right? There's no visible damage. And so this is one of those fights where you hope there are seasoned, experienced officials scoring this fight that understand what they're watching, that know that just because there's a little cut above his eye, which can be from any number of things, and there's a little mouse under, like, Petrosian's one of those guys. I think we've seen him bleed in all of his fights in the UFC. He gets cut a little bit. He's a little thin-skinned, and I don't mean that he's, easy to get riled up. But some guys just cut, some guys just bleed. And so is it because AJ Dobson is landing big, crushing blows? Not really. And the reverse of that is that Petrosian's doing largely good work that you expected him to do in this sort of stylistic profile. And so I think that'll be the way it's scored. I think that's, for me, it's the way I'm scoring it. We'll see if the judges that are there and in charge of this fight see it the same way.
So I'm going to be far less articulate than that, but my overarching emotional response, or I guess logical response, my conscious response to this was that Petrosian was doing more and was landing more impactful strikes. But I don't know in the scoring criteria how physical, tangible damage is scored, or whether it even is scored. I don't know.
I don't think you're necessarily looking at who's bleeding and who isn't, right? Because we've seen lots of fights where one guy's cut and the other guy isn't. And
one elbow on its own could destroy someone's face. You know what I mean? And
right.
It's got to be. It's looking for what's contributing to the end of the fight. At the end of the day, like, as basic as looking at a Tekken bar or a Street Fighter and seeing their damage go down.
Dobson's looking disappointed after the fight. He's saying fuck to his corner. He doesn't feel that he's after getting the win in this fight. After loosely watching and an uneducated opinion, I feel that Petrosian is likely going to take the decision here as well. He looked to be landing the cleaner shots, looked to be like towards the end of the fight, seemed to have won the kind of distance and control kind of fight that they were going in there. He looked like he was getting off first. And I kind of kind of foresee that happening with him. He'll always settle into the fights a little bit better, but he seems fairly happy after this fight that he's got the job done.
30-27 across the board, but it looks things. What time is it in? Are you got lads in the same time zone in Canada?
Spencer's like an hour behind me.
Ooh, morning card.
So it's like, so it's on. It's 10 o'clock, 10 past 10 in the morning here, and it's probably 10 past 9. Fucking grand, man. I was wide awake since 6 o'clock this morning. I can't wait.
Christmas morning.
It's easy to fucking wake up.
We heard the neighbor watching Family Guy episodes at a ridiculous volume. And then at 5:15, I just woke up because I was like, well, this is what time I generally get up in the morning, so I guess I'm getting up. Jumped in the shower, wrote a feature on Roman Dolidze, and here we are.
Like, this is perfect for us because we're up early in the morning. You might be doing something in regards to MMA on a Saturday morning anyway, but now to have the fights out of the way by 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon means that we get the fights done and we get to have a Saturday night to ourselves, which isn't all that forthcoming as well.
I actually think morning MMA is the best MMA. Like you get up, have a cup of tea or coffee, and stick some fights on.
Yeah. Especially look when they're good fights. These fights fucking sell themselves. Sometimes I'm up early sometimes watching a couple of Ireland cards as well. And when you go through a regional show card and then you get to a fucking shitty fight night card, it's struggle city now for me to get through the UFC cards, but not for this one. This sells itself. 30-27 across the board, was it, lads, for that one?
Yeah.
Perfect. It's official now. It's official now because it's up on SevereMMA.com. Anyone is looking for the updated results. Edgar, shout out from Aiden there. Edgar Kite, great addition to the team. Let me add. We
read the rest of Aiden's messages.
He's given me my legal name in here.
Yeah,
somebody asked in the Patreon chat on Twitter what the E stands for. So I gave the explanation, and then Aiden's coming out here and just full naming me. Jesus, it's like my mother's here.
He'll be doxing you next.
Giving me shit or something. I haven't been called Edgar in years.
You know you're in trouble when you're being called Edgar. Is that right?
Yeah, that's the way it is, right? Like nobody ever, for the life of me, the only time I ever heard it was when it was the full name, when I got the Edgar Spencer Kite treatment. That was, okay, I'm in trouble. I better hide. Not sure what I did, but she's coming to smash me. So I got to go.
Spencer, I'm going to ask you a question that will only kind of mean something to us. Are we going over to TSN now, or are we still on Fight Pass?
We are going over to TSN. I just got this event has ended.
Yeah, so did I, but that came up that has come up in between rounds.
Stupid thing about watching UFC events in Canada is I will be on 3 platforms for each different tier of these fights.
Fucking I hate it, buddy. All right, there's more of us here. We'll try and align ourselves up as best as we can. I think the TSN app will allow me to pause a little bit easier anyway, but we'll see. We'll make do with what we can. But next, excuse me, I'm getting distracted here. I need to pull up these results first. We have Abubakar Nurmagomedov against Gazayev. Next.
That's a mouthful.
That is a mouthful. Gesundheit. Bless you. Every time we say that. What do you think about this one, Spence? How do you see? Is Abubakar any relation to Habib? They're cousins?
He's in that cousin range, yeah. I mean, I took Omar Gadziev as an underdog play. Just I'm not that high on Abubakar Nurmagomedov. I haven't been. He lost his debut to David Zavada. He didn't look great against Jared Gordon, who he should have just absolutely trucked. Sorry, Jared Gooden, not Jared Gordon. See, same thing as Harry.
His nickname is Truck though as well, so that's an easy mistake to make, isn't it? Jared Truck Gordon? No,
that's Eddie Truck Gordon.
Eddie Truck.
And then there's Jared Flash Gordon, and then there's Jared the Night Train Gooden.
Jesus,
too much. Right. It's too much. But yeah, I I'm interested to see. Omar Gaziev's a bit more attacking than Manap is, and so I'm interested to see how that goes.
Yeah, I am too. This is going to be a good. This is a good matchup again. I feel after this one, the pendulum shifts on the card though as well. I think, after this one we have Volkan Ozdemir and Krylov. The card was really starting to kind of kick on again from what it was at the start. A couple of good fights already. If anyone has missed it, Lena Landsberg or Carl Rosa defeated Lena Landsberg by unanimous decision. Mohamed Makhachev armbar round 3 against Malcolm Gordon, and Armin Petrosian's just got a unanimous decision win over AJ Dobson. We're going into Abu Bakr Nurmagomedov versus Ghazi Omargazayev. I'm just going to say that over and over again because I practiced those two names and I just want to show off that I can say them. Welterweight division. 13-1 Omargazayev, 16-3-1 Abu Bakr Nurmagomedov. I'd be very surprised if I didn't see any grappling exchanges in this fight. What fight are you most looking forward to on the card, Andy? What fight have you been thinking the most about, on the lead up to this?
It's the main event. It just has to be that one. It's the easy comparison to make, but it's applicable. It's the better version of Tony Khabib that we never got. And I still don't know. Like, I picked Islam Makhachev to get the job done. I think I thought at a moment in time that he will sub him, but I haven't a clue really. Like, this is I've no idea.
That's it. That's what I was going to ask you next. I think picking him to win by submission is not really like out of the left field. My curiosity got the better of me when I saw in round 2. You think he can get the job? You think he has the ability to get him down early and kind of get him out of there early? I'm not saying that he doesn't.
I haven't a fucking clue.
Yeah,
I'm throwing it I'm not throwing a dart at the board, but like, I think it could be quite chaotic at first. I don't know. I just have I have a tendency to doubt fighters, and for some reason this time around,
or is that me?
Oh,
what's that?
Oh, sorry. It looked like we had frozen Andy for a minute, but I think it might have been my feed here as
we're all good. We're all good.
Knees.
So you're
back. Right. We're back in action. Yeah, no, I maybe round 2 might be a little bit early, but I'm just kind of done doubting. See, it's a weird one. There are 2 fighters who I feel like every time they fight, it's like the next one I feel like, okay, how will they do this time? How will they do this time? And I have a tendency to doubt them. And I think my reasoning for picking Makhachev is more that I'm less willing to doubt him this time than I am Charles Oliveira, rather than any sort of really confident pick.
Yeah, no, it's fair assessment. Like, I mean, that's my kind of assessment. And my pick was, like, I went the same. I went for an early finish as well, except I feel, Charles has the ability to kind of catch him and drop him and finish him early. Will he be looking to try and hurt him and initiate grappling exchanges? I think that gives Makhachev the ability to maybe recover, to kind of maybe scramble, play it safe, and then he's in his world on the ground then as well. So, I mean, my 2 major picks would be maybe an early stoppage for Charles, or Makhachev to bring it into deep waters, either win a decision or get him out of there maybe later on in the fight. But yeah, I'm kind of the same as you, whereas like I have to, like, the only way I can kind of explain it is I just have a fucking feeling. There's something inside me is saying that Charles is going to do it. But this is a fight where, like, one of a many number of things could happen in it. Like, and that's what we were saying on the preview show. This makes it such a good fucking fight. Like,
it's one of those ones where I feel like we'll see it. This won't be the only time they'll fight.
No. We could see these guys fighting a couple of times for sure. And yeah, man, it's a good one. It's like, I've been convinced with Makhachev, but I've doubted him, and that's why I've picked Charles here. if he wins this fight, it may be the last time that I ever doubt Makhachev for a long time, you know. So I think if we were to solely look at just the grappling here, that's a mistake, because I feel, you know, Charles and his team have to be looking at the power advantage on the feet and getting those shots off, and how good he is in the pocket as well. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. It's going to be an interesting one. We're well underway here anyway on Nurmagomedov and Amargaya.
Backers after getting out there anyway.
Yeah. Being surprised with what you're seeing so far, Spencer? Anything going on that out of the ordinary that you're expecting in this fight so far?
No, I mean it's been pretty much what I expected, right? Like Nurmagomedov is a very deliberate fighter. It's 1-2s, it's technical, it's what we're seeing right now. They're like happy to grind on you from top position and work his way, if he can, to more dominant spots, and not really attacking, but keeping you against the ground, against the fence, or against the ground with your shoulders to the mat. And Omargadzhiev like started a bunch of this, but he was the one that, you know, threw a combination and hit a level change and hit a takedown, and then was on a neck a little bit trying to find something that wasn't there and ends up on the bottom. But you see him even from the bottom, he's tying up, but he's also looking to get his butterflies in, and he's looking to get up, and he's just the more active of the two. And so that was the reason for my pick. And I'm just curious to see, as they keep going here, can he continue to be a little more active, and whether that activity weighs more than, you know, top position where not a lot is happening.
Yeah, because that's going to be, I feel, a key going in mixed martial arts for the next couple of years, with a better understanding of how the fights are scored. The knowledge and the kind of training that you're going to want to put in if you're looking to get a fighter on his back is that you're going to have to be landing strikes on top. And I think that's going to be like a major factor in and a changing point in how fighters are preparing for fights. It's not so late, get out of that kind of lay and pray mentality into trying to get shots off. Now that does one of a number of things. Obviously makes the fights easier for judges to score, but when you are kind of posturing up trying to land strikes, it also leaves openings for sweeps. It also leaves openings for other fighters to get back up to your feet. So it's finding that fine line of control and damage.
Well, and it's understanding that difference between, so like the UFC will throw up these control time or top position time stats. And it's like, well, for the first, I don't know, probably 30 seconds of that control time that Manov lands there, it's because he's kind of just stuck with his neck wrapped up a little bit, and he's got to be patient and do the right things to make sure that he doesn't get stuck in a choke. And so it's not really useful, productive, offensive control time. It's just that he's in top position. And I think more and more people are learning the difference between those two things. And as you said, as we go forward, it's going to be interesting to see how much just being in top continues to be rewarded versus it being a situation where we're looking for activity. But I think this as it is playing out here now in this first minute of the second round is more of what I expected or was hoping for, with attack and defend, scramble situations, kind of figuring out each other as we progress through chaining of grappling between these two.
It's absolutely crazy how insanely hard it actually is. It doesn't look too hard when someone is there trying to posture up and land strikes, but when you're in the heat of the moment and guys are looking for position, it's so hard. It's one thing that really surprised me, how difficult it is to actually secure that position, to get up and to land those strikes as well. It's so much harder than it looks.
Second time tonight, we've gotten an illegal knee with Łukasz Bolshaki as the referee, pausing it immediately. Second time in 2 fights for Omargadzhiev in the UFC, where he's been kneed while downed, happened in the Kyle Bahio fight proved to be the end of that fight. I mean, we'll see what my guy Feather Tattoo on the neck has to say about continuing, but you know, you got to feel for Omar Gadzhiev. 2 fights in the UFC, and he's been blasted with an illegal knee both times. And we'll see here if Ugas Bolshaki takes the point right away like he did against Karol Hossa, or if he just gives a warning here. Gives the warning, which I'm good with. I'm okay with. I appreciate that in the Karol Hossa fight, he took it right away. This was more of Omar Gadzhiev playing the hand on the ground game, the 3 points of contact game. So cool with just the warning.
Shout out to Ben Cartilage as well, who's on this fight. I see him on cage side, I think.
I think you lads are a solid minute ahead of me in my my BT Sports stream here.
Yeah, we've just spoiled half the round for him.
I was like, what are you talking about, illegal knee?
Spoiler alert. I think me and you, Spence, might be on the same one now. I'm at like what? I'm at 3 minutes 10.
Yeah, I'm at 3:05 on TSN.
Yeah, we're close. Yeah, we're close. We're close.
Welcome back, Harry. How are the biscuits?
Exactly the same.
I got a 16 pack of Penguin bars at a British shop yesterday. I don't know whether you know a Penguin bar, Spencer. Yeah. I don't know if they were big over here, but 16 of them for $7, a great price. You couldn't turn it down, lads. You couldn't turn it down. Penguin bars, pound for pound, one of the best bars that you could eat with a mug of tea or coffee.
I'm aware of a Penguin
And the
bar.
shittest jokes on them.
Oh yeah, the brutal jokes. But
It was always polar bear jokes, was it?
Yeah.
For some reason.
Yeah.
Even though it was a penguin bar.
I actually saw one really good one on at one time, but I can't remember what it was. But yeah, the majority of the time they're naff jokes.
Abu Bakr, not the most exciting fighter to watch, I have to say.
No. This is kind of fight that is kind of going as I expected. Lots of heavy grappling exchanges.
He's apparently a 3-time bronze medalist at the World Combat Sambo Games.
Fair play to him. I saw
one little tidbit. Famously involved in the scuffle between Dylan Dennis and Khabib and McGregor.
Oh, it was Omar Gadzhiev was one of those guys. I thought that was
no, Abu Bakr was.
Abu Bakr was, yeah. Tagayev was as well, who was fighting next, I think.
I think that
that's off. That's off now, yeah. Actually, Lucas Almeida. Yeah. Botched. Jesus, they didn't spare Tagayev on Tapology over here. Reason that the fight got full, Tagayev botched weight cut. Harsh.
Really kick him while he's down.
Yeah. Where are you at in this fight, Harry?
Exactly the same place as you, sir. 45 seconds.
Gadoosh. Nice.
It must be my above board BT Sports stream.
Oh. Keeping it above board, hey?
Those moments there of Omar Gadzhiev chasing stuff, and admittedly, it's just chasing, is why I took him as a live dog on the betting show this week. Hasn't worked out yet. I just, like, even in that sequence prior to this where they were grappling in the center where Magomedov landed back on top, it looked like he got clipped a little bit with one of the up kicks, and he's just so content to be there and not do much. But I think it's going to be effective enough to get the nod, but we shall see.
I think going for that knee bar or whatever he was trying to go for was like, please stop hitting me in the face for a few minutes. I'm going to throw this out.
For sure.
But yeah, it doesn't seem to have any answers off his back, Omar Gadzhiev. between rounds. You're probably only finishing up the round now, Andy.
I am indeed. Pair them lying on top of each other here.
So I think we have Nurmagomedov 2 rounds up here. I think coming into round 3. Everyone in agreement with that?
Yeah. Didn't realize that Nurmagomedov fought Pavel Kuch back in the PFL.
Who's that?
Nurmagomedov fought Pavel Kuch. Is that his name? Pavel Kuch. Famously beaten by Chris Fields for the Cage Warriors middleweight title back in the day.
Right. That's right.
It's your Irish MMA fact of the day.
Yeah, nice.
The only input I can provide here.
Bit of Irish MMA trivia there. I love it. I love it. Both of these guys looking fairly laboured in their approach now. I think tired after the escapades of round 1 and round 2.
Gaziev's body is compromised, I think. Like,
yeah, he looks.
Nurmagomedov landed, really caused a reaction.
Ooh.
He feels like
kind of needs to throw the kitchen sink at him here, doesn't he?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think so.
he does definitely. Yeah, definitely does, Andy.
He feels to me now, in seeing him through almost 2 full fights, or the first fight wasn't a completely full fight. Like he's a perfect UFC tweener that doesn't have a proper division, and is probably just like, not to disparage his overall skill set, but is probably best suited to be a PFL middleweight.
Yes.
Like I would bet you that some of this, as Harry said, body looking a little bit hurt and labored, is because of the cut down to welterweight, but he cuts down to welterweight because he's a little overmatched against Caio Borralho last time out, who was probably better served being a light heavyweight, if we're being honest. And so be interesting to see now if he falls to 0-2, what the future holds for him in the UFC. Just a year after graduating from the Contender Series.
Indeed.
And
I
this
don't
being
think
back-to-back graduates of the Contender Series who fall to 0-2 in the UFC.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
Those sweet cheap contracts though. He's looked tired in round 3, hasn't he? Like he's kind of winging shots.
Yeah, both of them looked really tired. I'd say Omar Gazayev is definitely more tired. Like Harry said, is feeling rounds 1 and rounds 2 a lot more. Looks laboured, sloppy on the feet. Guard isn't up anymore.
Oh boy.
I thought he got clipped there with something, but that didn't happen.
It's a high kick.
Yeah.
I think if Nurmagomedov put his foot on the gas, you could get him out of here.
That's what I was just going to say. Nurmagomedov needs to kind of approach this like Makhachev approached the end of his fight, and maybe turn it up a little bit and try and get the finish, because I think it's there. It's there. He could even get it on the feet, Harry. What do you reckon?
Absolutely. The straight 1-2s are really knocking the head back of Omar Gazayev.
Yeah.
And if you land like he threw the high kick after it, just throw another one. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Spam that shit.
Yeah. Or go back to the body, see if you can cause his hands to drop. Just a tiny bit of variety here, I think.
Like just choosing to kind of, in a kind of variated north-south position here, to sprawl in the takedown attempt. Just separate here. Just separate and land your shots.
Yeah. He doesn't have proper head control in the front headlock. He's not going to drop him. Even if he does drop him, this is all energy conservation from Nurmagomedov.
He's just stalling here, isn't it? Yeah. He's just, I'm safe here. I'm happy here. This is what we're going to do. Omar Gazayev trying his hardest to turn the corner. It's not happening.
Nah, he's given up back control. Oh, I don't know about that, Basaki. Yeah, he's warned him. Fair enough.
Yeah, kick a little bit of a kick into the head there. Come on, let him up. There you go. So,
What time are you lads on now? How long's left?
10 seconds left in the fight.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was just a fight that happened. I think. Hey guys, what do you reckon?
I mean, again, we saw from Nurmagomedov that there are portions of his game that are pretty good. You know, like clearly he can scramble, clearly he can grapple, clearly he can dominate positions if he has to. Omargazayev is obviously from the same school of wrestling, or same school of grappling, sorry, that Nurmagomedov is from, and was able to scramble in certain positions. We obviously saw him attack things far more than we saw Nurmagomedov attack things. But I just feel like the portions of his striking that are great lack with the efficiency of his strikes and the toll that takes on his gas tank. You know, in what's Islam Makhachev come out and said in his recent interviews about the camp that Khabib puts on. He's like, this guy kills us. He makes us in such amazing shape, such amazing cardio. He forces us through this ringer. And I mean, I'm not saying it wasn't a taxing fight. Every fight is taxing, but a lot of that was based on Nurmagomedov's terms. It was things that he was initiating. Those are the things that should be the more efficient parts of your game. And yeah, I think with a far better gas tank than Nurmagomedov could have been an interesting fighter. But can we just point out the fucking size of Khabib?
Yeah,
Like,
he's fucking huge.
A fueled man fighting at welterweight, and Khabib looks a weight class and a half above him. Like, Jesus Christ, he's a big boy now. But yeah, I mean, for Omargazayev, it just feels like he's missing some of those transitional elements, you know?
Yeah, I feel maybe it can be very harsh, but I'd say this is the kind of positioning that likely both of these fighters are going to have to be fighting on cards going forward. Like maybe with Nurmagomedov, you might see him pop up maybe on an odd main card here or there for a fight night, but I don't know if he has it to kind of make a. I don't think he has it in him to make a run at 170, or even. I don't know. Or even maybe I think I'd have him struggling. Maybe he has the ability to break the top 15, but he's going to have very tough, close fights in the top 15. What do you guys think?
100% agree. 100%.
Yeah, can't see him anywhere near top 15, to be honest.
I just think that whilst the grappling is the X factor, there's not enough on the feet, right? And there'll be people that will be able to stop those takedowns, especially at welterweight, and there'll be people that will punish him on the feet for just having. I'm saying just having. I don't mean that disrespectfully, but just having a really, really nice 1-2 isn't going to be enough. I don't think the grappling is elite enough that will allow a 1-2 to be enough on the feet. But look, I mean, if he keeps winning fights, you're going to have to give him somebody. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. For sure. For sure. But yeah, Ozdemir versus Krylov next. Hopefully that'll be a little bit more exciting.
Possibly.
Like it has potential to be really exciting, but it also has potential to be really shit as well.
It'll be one round, I reckon.
Yeah, someone's going to go.
Okay, so yeah.
Oh my goodness. The hard hasn't really took off into life yet, really, hasn't it? Not.
It's interesting. Like, I wonder whether some of this is a viewer mental state thing. Like, yes, okay, Karl Hossa and Leland Landsberg was a fight that happened. I think we all invested quite heavily in Makhachev coming out and having a great performance. And I mean, he still got the finish, but I don't think it was the performance we were necessarily expecting. Petrosian and Dobson was a good fight, right? Like, but I think we have such a top heavy card in those. What I mean by that is that the three at the top are so good that all of these fights, if we were watching them on a fight night card with, a whatever main event, we'd be enjoying these fights, right? These would be fights that we'd be talking about and we'd be enjoying. But because we have such high expectations of what some of those main card fights are going to give us, we hope, we're looking at these fights with a different lens. I also think there is something to you guys getting up at 6 a.m. and watching fights at 8 a.m. I know that's something that happens sometimes for you guys, but equally for us on this part of the world, I think there's certainly something to this is so out of the norm that your brain isn't quite set to watch these fights and maybe take these in as.
I'll be honest, a good fight is a good fight no matter what time of the day I look at it. And I'm not saying they're brutal fights, not edge of the seat, no crazy knockout, no mad submission yet. Nothing nothing worthy of getting us out of our seat yet. But still, I agree with you. Decent fights and probably being overly critical, but we need something big. We need something big to kick this card into life. Need the light heavyweights.
Once that Sean Brady fight starts, that's when the card really starts. I feel like.
Yeah.
What you want is a night, whichever one of them really, but Ozdemir with a big fucking brutal knockout here in the first round.
I think if something's finished, it's probably not Ozdemir. It's probably not Krylov, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree.
Chin's suspect, and he hasn't looked the same in recent fights. I mean, the Paul Craig fight turned out to be a nice stylistic matchup, as he pulled guard and whatever. But yeah, I think could we see Krylov sub Ozdemir? Maybe.
We might.
Craig didn't really give anything for Ozdemir in his last fight as well. Like, it wasn't a.
Well, it was Craig trying to do Craig things, and those decided not.
Yeah.
Dio lay down on my back and hit me in the face tactic from Paul Craig didn't really work for him the last fight.
I know I dipped out as you guys were starting to have the conversation of is it fan expectation? It hasn't quite lived up to what we thought thus far. It's giving me very serious UFC 189 vibes. So if you remember all the excitement about that fight card, right? Conor and Chad Mendes after the Aldo fight falls through. I was there and we were all sort of like, the buzz was there from the get-go. And the first 5 fights were all decisions. And it felt very like, oh my God, this is going to be one of those cards that it doesn't quite deliver. I was sitting next to veteran MMA journalist Matt Erickson, and we kind of looked at each other and looked at the card and we're like, wait, Matt Brown's coming out here in a minute and he's going to beat the holy hell out of somebody. He's facing Tim Means. These two psychos are going to get after it. And from that point forward was just ridiculous. So Matt Brown beat Tim Means in the first round. Thomas Almeida came out and hit Brad Pickett with a flying knee. Gunny subbed Brandon Thatch. Jeremy Stevens then one-upped Thomas Almeida's flying knee by hitting Dennis Bermudez with one. Then Robbie Lawler and Rory McDonald went into the history books. And then Conor did Conor things against Chad Mendes. And none of us were thinking about those first 5 fights of the night. I have 100%. A feeling this is going to be the same once we get
there was 5 fights in
Brady.
Yeah.
Like, couldn't tell me who else was on that card. And like, Cody Garbrandt was one of the fights on that card, right? It was the fight where he walked out to the octagon with Maddox Maple, the kid from back home that had cancer that they made the pledge to each other. The game is packed for winning the title. That Maddox was then in the cage with him when he won the belt from Dom. But like, you wouldn't remember anything else that was on that card because once we got to the good stuff, it was just great. And we forgot all about the slow start to the night.
Please hope to God that you're right about this one too, but I have a feeling that you will.
Dear God,
I think it'll be fucking class. I think that once Brady Muhammad comes on, and even that fight might not be the most. That has the ability, to be a bit of a grapple heavy one, but
it's because there's a little bit as the card goes on, there's a little bit more meaning around the fights that are going to as well. So even if it's not as exciting, at least you have, if he gets the win here, who's he going to call out or who will you fight him next? Guys like fucking Nurmagomedov and Nurmagomedov, I couldn't give two fucks about either of those guys. They're probably not going to break the top 15. Lackluster fight. Harry will be giving it to move along tomorrow and the next day takeaways. Come
We
on.
just won't even touch it.
Yeah, just move it
I mean,
along.
that's probably just like that Nurmagomedov place is just a filler for the Abu Dhabi crowd.
100%, and you have to have those fights on those cards as well. They have to happen. But
and to go against my own countrymen, seeing as you brought up 189, like those early prelims, it was Carl Pendrin, it was Neil Seary that were put on there as, you know, the Irish guys to serve the table for Connor's fight later that night, and it obviously didn't go well for either of them.
Yeah, wasn't a good night for those lads. I wasn't going to mention it amongst Irish and UK representatives. I'm not that stupid. That's why you won't see me jump into a whole bunch of different conversations that happen, even though I now represent SevereMMA, because I ain't wading into those fucking waters as a Canadian. Screw that.
I know, do.
You've only been introduced into the group.
These boys ain't fucking about.
Anything that we've just said, forget all that.
Oh, here we go. This is the fight. This is it. Holy shit.
Ozdemir looks good. Ozdemir looks like he's in shape.
I have a feeling
he's had a
that
bit of cupping
Ozdemir's got a
recently.
little bit of like,
these boys said,
you fuckers forget
this.
that I fought for the title and deservedly so to him right now. Like,
you know, it feels actually, Spencer, a little bit like the Pantoja performance, where Ozdemir came out. Krylov came out and thought, I will have a competitive skill versus occasion, and Ozdemir's like, what's that? I like fighting.
Right. You want to do these technical things, Alex Perez? Fuck you. I take your neck.
Yeah.
Oh.
Nikita Krylov coming in there with that back tap, but nothing like Mr. Powell's back tap that he has there. Pound for pound #1 back tap in the business.
Oh, here we go. This is the fight we wanted to get things going.
Things have settled down.
I likened this a little to the Johnny Walker Iwan Kutilaba fight when I was breaking it down on the predictions in the betting show. Like, we sort of forget how good Ozdemir was or is because the losses have been there, but it's been against good competition. I say that now as Nikita Krylov is starting to have some more success in the grappling department, but that's what it felt like to me.
I thought Ozdemir hurt him there in the clinch a little bit. Kind of forced Krylov to come in for this takedown.
Where are you, Ian? What minute?
3:11, 3:10.
Okay.
Oh,
somehow I'm now ahead of you.
What?
Yeah, I'm at 2:55.
I'm now with
at 3:48, lads. Hang on.
I'm now with Spencer. Yeah.
Let me check here.
But Krylov's done a really good job of just riding the storm, right? Even in Ozdemir's earlier fights, it was the first 2.5 minutes to first 5 minutes that were the really, really dangerous portions. And then after that, he settled into a game where it was a little bit more technical, a little bit more tactical. And he's done a great job of stuffing the takedowns here, obviously. And that's something that's important for sure against Krylov. But Krylov's still in this, you know?
Krylov is looking fucking tired, nose cut up. The grappling exchanges are getting to him, but he's definitely still in it.
Yeah, I might have lied. There's a possibility that I've lied here. Oh. Oh, Ian, you're in for a treat.
Oh!
Yeah. But I gotta say, like, from a fight IQ perspective, I don't understand what Krylov is doing here. Like, he absolutely hurt Ozdemir with that shot. Ozdemir's reeling, he's backing up, and Krylov says, okay, cool, let me try and take you down with 1:40 left. Like, and he's pulling his hips on top of him. This is horrendous. The fact that he's taken the back here makes me very sad for Volkan Ozdemir. Very, very sad.
Oh. And this has kind of been the problem that we've seen with Ozdemir. You know, obviously big power, but struggles when the fight gets down. He's in big trouble here. Ozdemir is in big trouble. He's trying to peel away the hand.
He's misaligned his spine, but Krylov is doing a good job of bridging into the side of the back, right? The choke isn't, exactly. The choke isn't quite on as the spine is.
He just adjusted a little bit. Oh, that's some nice work. Did Krylov kind of rush that a little bit too much for your liking, Harry?
Yeah, so as I was saying, like he'd misaligned the spine, right? Ozdemir had misaligned his spine, meaning that even if Krylov was able to get the choke locked, which he wasn't fully able to get the choke locked because Ozdemir did a good job of fighting the secondary hand, he was able to gut out the choke and tuck his chin into it just a touch. Krylov then should have gone to a body triangle, didn't go to a body triangle, did a good job of bridging into Ozdemir's back, but should have relinquished the choke and gone back to a more dominant, either a seatbelt or a double overs or a double unders and gone from there. But instead, he just decided he was going to squeeze, and then obviously
exactly. And now he finds himself on the bottom in side control, eating shots, manages to get back up to his feet, and then looks fucking tired. Exciting first round, though, guys. That was a good one.
Absolutely.
There's no way they can keep that pace up, though.
Oh no, this is going to be a slog the rest of the way.
Yeah, they fucking went.
They're now fighting in molasses for the rest of this fight.
Yeah.
This one's going to the tar pits, boys.
Oh,
they're now acting how my gigantic dog is. Came in here hell for leather, storming about, have to have an interest. Now he's snoring next to me on the couch, just back to being exhausted after
not able for that
30 minutes of
wasn't able for the early lack of action on this card, Spencer. He's gone to sleep. We're going to have to wake him back up.
Yeah.
No, many people at
the more this big bastard will settle, the better it is. The better chance he has going forward.
Ozdemir definitely looking the fresher of the two.
Oh, for sure. I mean, he barely took any punishment in comparison to Krylov, right? There was the one. Oh, forget everything I've just said. Forget it all. Never mind.
He's taking some now, though.
Jesus Christ.
He's always been a guy that is obviously far more offensive than defensively responsible. And it's been his downfall in the fights he's lost, right? He goes out looking for just pure offense and leaves that chin up in the air and takes some shots.
I think he's a reliance on power, right? Like he knows he obviously carries power. That's great going down the fence, though. Really nice. But oh, never mind. Yeah, it's a reliance on power, a reliance on being able to just outland guys in the pocket and be more offensive than guys. And that's a problem, right?
I was just about to give him credit for having feet on hips and looking to create space and work up quickly, or at least get Krylov off him quickly, and then he locked up his close guard.
These things happen in MMA.
How are you scoring this, Spencer? It's round one, maybe at the very least.
Oof.
Close one, isn't it? It's a tough one to score.
I think it's probably Krylov because the sequence towards the latter stages of the round that he backed him up and put him on the canvas and then gets into top position, it didn't look particularly great for Ozdemir. I don't know if he was hurt. He was threatening with the choke. So those are the biggest moments to me. It sort of fits with what Harry was just saying of Volkan relies on offense and relies on being able to land the bigger shot. And so he's always in it. He can land something here and reverse this very quickly. But he tends to be a guy that now at this stage of his career gets behind a lot.
Ooh, that's a lovely ducking uppercut. Krylov is very frustrating though. Like you'll see now, just before the 2-minute mark, he lands a couple of really nice shots, and then as Ozdemir's on the cage, instead of picking his shots and offering a dilemma where Ozdemir either has to blow his way out of the pocket or pick a side and end up running into something, he just shoots a takedown. And
Yeah.
like, okay, cool, you've shot a takedown. You've taken him down, that's fine. But where you could have hurt him and possibly led towards a finish, you're now in close guard.
Francisco Trinaldo fight tactics right there.
I mean, that's slightly disrespectful, but I'm with you. Fucking Francisco.
But yeah, similar enough maybe than what we've seen in round one. Couple of decent striking exchanges. Krylov choosing to hurt Ozdemir and take him down. That's where we're seeing the fight play out right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you can score the first round for Krylov. Like, okay, he got close to finishing the fight, but Ozdemir landed a lot of impactful strikes, right?
He did, yeah.
And yes, okay, Krylov did some of the striking things too. Obviously, I'm not disputing that, but it felt like the opening stanza was Krylov getting battered, you know? Oh, wow. If Ozdemir finishes Krylov with a submission, that will be brilliant.
Triangle. Paul Craig is shouting at the TV now at home watching this. Throw it up, throw it up.
Yeah. Do it. Triangle him. Do it.
In other news, we're 25
he really
minutes
does
in.
leave those arms in positions where he's just asking to be attacked.
Yeah. Spencer, if you're in the Krylov corner, what do you tell him?
If I'm in the Krylov corner, I tell him more of exactly what we saw that round. I know you aren't, and like I'm not necessarily a fan of sting him and then take him to the canvas, but it's successful, right? It continues him moving forward. It's been effective. Ozdemir doesn't seem to have either a way to work up or an ability to find anything on the ground. And so put him back there. Grind out these 5 minutes, get your win, go home. And if I'm Andreas Michael in Ozdemir's corner, it's you need to find this man's chin. You need to do everything you can to not get taken down, but you need to find something here because you might be down 0-2.
Yeah, he definitely lost round two. Round one for me could be a flip of a coin. So it'd be interesting to see how the judges score it. This is a big third round.
Absolutely, it is. Krylov certainly starting on the front foot.
Yeah.
Krylov has always been one of those guys to me that it feels like there's something else just around the corner, and he hasn't ever turned that corner. There's elements of his game that I like. I like his size. I like his dexterity with strikes and the kicking game and things like that. But it hasn't ever come all the way together. It probably means that it won't. And this is where he settles as a fighter. But again, like we talk about it regularly. It's okay being the 8th or 9th, 7th, 8th, 9th best light heavyweight in the UFC for the next 5 years if you're Nikita Krylov. Not that you want to settle for that, not that you want to just accept that that's your fate, but like we've seen him fight up against more experienced guys and more talented guys and not have the success. But he can hang out in this spot for 3, 4, 5 more years doing this, winning these sorts of fights.
Yeah. pretty much same old what we've seen through all 3 rounds here. Ozdemir is now on his back again.
Yep.
Close guard. Like, I mean, Harry, in this kind of scenario, merely opting for a fucking close guard and a close guard on its own is just simply not good enough at this stage when you need to get back up.
Yeah, I mean, close guard is a very defensive position for most fighters in MMA. You know, Paul Craig is the exception in some fashions, and there are some fighters that will attack off a close guard. But you know, you don't have gravity on your side. The guy on top generally controls his own posture. Basowski's standing them up. Excellent. Oh, it's Mark Goddard standing them up. Yeah, I think the aim of the game in MMA is to be on top, right? You're either standing or you're on top. Very, very rarely will an MMA fighter choose or opt to be on the bottom for obvious reasons. So if you're finding yourself in a closed guard, you've done something wrong and are doing something wrong. Now, of course, if you're in a closed guard and you've got insane jiu-jitsu and you're able to use that closed guard to your advantage, then fine. But predominantly, you should always be looking to get back up, right? Always be looking to get back up. Always be looking to create off balances to get back up.
Well, he's got back up since you've given that beautiful breakdown there. And
turn a light on, please hold.
Yeah. Krylov pushing hard again. I mean, with the expectation here, Spencer, of Krylov probably getting the win the way this third round has gone on. Like you said, you know, he's been in there with top level competition. What would you like to see for him next? I mean, it's probably asking him a bit too much to be throwing him in there, even with top 5 guys at this stage, where he's likely going to get beaten by all of those. Is he going to have to maybe get comfortable in being a gatekeeper?
I think you just sort of hold him as the guy in this position, right? As the gatekeeper to that upper tier. You can maybe give him somebody that's a little bit ahead of him if they're receding a little bit, like Anthony Smith when he gets healthy. If he needs a return to form fight, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Alexander Rakic, when he gets his knee healthy, wouldn't be a bad idea as just a test, right? As just a guy that makes sense. But for the most part, I think he's going to be the guy that faces the Jimmy Crutes and the whoever else is on their way up. Who beat Misha Serkinov last week?
Alonzo Menafield.
Yeah, like those fights, right? I think that's where Krylov is going to live.
I tell you what, I don't mind that fucking Jimmy Crute out there. That mightn't be a bad fight. I know Jimmy probably has a fight matched up pretty soon, does he?
I mean, he got hurt, right? He was out for the whole year. He blew his knee again. And so he's still in the process of coming back and growing out his mullet.
I also think that that's a performance that Ozdemir needs to... I mean, we're not going to see anything different from Ozdemir, sure, but it's a performance that once again has shown him that the weaknesses that he had previously have not been fixed. He tried to blow his gas tank in the first 30 seconds and tried to finish your man in the first 30 seconds, first minute and a half, whatever it was. Didn't do it, and it's exactly the same old story. I mean, this is one of the things that's the most frustrating is when you're a professional fighter and you're not able to make adjustments based on very, very obvious observations based on your game. And for us,
we don't want that up.
The same thing happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, for sure. It's like we've seen Volkan Ozdemir lose like that time and time again. And it just, that's what you need to be doing to him. You need to not exchange early. You need to look to take the fight down. And I know we were criticizing Krylov for doing that throughout the fight, but I think more so to what you were trying to say is doing that after you've hurt him, where you have the ability to maybe to get him out of there. It's like maybe picking and choosing a little bit different, but you know, it's worked for Krylov. It looks like he's going to get the job done here. I'm just going to mute here so I can get the scores.
I also think, and maybe we can expand on this point as we move into the next one, is just that fight is the epitome of entertainment versus winning. Like if you're in this for entertainment, then you're looking at Krylov and you're looking at Özdemir's first 2.5, 3 minutes, and you're saying, fuck me, this is entertainment. And then you're looking at the last 2 rounds and you're saying, well, Krylov is in there looking to win. And I struggle to I struggle to argue against it. I think there's certainly arguments for not taking opportunities to finish the fight when they were available, and I think Krylov certainly had some of those opportunities, but he went in there, he survived the first 2.5 minute onslaught, and then forced Özdemir to fight his game. And if that's not MMA, I don't know what is. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, shit, we can have this conversation and we can have the larger version of this and the many different avenues that it travels down anytime, because that's the dilemma, right? That's the challenge, is what do we value? It's what you talked with Brett Johns about. It's what we talk about just all the time, the three of us, as we discuss this sport. Like, is it go out there and do the thing that gets the victory, or is it just be entertaining? And because fans just, there's a segment of the fan base that just wants the entertainment, that just, they don't care who wins or loses. All they want is the action and the crazy and the wild.
And yet, I think there's room for both, really, isn't there?
Agreed.
And it's
this
trying
to me,
to find that
to me
balance.
is a good example of that. Like, there was very entertaining portions of this fight, but it's also, you see the skill and you see the importance of going out and doing the thing that gets you the victory, rather than just I think to me it's the difference between the conversation we've all had at different points, either doing these live streams just as we're watching fights or whatever, between an entertaining fight that is really kind of just sloppy and an entertaining fight that is technical and highly skilled. And I hope we get to a point that more people want and seek out entertaining and highly skilled, and not just entertaining who cares about the technique and where these people are in the division and the progression and those things, because there is room for both. And I think we'll be better off as a sport and as a fan base and as a collective if we get to having the appreciation for fights like Gamrot Saryukin above fights like Lucas Almeida and Mike Trezano earlier this year, or even, Teixeira Prohaska earlier this year.
Indeed.
As Shawnee's boy Kyle Bahayo comes to the octagon.
Sticking them. Look, we called it and it was actually you in particular, Spencer, that called it, where we had this discussion after Kai Bahayo made his appearance on Dana White's Contender Series. He was put immediately into a co-main event slot on a fight night card, followed with another co-main event slot in his last fight. Now we get a card placement on the undercard of probably on paper the biggest card of the year. It's, we speculated that the UFC were trying to push this guy. I don't think we can speculate anymore. It's definitely indeed what they're trying to do here.
Oh, for sure. This is showcase, but it's also it's a showcase opportunity, but it's also a test, right? Mahmoud Muradov is a step up than the two guys he's beaten. We've seen that. They've each fought earlier today. Armen Petrosyan looked okay in getting a win. Gadzhi Omargadzhiev got beaten by Abubakar Nurmagomedov, and there's sounds for Harry to enjoy from my phone. And so we'll see, right? This is a guy that's got 30 some odd fights, 35 fights, 33 fights, something like that. This is a different level of test for a guy that's clearly getting a run up the ladder a little bit.
He looks absolutely buzzing coming into this fight anyway. Serious energy from him.
Big energy, big opportunity for him here to come in here and get a good win as well against Muradov. When you're looking at Muradov here, are you looking at him obviously on the betting odds? He's the underdog, but would you consider him a live dog, Spencer? Do you think that Bahalio is just better, or what way do you see these guys matching up?
I think he's certainly a live dog just because of the success we've seen him have overall in the UFC at this level, right? He's fought sort of solid middle of the pack, lower middle of the pack guys throughout his UFC career, and he can have some success. The thing that's going to dictate it to me is how sort of the opening 5 minutes goes. If he can make this a striking battle, if he can keep this standing and force Bahalio to just strike with him, then that gives him more opportunity going forward. If he has to wrestle, he's going to tire, and Bahalio should win this fight rather handily.
Yeah, you're looking at that's kind of what Gerald Meerschaert chose to do with them the last time and end up getting him out of there in round 2 as well. Like, and if you're Kyle Bahalio in this fight, I think you're looking to try and do that kind of the same thing as well. Maybe strike with him, mix in your takedowns and see. I mean, he's got power, Muradov, 17 knockouts, finished 20 of his 25 wins. It's showing up on screen here, and is 114 now of his last 15 fights. So he's definitely no joke and definitely alive. What's the betting on this? He's a plus 180 underdog here. So yeah.
What's the story with his hand? He's a hand injury or something. He had 2 fights there that were cancelled. He had to pull out of both of them. One was a hand injury. Muradov.
Oh, I don't know. No idea.
If this is his 3rd booking in the last 2 months or a month or so.
I would imagine if it could be it might have been a weight issue either. Hold on, let me see. Sure, I can actually check it out. Hand injury, yeah. So I guess that's what they're saying on the Tapsology. And Muradov withdrew from the last fight as well, but he's here now. There ain't no going back out of this one.
Unless he does the old tap on the ground.
That's it, yeah. The old easy out.
Was it James Gallagher had an opponent do that? Someone had it.
Jeez, I don't know.
How about these tattoos as well? Fight or die. It's a bit extreme now.
Fight or die. What did he say? Fight or die?
It just says fight or die all across his arm.
Yeah,
only options that there are for this fella.
It's pretty extreme. All that being said, yeah,
they're not great tattoos. Like, let's be honest here.
Well, let's be honest. Though, in general, mixed martial artists and tattoos, it's not really nice tattoos.
Harry, you're the most heavily tattooed of the 4 of us.
Yeah, let's move over to our tattoo expert.
Yeah.
Go to the tattoo expert on the quality and placement and consistency of Kyle Bahalio's tattoos.
Jesus. I'm not sure I'd get Free Spirit tattooed on my neck.
On a scale of Alan Belcher's Johnny Cash's tattoo, how bad is?
Yeah, it's not that bad now. I mean,
which would you go for first? Would you go for fight or die or Free Spirit?
Probably Free Spirit, but not on my neck.
So if you had a choice, right? Okay, between what was it? Damon Martin's just straight line down his spine. If you had a choice between that, if you had a choice between tattooing the damage,
Damon Jackson,
the damage across the chest.
Because Damon Martin's an MMA writer, isn't he?
Or Damon Martin. What's
Damon Martin does have a whole bunch of tattoos, but I don't believe he has the Damon Jackson parallel lines down his spine.
Excuse me. You had the damage, or you had Alan Belcher's arm tattoo, or fight or die. We'll give you 4 options, Harry. Which one are you picking first?
I would easily take the Go Fast stripes from Damon.
Yeah. At least you could do that.
Like the fight or die thing. Like, I understand he's a fighter. He was probably a little younger when he got that tattoo. He got it from the same artist I'd suspect that he got Free Spirit from, because it's the same sort of font selection. I mean, he probably means it, right? And I'm sure there's a backstory to it. I'd like to think there is. And the Free Spirit one, I'm sure there's a backstory for the placement as well. But yeah, I'd probably choose to have neither on my body.
Tattoo placement is one thing, but his shot placement in the early stages of this fight has been
Look at
spot on.
Look at that. You don't get better production than this. You don't get better fucking announcing and hosting.
By virtue of a pair of sunglasses.
Jesus, what a man. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like this stance. I don't like the stance from Ohio. I understand it's that. Oh well, I like that though. That's good. That's good. We like that. It's just the really high karate based chin in the air stance is just, I don't know. I understand he has the grappling and whatever, and if guys rush the pocket too much, he's going to obviously try and take them down. But it's always dangerous, I think. What's really dangerous is where Muradov is right now, to be fair. He's done well to get back to close guard. That's nice. See, an application for close guard is similar to this one, where if you're in half guard and you manage to reclaim that inside frame and you manage to get your knees back into the inside space and you choose close guard for a second, fine. But even Muradov's doing the right thing here, where he's not even locking a close guard. He's almost just draping the feet along the hips. But this is bad. Full mount now. There was a chance of a mounted triangle if Ohio had used the grip that he had. I think he's either looking for an armbar or a head and arm choke. He's driving the elbows up past the line of the shoulder, which means you lose all of the efficiency of the arm. He's already isolated one of them. The other one is, tucked in between the inside space, and he moves on. Fair play. But yeah, this is Bahia is absolutely a different level to Muradov here. You can see that Muradov is using far less efficient movements to try to get the inside space back, rather than just doing big bridges when he feels like either Bahia moves his chin up or as he feels there's a bit of space after the chest to chest. But yeah, I mean,
moved them off the cage too, which is pretty good awareness as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely.
And what you're expecting here is what I was going to see: just a couple of strikes, armbar attempt, no bueno.
No bueno.
And now he's on bottom.
Well, he was. He's now tried to hit a saddle entry from an inversion, which is an interesting choice in MMA. I do think, though, I will say this: I do think that there is a new meta coming to bottom grappling in MMA, and that's the use of leg locks for sweeps. Not necessarily for committing to that leg lock and trying to finish it, but what a leg entanglement will do is force your partner's base to face somewhere else, right? It forces a leg to be in an unnatural position, and generally, in order for you to defend that leg lock, you're going to have to rotate. So using them for sweeps, I think, is a good idea. But yeah, obviously not committing to them. We're not doing Cyril Garn. But again, from Bahayo's perspective, like, why are we locking up a close guard here when we're not really looking for? Okay, I'm not sure.
I think he missed an opportunity to stand up there when he
head kicked him
as well.
Yeah, for sure. But Muradov's doing a good job here, to be honest. Like, landing lots of shots on top, really capitalizing on that opinion, on the mistake from Bahayo.
He's scoring this one. Who do you reckon won round one?
Well,
I'd say Bahayo positioning was better, landed some good strikes as well, but
I don't know, because that last minute and a half from Muradov, he landed a lot of shots on top, and Bahayo didn't do too much. I think the positional dominance is fine, right? But I don't think Bahayo did a ton of damage once in those positions. I think if he'd have got the arm locked out and then slipped off the bottom, that's a different question. But yeah, it seemed like he rushed the armbar to me. So, I mean, I will defer to Spencer for judging things.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's going to be a question of how much value, how much weight is given to advancing to mount and being there for a little bit of time to work where he wasn't able to secure anything or really come close to threatening anything, versus the good work that we saw in the late stages of it from Muradov. For me, I'm always, I mean, as Shawnee, professes all the time, I'm always looking at damage. And so I think Muradov did more in terms of immediate impact, but I, again, wouldn't be surprised to see the superior grappling and, dominant position earning the nod on the cards from at least one judge, right?
Yeah, close one.
I think one of my questions is, like, if I'm Caio Borralho, for the most part, before I rushed the armbar, he was very, very dominant on top. Like, why would I waste 2 minutes of a fight or a minute and 10 seconds on the feet? Like, I understand, again, this is the conversation we've been having about and being entertaining and maybe working on the skills that you've practiced in the gym, but also just winning. Like, maybe never mind. That guillotine does not look fun. Should use it to get top position. He has used it to get top position. Nice. And that, I think, is an interesting, like, I don't think this is going to happen, right? But that's a good application of using jiu-jitsu to counter the scrambles of wrestling, right? So
we're going to have to see that in the main event tonight as well.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. So jumping on a guillotine and using a guillotine to put in a butterfly hook and sweep your man over the top, an absolutely fine application and a fine reaction to being taken down and using that takedown to your advantage. But yeah, I mean, yeah. Caio Borralho back on his back. So Spencer, as somebody that's looking at the Dana White Contender Series alumni, has watched all of the Dana White Contender Series fights, knowing Muradov is, a fine middleweight, but certainly not a middleweight that we're going to write home about. What does this performance tell you about Borralho?
It tells me that he's solid, but there's still just room. There's improvements that need to happen. There's growth and development that needs to happen. And I think for me, as you could probably hear my dog snoring over the microphone, for me, that's been the thing throughout the Contender Series, and really a thing that I'm looking for and talking about and writing about more and more with these athletes. I mean, I just finished writing in sort of a recap a little bit of that Ozdemir Krylov fight, of development and evolution and advancement are the keys in this sport, and it only comes with time and it only comes with work. And you see in a fight like this that, yep, as good as Borralho looked in the first couple, he's not somebody that's, you're not putting him in there with a top 15 guy. And we have to allow time and space for these athletes to develop, to have the chance to grow, rather than just wanting to throw them in and rush them in. I mean, you could drag that back to, I know he didn't come off Contender Series, but you could drag that back to Muhammad Makhachev earlier in the night. You can apply that to, all the Bo Nickel versus Hamzat Chimaev talk. Like, we have to present this fight as a perfect example of why we have to present all the tests and all of the incremental challenges to these athletes.
Do you think, guys, that we may see a little bit of differential in matchmaking with guys who are coming off the Contender Series in comparison to maybe some guys who are just getting signed straight up from the UFC, probably on a better contract too. Examples, Reese McKee, Jai Herbert, all of those guys who came in and were thrown to the wolves almost immediately, where we're kind of seeing with these Dana White Contender Series guys, they're being matched with other Contender Series guys maybe coming off that show. And how much do we think that the creation of the Dana White Contender Series, the introduction of a lot more fighters onto the UFC roster, is obviously a good and a good business tactic the UFC want to use to get talent on there for as cheap as they can, but also a way for Dana White to put his name onto one of these guys and say that they came through the Contender Series, because that's what he seems to be doing an awful lot lately now. He's
For
promising, promoting all of these guys. We have these amount of Contender Series guys on it. What do you think about all of that?
I think it's been obvious for a little while that the UFC's preferred route now for a fighter is to go in via the Contender Series, because, you know, they're a content company now, and content is hard to come by. Original content is hard to come by, but content that is consumable is hard to come by. Storylines are harder to create, and for the UFC, it's a win-win for them. You put guys on the Contender Series. If they perform well, you give them a contract. Or if they go the Bo Nickel route and, you know, maybe they need a one or two more fights for some seasoning, then that's fine. You can continue them on the Contender Series. It's cheap labor, as you've already mentioned, and that's fine. But also, it allows them, the house always wins, right? So it allows them, if they go bad, you're like, oh, well, that's fine because they're not UFC quality, and that's why we put them on the Contender Series before the big show. If they come out and have great performances and look great in the UFC, then Dana can say, yes, see, this is exactly what the point of the Contender Series fights are, is to go out and find these exponentially large talents. And in terms of the additions to the roster, I mean, it seems to me as more than nothing more than just finding ways to fill the roster and finding ways to filter guys through. And I'm not surprised at the hard matchmaking. And let's not go conspiratorial about this, but it does send a message to fighters.
Let's get Eddie Bravo in here, guys, and let's put on the tin.
Info that on, and I'll
look into it, bro.
Like I feel as though this guillotine's quite tight, actually. But I feel like it would not surprise me if the UFC have made a business decision, and that business decision is to filter guys towards the Contender Series.
Well, I think there should be no question about that. I think that decision has well and truly been made at this stage.
Yeah, sure. What I mean by that is it wouldn't surprise me if, because of that decision, that they would then opt to match guys harder that come in through a separate route, as just a message and as a way and as a performative action to say to people, if you would like to come to the UFC, the way that we would prefer is Contender Series fights.
That's exactly it. That would be my thinking around it too. Is that what do you think, Andy, about it all? Like, I mean,
yeah, I agree with a lot of what Harry just said there, and I think it's just designing everything so that it's easier and more convenient and works in the favor of the UFC. It's like they've already not monopolized, because there are other options obviously, but they are far and away the best promotion in the world. And now what they're also doing is targeting the regionals promotions as well. So where previously, and of course you still see this, and this will always continue, but you know, they're, as Harry said, they're a content company, and they want revenue, and they want wherever there's MMA that they can kind of have a piece of, then they will. So whether it's platforming other regional shows on UFC Fight Pass, this is basically saying, well, you know, we have all these other shows that are on Fight Pass, but why do we even need to bother focusing on other shows when we can just stick a few fights on in the Apex on a Tuesday and rock down for a few hours, and then it embodies the famous "Do you want to be a fucking fighter?" speech in it, that it's, you go out there and you put on a show, and you don't just go out and try to win, otherwise you're not getting signed. You go out there and try and spark someone out cold, and that's what I want to see. And it's working for them. It's the same way you see, it's all geared to, you know, it's also geared towards Dana White rather than just the UFC, because it's Dana White's contender. It's not the UFC's contender series. It's Dana White's. It's Dana White's slap league that's coming out. It's just kind of.
I'm glad you brought up
consolidating that brand.
I'm glad you brought up the whole, like, do you want to be a fighter, which came from the Ultimate Fighter TV show as well, which basically did the same thing as well. Get the best of the best, get them fighting each other with this allure of this 6-fight contract or this 6-figure contract. But then once you get into the nitty gritty of that contract, it kind of tied a lot of fighters down for the longest time as well. And I know Brendan Schaub was very vocal about that, where you're on that 6-figure contract, but that 6-figure contract runs over maybe 4 or 5 years, where you're getting only 10 and 10 per fight.
And look, if you're looking at it from the UFC's perspective, like if you're talking pure business, they should be doing this. But if you're looking at it from our perspective, or from, not wanting fighters to get a raw deal, and for some of them, it's to be honest, it's a good deal, because a lot of them probably shouldn't even be at the UFC just yet. But it's when they do start progressing, they're already under the thumb early, when they don't have any leverage, when they've no power, when they're not a champion in another regional promotion, even maybe. Like, look at, say, like a Sam Patterson, who good fighter, but he wasn't a champion in another promotion, but he's gone in there. It's probably great for a guy like him to go in to get a win. He's now signed to the UFC. It's brilliant. But you're under the thumb now. And look, it's
some fighters want that, though, to be honest.
And some people will disagree and say, look, this is a great deal, but.
And Sam Patterson is a great prospect coming in. And it just kind of proves the next point I was going to make, is that, the need, and I don't know who I spoke about this before, but the actual need to be a champion coming into the UFC, like a Cage Warriors champion, or the LFA, or a CCFC over here, perhaps. There's not as big of a need to be a champion coming in here. It's actually a lot easier than it's ever been before to get signed up to the UFC if you're a fighter. And whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, that's not up for me. Whatever the fighters want themselves. But, like, would you guys agree that it's definitely easier to get signed with the UFC than it ever has been before?
Yeah. I think it is. I haven't really thought about it all that much, but sorry, I was also getting really distracted by, there was an ad here for Santander, the BBC, or that BT ad, that had Ant and Dec in some weird costumes.
Once it's not fucking your man Pizzi and the other fella Adam fucking rapping, we're good. Enough of that, please.
It's been a lot of rap videos from media members in the last few years. It's been
we're going to start to get together an MMA media members.
It's not just the fighters that are going down the rap route now. It's the media too.
Yeah.
It's definitely, look, we've seen some prime examples, especially. I want to hear this result here. Who won? I'm about a minute behind.
Bahia won a unanimous decision.
Wow, 30-27. I don't know. What do you guys think about it being easier?
All 30-27s on that one, was it, guys?
2 and a 29-28.
Okay, perfect. I don't know. What do you think, Harry? Do you think it's easier than it's ever been before in terms of getting signed up for the UFC? Like, the UFC are certainly making it easier, I think, with the introduction of the Contender Series, etc., and their willingness to sign talent that aren't as experienced as we've once seen enter into the UFC as well. And we've seen lots of fighters be put on cards on fight nights, which, you've got your 3-1s and your 4-1s and stuff like that. What's your thoughts on everything?
It's definitely easier to get in. You can't say it's not. The other, there's a number of reasons why. One, the Dana White Contender Series fight. I do think that they are now more in the business of getting guys earlier and then using those guys and seeing how those guys develop. But I also think an element of this is there's more fight cards to fill, right? And when there's more fight cards to fill, you need to fill them. You know what I mean? And how are you going to fill them other than signing fighters and using fighters. And it's very, very difficult for the UFC to go out, and I say it's very difficult. It's very difficult from a business perspective for the UFC to go out there and negotiate with the best fighters in the world and say, look, whoever you're competing for, KSW, Bellator, One, whoever it is, will make your contract better over here, and you can come and fight for us, right? From a business perspective, that's difficult for them to do. What's easy for them to do is to say, let's open the floodgates further down the chain and see what we can hoover up, see what we can utilize, see what we can grow and nourish and learn and grab from these fighters that are coming up. So, yeah, I mean, I think without a shadow of a doubt, it's way easier to get into the
And
UFC.
then a lot of people buy into what the UFC are telling them as well. You know what I mean? The UFC have the ability to create that narrative at the same time as well. So, yeah, it's a really strange time. Like, we're talking about what it's been like. We're talking about what it's like right now. How do you foresee it being in another 5 or 10 years, Harry?
I feel like it's turning more into a WWE type of roster where you're going to see a churn of guys that you don't know unless you look really, really hard. I think the overturn of fighters, or the turnover of fighters will be far, 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 far larger. But I think that there are still going to be stars that rise through those ranks and get to the top of the divisions and fight for titles and be fighters that we care about. I feel like the UFC is, I can't say diluting its product because we'll then be harking back to the UFC of old, but they are certainly changing their product from what it was.
Is mixed martial arts slowly turning into boxing, as in, where we're going to get some of these cards and I think we are kind of getting them already on fight night cards where there's a bunch of nothing maybe, and then we have 1 or 2 fights that of somewhat interest to us at the start or at the head of a card for your co-main event or your main event. Because let's be honest, some of the co-main events recently leave a lot to be desired, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very good point. And certainly you could make a very, very good argument for that. And I think it's something that we've thought about for a while too, but maybe not spoken about publicly. But it also comes down to pay scales, right? Like, people say, oh, you turn professional in boxing and you immediately get loads of money. If you look at an average boxing card, let's say the Canelo Triple G rematch or whatever it is, there'll be fighters on that undercard that are getting paid $2,000, $3,000, $5,000 maybe to fight. And then you look at the UFC's pay scale, and you might be looking at 8-8 or 10-10 or 12-12, and that's certainly a rosier prospect. But I think you're right that MMA is growing, and with that growth, there will be a change of the product. I think in the early goings of the growth, this current growth period that we're in, we will see what we think is a dilution. But as more and more and more fighters at the grassroots level are birthed into the sport in the right way, in a way that they are learning skills in the modern way. And what I mean by that is, instead of just, having lads that come in and they'll do a striking class or a boxing class or a this class or a that class, and then on their own be sort of left to their own devices to put it all together. The more modern way the introduction of fighters will be that they will be taught and learn and drilling and coached MMA rather than anything else. I feel as though the overarching level of MMA will grow. But in terms of, is it moving towards boxing? I mean, it's difficult to form an immediate argument against that.
Yeah, indeed. All of our worst nightmares, I guess, would be confirmed if that were to happen.
I mean, there are some merits to it, right? There are some merits in that the WBO, WBA, WBC, at least to me, from an outsider, they have absolutely no tangible difference. In that means that there are, and I know they're not promotions necessarily, but it's kind of, if you think about it in an MMA scale, if there's 3 promotions of equal standing, then that is a very interesting prospect for fighters, because that means that if they're equal standing, that should mean comparative pay, and that's not the way it is right now. So there are some merits to the idea, But I think one of the big problems we would have if we move towards a boxing scale is the politicization, if that's even a real word, or sort of the birth of more politics in the sport, where the best aren't fighting the best when they are the best, a la Shang-Chian, or we're going to see fighters sitting out for a year, 2 years, 3 years because of contract negotiations or this or that or the next thing. And maybe we're already seeing that trend with Francis Ngannou and people like that. But yeah, I think the thing that we've grown to love with MMA is that there is a level of meritocracy is the wrong word, but there's a level of schedule to the fights that we've become accustomed to, in terms of if you're in the rankings, you're a very, very good fighter, and if you're in the rankings, you could be fighting anyone in the rankings, and that's going to be a good fight. And we're not gonna have to worry about contract negotiations for individual fights more often than not, because you're already signed to a contract, and that contract specifies the fights that you're taking. But yeah, Sean Brady and Bilal Muhammad are now doing some fighting. So
they're just about to get going here. Yeah. What
There's
fight
also-
this is that? What do we
maybe
expect to see here?
maybe I'm reading too much into this, but there seems to be a bruising under.
Yeah,
Sean.
he looks like he's already got. He looked like he got popped under the left eye.
Yeah, like in the changing room.
Yeah, like maybe yesterday when they were doing a shakeout, somebody clipped him,
For sure.
or he like fell and hit his face on the
Somebody's
sink while weight cutting or something. Yeah, like
Who's this, guys?
Sean
Sean
Brady.
Brady. Look at his left eye.
Oh yeah. A lot of feeling out here early.
Has to be. Both
Yeah.
of these have to respect each other's skill set for sure.
This is elite level competition right here, folks. Elite
Brady's
level.
an absolute unit, isn't he?
He's big guy, yeah. Big
Brick
block of a
shithouse.
fella. Yeah.
Not to be confused with just a straight shithouse, but
Not one of these wooden shit houses.
Yeah.
a brick shithouse is you're an absolute unit,
Yeah.
whereas a shithouse is what Harry calls anybody that's just garbage.
Yeah. The shit house. Oh,
But, like,
look
this
at this.
This is
Brady.
what Brady needs to do. Like, he needs to use his power to back Bilal up and keep him from getting on top of him. And so far, that's been effective.
Indeed. It's like that fine balance between giving somebody respect, but not giving them too much respect at the start of a fight. He looks like he's found his range and is getting off his punches much quicker than Muhammad has found his range here. He's landed a sweet 1-2 already, looking very comfortable in the pocket, getting off his jabs. Early days, you got to be happy if you're Sean Brady coming in this fight so far.
Looks a lot quicker than Muhammad.
100%. So now we're going to find a question out about Muhammad in this, is that if it's not going his way, what is he going to do to try and change up his style, his game plan? Because he was not asked those questions against Vicente Luque in his last fight. And Brady is going to ask him time and time again in this fight.
One of the really interesting, one of the best weapons for Bilal Muhammad is that sort of jump in lead left hook. And I've not seen it once yet. Like, it's a lot of jabbing. I wonder whether that's because that lead left hook and that speedy change of range will allow Brady to duck in on a hip.
Exactly. That would how I come back, and that he's not confident enough to throw it yet because he's not sure what Brady is going to do to counter it, because he could duck in and under and try and take him down. But if you're Brady here, you're not really changing too much. You're quicker on the feet. You're landing your shots. It's been a successful start.
We already saw Brady look for one, right? Look for one level change, look for one takedown. Bilal stuffed it well, but just shows him that, hey, I'm willing to take this to the ground. This isn't just you that wants to grapple. The other thing that, to me, Bilal needs to do is gain some real respect with the striking. He's not a big power guy. He's not somebody that you're overly worried about hitting you with one that settles you for the night. But he's got to get out there and sting Sean Brady enough and beat up Sean Brady enough with these shots that he's landing coming forward to make him think twice about just walking forward kind of undeterred. And so far, he's
got
doing
his
an okay
attention a
job
little
of
bit.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's done it, started to come into it in the final 2 minutes here. He's getting off his 1-2s as well. They're both of these guys. I think Brady's settled into the fight a little bit. Muhammad has settled in a bit more now, and it looks like Brady is struggling a little bit more so than he was at the start of the round.
Variety. The problem with Brady is there's no variety. It's
Yeah.
a left hook, right hand, and it's a left hook, right hand, and it's a left hook, right hand, maybe with a high kick. And Bilal is timing that left hook and is coming immediately back with his own down the pocket. And that's what's caused the redness on the nose of Brady. Brady needs to do just a touch more, whether that's feint to take down off a left hook, whether that's feint to take down off a right hand, whether that's just change the combination completely. But you mentioned at the very start that this is high-level fighting, and that's why the respect was given. High-level fighting cannot be one combination to last you the fight, right?
Well, and what else has changed from the start of the fight? Bilal is now dictating the terms of engagement here. Brady's not the one coming forward and pushing him backwards and keeping him off of him with his strikes. Bilal said, okay, fine, I can take what you're throwing out this way, and I'm going to come after you. And Brady's now in the back pedal, and it's feels like the second half of that round shifted in Bilal Muhammad's favor.
Yeah, it definitely did. It looks like Brady kind of lost a little bit of confidence. I'm sorry, I'm a bit thrown off here because it appears that Rafael Varane is after badly injuring himself in the Man United game. Yeah, I think
think Brady won that round though.
Yeah.
Oh, although hang on, I'm about 20. I still haven't finished the round, and he's got a big flurry here at the end.
Yeah, it's definitely more of a conversation than it was. You know, Brady probably got the better of the round in the first 3 minutes, but then once Bilal Muhammad got into the fight a bit more, he landed his shots. But
is this the first time Khabib's been in Muhammad's corner?
It is, I believe so. Yeah. What does Brady need to do here, Harry, if you're looking at him? He needs to change something up.
Yeah, I mean, I think that he's doing well circling back into the center of the cage. We know that Bilal's very strong and wants you behind that sort of quadrant in the middle. And he needs to be picking a way out and circling always back to the center. I don't think you want to get necessarily into a straight fire fight. Yes, he may be more powerful punch for punch than Bilal is, but I don't think you just want to do that for a longevity perspective. But I would be circling, I'd be committing to takedowns, and I'd be switching up the variety of the shots that I'm using. Start going double jab right hand. Start going, a jab right hand left hook. If left hook right hand is what you want, just set it up in different ways. Go to the legs with your kicks. I really like that front kick that he's just landed. It's variety is the name of the game. Like Spencer said, if you allow Bilal to just pressure you forward, it's going to be a long night. So what do? You make him second guess what's coming.
Exactly. A couple of level changes as well here wouldn't go straight. He gave that up since that he failed a couple of attempts at the start of the fight and hasn't really gone back to it at all. Yet you don't have to actually initiate it, but you could definitely throw that movement. You could definitely feint that. And it's an extra thing that Muhammad has to think about. Now, I think his shot variety has kind of gotten a little bit better in round 2 in comparison to round 1. What would you think, Harry?
Definitely. I feel like Bilal, but Brady sort of made the adjustment too late. You know, Muhammad is somebody that when he gets up ahead of steam, he's very hard to stop. He's very cerebral in the way he fights. He sees a lot of things. And in this exchange just there, it's 2:48 on my time. Brady lands a really nice right hand. Bilal rolls with that shot, comes back with his own right hand, and Brady's not rolling. Like Muhammad seems to be very much in the groove at this point, and it feels like Brady is trying to either create a new groove or get back into the groove that he started in the first 25 seconds. But this is a hard tide to turn, I think.
I've got to give Bilal Muhammad some serious credit on the jump And the jump of his striking has been like, has come on leaps and bounds in these last couple of fights, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
There's the takedown attempt from Brady failed. But that's what I mean. You need to be going in and doing that. Even if you're not going to get the fight down, just give him something extra to think about.
By the way, Shawnee Podcast scored the first round to Brady 10-9.
Yeah.
Muhammad looks real comfortable in the exchanges, doesn't he? Like he doesn't flinch even when he's getting hit. He's constantly throwing shots.
No,
back.
he's obviously definitely probably after taking a few of the shots from Brady where he just doesn't mind being in the pocket. He's happy to take those shots, which, you know, you have to get comfortable in doing that when you're in there, you know.
Yeah, that's smart. I think Brady's a bit hurt here, though. My clock. I think Brady's a little bit hurt here. That nose is busted up pretty
again. Yeah, it was in the Chiesa fight. It is again.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to say because obviously after the Chiesa fight, oh, that's lovely, that's gorgeous. That's
so the thing that's going to continue to be really fucking interesting in this fight and in scoring this fight, the power of Sean Brady is significantly more than Bilal's, right? So as good as Bilal has done and as good as he's being and coming forward, that shot hurt. Okay, now we're just as I say that, Bilal's like, "Here, Spencer, here's my fucking power." Sorry to spoil.
I know, but I agree. I think both of these guys.
Prior to this sequence, Brady's landing the bigger individual shots.
Yeah.
Oh, lads,
but.
Your man Lucas is looking at this very closely.
Yes.
Brady needs to fire back.
I'd have absolutely no problem if this was stopped. I'd have no problem. Brady has not thrown anything in like 35 strikes yet. Very, very, very good.
Referee could come in here at any moment. He needs to throw something here or try to clinch. He has no answers. The referee said that's the right call.
Yeah.
Woo, that's some performance from Bilal Muhammad, lads.
Really is some performance.
Sorry, Andy, we kind of ruined it for you, but
really is some performance.
Holy
the adjustment he made from that first 25 seconds was fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I think Spencer's right. At the very, very start of this, Spencer said, maybe it's time we just have to put a little bit of respect on Bilal Muhammad's name.
That's it, yeah. No doubt about it now. I mean, I doubted him even going into the Luka fight. There's no doubt in him now. That's a great win for Bilal Muhammad. That is a great win.
Beautiful.
Really. And you know what?
Holy fucking Jesus, lads, he beat the piss out of him.
Yeah.
I put the commentary on full blast to drown you lads out so I wouldn't get spoiled. Jesus, he bet the piss out of him at the end.
Yeah, he gave him nothing.
I'll be right back there, lads.
That's a statement win. That's a
huge win. It looked like that big overhand right towards the end did enough to hurt him. But yeah, Brady wasn't firing back. The ref took his time coming in, but it was the right call. He gave him every chance. There was no doubt. Jeez, I'm very impressed by Bilal Muhammad there. Great stuff. Great stuff. My goodness. Shout out to Josh.
Paul Felder goes, he keeps talking trash like that. I'm going to bring my ass out of retirement and fight him.
Unreal stuff. Unreal stuff. What do you think, Spencer? I know you're a little bit busy there. Whenever you're ready, I mean, Bilal Muhammad
I'll be with you
put
shortly.
himself right into the mix there, hey?
I'll be with you shortly.
Yeah, no problem. I know you're a little bit busy. Is he calling for
That
the title
has to
shot?
put him right back.
Well, I
It's
mean, yeah.
tough.
That
He
puts him
won't
right
get the
in
title
there.
shot next though. Like really, like they're gonna do the
No.
rematch, right?
I don't think. I don't know. They'll
well.
they'll do the rematch, but I'd say Bilal now. That's a ridiculous win streak that he has. That's 6, 7, 8 wins in a row now. That's title shot worthy. And going in there and a win over Damian Maia, win over Stephen Thompson, Vicente Luque, and then taking out a killer like Sean Brady, you got to be putting him in there. You got to be putting him in there for a title shot. Will he get it? Who knows? Who will they likely match him up with in the welterweight division? Someone like
Let's take up the rankings. Welterweight. Give him the Colby fight, I'd say.
Yeah, I think they're talking
But
about
they're talking Chimaev, Colby, right?
and Hamzat. So you look at Gilbert Burns, maybe Jeff. He doesn't.
It's got to be. I mean, it has to be above. He can't be fighting below himself. Like he can't be fighting a Jeff Neal or who's Wonder Boy's up against. What's his face? Big Mouth. Yeah. Anyway, I can't remember his name. Big Mouth.
Sorry, I missed that. Sorry.
Who's Wonder Boy fighting again? Big Mouth. What's his? I'm forgetting his name for some reason.
Kevin Holland.
Kevin Holland.
Yeah. A win for Bilal there. A win for Islam Makhachev in the main event. Khabib could be very well up for a coach of the year this year if he stays going the way he's going. He's got one of his boys fighting for a Bellator title as well, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to think who's next for Bilal. It's got to be up. It's got to be fighting up anyway. I think you're looking at, depending on what they're going to do with Gilbert Burns, I'd be looking at Gilbert Burns fight next for Bilal Muhammad. I think we're probably shooting for the stars if he's going to wait around. Maybe you could put him in there as an alternative or a kind of a fill-in for the title fight when the rematch eventually happens. But yeah, I think that's kind of going to hold up the division a little bit. It'll be up to Bilal. I mean, he's not going to be in any rush to be fighting anybody really after on an 8-fight win streak. But if he wants to stay active and if he's confident in his abilities, I think for me it has to be the Gilbert Burns fight. Hey,
yeah, I'd watch that. He deserves a big fight. So he's a victim of the current state of affairs at the top of the division, though. Unfortunately,
as are a lot of fighters in the UFC right now.
Chimaev kind of has to fight Colby, doesn't he? Unless he's.
I'm surprised that they went.
I mean, maybe he can wait. When is that Chimaev Colby fight targeted for? That's for London.
The London card next year.
When's that, March?
Yeah, it'd probably be March. Away.
Like, what are we, October now? You would assume Muhammad probably wants to fight at the very maximum in the next year. Let's put like a long timeline on it.
You can sit out a little bit longer when you're sitting on a. You can sit on a little bit longer when you're sitting on an 8-fight win streak for Muhammad, but I know he's going to want to be active.
Sits.
Yeah,
I think he just sits.
How long do you reckon
I
he
didn't
has
have
to sit for?
the comms on. I don't know what he said afterwards, but you know what? I walk out there and I just say, I'm not like Chimaev. I don't think is going to happen. There, as you guys have been talking about, they're talking about Colby. To me, after a performance like that, there's no value to Gilbert Burns. There's no value to going out and it's another win, but like we need to get past this point of, okay, well, things are busy, so you need to keep active and risk this winning streak. Like he's unbeaten in 9. What more do we need to see? Like he just bounced Sean Brady and did it handily. Like throwing another obstacle in front of him is just, that's how we get in this position, right? That's how we get to where we're at in so many of these divisions, that if you put him in there with a Gilbert Burns or a Chimaev or a Colby, I mean, Chimaev makes sense because the winner automatically gets a title shot. Fine. I'd actually be okay with that. That's the only one I would accept. But like, if you put him in there with Gilbert Burns and Gilbert Burns beats him, it doesn't do anything for the division.
So should he be like? This seems unfair to suggest for Muhammad, but should he be there in March in London as a fifth fighter, as a backup to either jump in for a title fight or else as a replacement for either a Hamzat or a Colby Covington? If those fights all get made,
maybe. If that's how that fight card plays out, it wouldn't be a bad idea, right? Given that we just saw how,
he deserves more. He deserves a full camp though for
Well, he deserves time off now to enjoy this one. Like from the minute, so when he beat Vicente Luque earlier this year, this fight that just happened was the one I thought he would end up getting, and said, like, he's not going to like it. His team's not going to like it, but this is the fight he should take. Here's why this plays out. And this isn't to like pat myself on the back, but like now he's done the thing where he's put his position at risk.
Yeah. And Sean Brady's one of those he's not boogeyman, but like he's one of those like in that category where people don't want to fight him.
Yeah, it's, if he can't be the backup for all of those fights that you're talking about, you just sit out. You just, I'll wait. Maybe I've done enough now.
Maybe international fight. Like, I guess if those four are fighting in March, surely one of the winners.
One of them, sure, you would hope July.
But then the winner is going to want a title shot. So the winner of Hamzat and Colby is going to want a title shot.
And that's why if I'm the UFC, I don't book Colby and Hamzat, because like there's no like.
Yeah, but that's why I'm thinking that they are
maybe
going to
this makes them change their mind, right? Maybe
they're going to book that fight. They're going to book Colby. If it can happen and Hamzat gets down there, they're booking that fight. They're trying their best to get Hamzat in there. So then Muhammad, I'm looking at it. If he's going to sit out, he's going to be sitting out for 2 years. That's what I look at it. If he's going to sit out, he is. If we're doing Usman and Leon and Colby and Hamzat next in London next March, right? If Usman wins that fight, that brings him and Leon technically to 2-1, but you're going to go to the third fight will be the trilogy, but they're going to want to match those guys up again. If Usman wins, they could match them up again.
Yeah, because you almost can just forget about the first fight because it's so long ago. It's all kind of separate trilogy, even though it's not.
They'll want to match them up again. So that's the predicament we're in right now if you're Muhammad. Whereas that he may be forced to kind of go in.
So the losers.
You're shaking your head there, Spencer, like you don't agree, but that's exactly what's going to happen. Don't talk about what you want to happen. Talk about what's going to happen. And
so here's the thing, though. I think we're seeing that the UFC isn't as fucking hurried to do these trilogies and do these rematches, right? If that's what they wanted to do, then Stipe Miocic would have gotten his third fight with Francis Ngannou right away.
Yeah, but
I think they're putting a little. I think they're taking a little bit of time to decide.
What about Brandon Moreno and Davison Figueiredo that fought? What about Max Holloway and Alexander Volkanovski?
So Alexander Volkanovski and Max Holloway, there was 2 years between the second and the third fight, and Max had to go out and win fights.
Yeah.
Brandon Moreno and Davison Figueiredo was a draw. Moreno won, and then Figueiredo won. Right. So like. And they weren't going to do the third fight. Yeah. Alexander Pantoja was going to get that fight until he got hurt. And so
then they don't do if they don't do the third fight then between the two, they're not going to put Muhammad in there. They're going to put the winner of either Colby Covington and Hamzat Chimaev in there to try it. They're not going to want to put Muhammad in there. Do you think that the UFC want Muhammad as a champion when Hamzat Chimaev exists?
I don't know how happy the UFC is with Hamzat Chimaev right now, because sending him to fight Colby Covington doesn't exactly feel like, hey, here's a fucking freebie. Like, we all hate the dude. He's a dipshit.
That's what they have to do, though.
He is a menace of a fighter. And Colby could
if the
very
UFC
well.
if the UFC didn't like Khamzat Chimaev, they would have berated him and belittled him for ruining an entire card. Instead, Dana White chose to go the opposite direction with him. They're going to try and manufacture him, get him in, and make him a champion as quickly as they can. That's the plan there. And you cannot put him into a title fight straight away. Number one, because of Leon's result over Usman, and number two, because he missed weight. So what you do is you put him in against the number one contender and give him one more chance to get down to that weight.
But a win over Colby Covington is far from assured. And so if you're
I'm
Bilal Muhammad, you sit tight and see what happens in those fights, and then you make your decision. Because we could come away. So let's say those two fights happen in London in March. We could come away with, look, if Leon wins, Usman isn't getting another shot, and we just move forward. And if Colby wins, maybe then
I'd love to make a bet that Bilal Muhammad does not fight for a title in 2023.
I'll take the bet.
Love it.
I'll take that. I'll take that bet.
No problem.
I don't know. I'll send something to you. You win. You win. You can send me something from Saskatchewan, and if I win, I'll send you some proper bacon from out here.
I've been on the outside.
The most Canadian bet
I know
ever.
you've been trying to find some some quality bacon.
Send me some good bacon.
I've been on the outside listening to this. I think both of you are right. In terms of
probably.
I think Ian has very valid points about the UFC's marketing strategy in title fights, and very, very valid points about the way that they're doing this. And equally, Bilal Muhammad has done enough, but Bilal Muhammad's done enough when you view the sport through a meritocracy lens. Beating Sean Brady in the UFC's eyes is still a prospect. He's still an up-and-comer in that division. Bilal Muhammad hasn't gone out and done the thing that the UFC want to get a title shot, which is to go out and smash a Colby Covington, Khamzat Chimaev, whoever it is in that welterweight, sort of triptych at the top. Leon Edwards had to wait 15 million years. Leon Edwards is 104 years old, and he's just fought for a title. You know what I mean? Like, that's not like I think both of you can be right in that. Yes. Bilal has absolutely done enough to win to get a title shot, and Bilal absolutely will not fight for a title in 2024. 2023, sorry.
I can see him fight for the title.
The difference, in my opinion, and what I feel should happen, which is definitely what I feel should happen, is what I will, if I'm going based off that opinion alone, I agree 100% with what Spencer is saying.
I just think there's ways that these fights play out as well that we get Bilal Muhammad in there quicker than everyone's thinking. Like, the UFC opts to
there's so many variables there. Winning fights, Usman is not going to want to fight Muhammad either. There's way bigger fights than Bilal Muhammad. Muhammad is not a sell.
Looking forward to seeing Bilal Muhammad versus Shavkat Rakhmonov on that London card.
Shavkat's fighting Jeff Neal. He's got to get through Hands of Steel first.
Yeah, he'll be the backup for that fight.
But
so that's the bet. Harry can be the adjudicator. I say Bilal doesn't fight for the title in 2023. Spencer says he does.
December.
Yeah.
I'll even call my shot December.
So let's say Leon wins, then he's got the up. So there's going to be no rematch with. There's not going to be no subsequent fight with Usman.
Right.
He then fights the winner of Chimaev or Covington. Both are very viable.
A Leon Edwards win is just as detrimental to Bilal Muhammad. The Boney bet.
No way. It's a good thing for him because of that. The way that last fight ended between them.
Well, no, because UFC are not going to do a fucking title fight with Leon Edwards and Bilal Muhammad as the headliner, because neither of them are that big a draw, to be honest.
They may not have choices though. Like we could get to a point. Like, I don't even necessarily know. Like, are you sure they want to give Colby Covington a third fucking welterweight title shot if he beats Khamzat Chimaev?
Oh, I think they would lap up Colby being someone who can talk shit to Leon Edwards. Here's Franz Malambo.
What's happening, Franz? Are you well?
What's going on, lads?
What's happening?
What's the crack?
Man?
Hello?
Yes, I can't believe it. He's made it. Can't believe it.
You hear me, yeah?
We can hear you, sir. Yeah. How are you?
Can you hear us?
Can't hear anything, boys. Oh yeah, I heard that. Yeah, nice one. How are you doing? What's the
Are
crack?
you on the dial-up internet, friends? Are you?
Not hearing that.
Can you hear us? You can't hear us at all, can you? Or can you hear us now?
No. Yeah, just bits and bobs. Like,
Try lose the
What?
headset.
say something.
Hello.
I heard that perfectly. I think we're all good now, boys.
Nice.
Yeah. I think we're good. I can hear you.
How are we getting
What?
on? And he's gone.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the welterweight title picture shapes up now. I think the way the UFC is looking at this from a business perspective is that Leon Edwards is a B side. I think Muhammad is a B side, and they're not going to want to give them any clout at all.
Franz, how's it going? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I heard that, but it's a bit. I might lose these flipping things here if it doesn't work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Well, Franz, what do you think about the big fights tonight?
Yeah, I'm excited for it, man. What a savage card, boy. Yeah, I have my picks. I think for the main event, and anyways, I want Makhachev to win, but I don't know. I think Oliveira is just a bit more well-rounded. Do you know what I mean?
Interesting.
And so I
Speak on
think
that. Why
he's
do you
gonna
think
get
that
it
is?
done there.
Why do you think Oliveira gets it done?
Why do I just think he's just well more rounded. Like he is at the prime of his game. Like, and he just has everything. Like he has the strikes on the feet. He has the flipping. You know what I mean? The wrestling, defense, and wrestling. His submission game is top quality. So I just think, as good as Islam is, like I just think Charles is just a bit better on a few things. Like, you know what I mean?
So do you not think that obviously Islam is going to look to wrestle rather than look for submissions? Do you not think that Charlie Olives will
Yeah.
potentially jump on things like guillotines or Kimura traps or even looking to attack other sort of low percentage submissions that's going to put him on the bottom and allow Islam to start leg riding, thigh riding, wrist riding, and like getting into the momentum of his grappling? Do you think that's a possibility?
Yeah, that's what like all that is possible, but that's what I mean. He's very good on his back as well. Do you know what I mean? And he's dangerous there. So I think there's just pluses. There's more pluses on his side, like the way I'm looking at it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing for me,
That's what I mean. As good as Makhachev is with the wrestling and stuff. Go
I
on.
feel like the scary thing for me is going to be not the scary thing, but like the really interesting question for me is Islam Makhachev just doesn't get hit on the feet, right? Just does not get hit on the feet, and I'll be really interested to see
Yeah,
whether Charlie,
yeah.
him, you know,
Say it again.
I'll be very interested to see whether Oliveira can get to Makhachev because he has so much confidence in his own jiu-jitsu that he feels like he can fight with reckless abandon on the feet and just throw
Yeah.
what he wants to throw all of the time. And I think that could be a really interesting factor in the fight. Whereas Makhachev is so used to people being cautious of his grappling, whereas
Yeah,
Oliveira, I
true,
think, would be less cautious than anyone that Makhachev has fought.
Mm, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. You know?
Did you watch that last
But
fight, France?
on the
Did
other
you watch?
ones, what else are we looking at? Say it again?
I was asking. So did you watch that last fight, the Mohammed one? I think he's gone again.
There you are, Aiden, sir. There are some name captions for you. The gentleman that just joined us is Franz Malambo. He is an Irish MMA absolute legend. Absolute Irish MMA legend.
Back on.
Can you hear us now, Franz? Can you?
Ah, yeah.
Did you watch
Hello?
the Bilal Muhammad fight?
Say it again. Did I just see Bilal Muhammad?
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually when they're walking in, I was saying it to my mate. I was like, Bilal Muhammad's gonna smash this guy. And then as the round was going on, I was like, oh stuff. I was like, oh shit. I was like, that's why I'm not a betting man, because this kind of stuff happens. And then just at the end of that round, flipping Bilal proper smashed. And yeah. It was good stuff, man. It was flipping good stuff.
Franz, how do you see Sean O'Malley and Peter Yan kind of matching up? Like, we're struggling to kind of see a way for Sean O'Malley without really counting them out altogether. From like a striking perspective, Fran, how do you see the both guys kind of matching up? And with Peter Yan, how does he safely get onto the inside of Sean O'Malley to get off his shots without kind of coming onto the end of his punches?
Yeah, I only heard like bits and bobs of that. I think I got the premise of what you're saying though, and yeah, no, I definitely agree. Like, I think Peter Yan just has that like, I don't know, but it's interesting because Sean has some tricky stuff like up his sleeve. You know what I mean? So it's still a bit hard to call, even though you're kind of on the side confident that Peter Yan's going to get the job done. But yeah, I can't wait to see that fight as well. That's my division. So I'm keeping a close eye on it for sure.
Absolutely. Keeping a close eye of it, because you might be in amongst them there in a couple of months, perhaps.
You never know, man. That's the dream, and anyways.
I love it.
That's the dream. Yeah.
What's the crack with you at the moment,
I have
Franz?
been. Mate, I'm flipping being left on the shelf. You know, I'm just waiting for news. Yeah, I'm just waiting for news.
Adjust your mic a little bit, Franz. You just moved it a little bit. We can't hear you that well.
Sorry.
All good.
Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, that's real close now. Yeah, I can actually even hear myself better. Sorry, boys. But yeah, I'm just waiting, man. Like, I'm just waiting for news to see where I'm going to be going next. But it's taken a long time. Like, the last time I fought was December. Do you know what I mean? And I'm just looking to fight.
Did you ever get that trophy?
How hard? I never. That thing is dead, because I'm about to get released now from them guys. You know what I mean? So that's never gonna happen. Yeah, that's never gonna happen. That's dead in the water now. As much as I fought for it, like as much as I went on about trying to get it, them lads were like, nah. You ain't getting that today, son. And I was like, fair enough. I'll catch us next time. I better not catch them lads on the streets anyways, yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Christ.
Yeah, they done me dirty. They did, definitely. You know.
Like, when you're looking at, you were there before, like, I've been thinking a lot more about it now with just maybe fighters' relationships with Combache, and you were right there. Like, I'm thinking, you know, they're a Latino-based company. They're probably looking to bring guys like yourself in to maybe make names for some of their more well-known guys. Obviously, that didn't work out too well for them when you went over and won the tournament. But then having difficulties getting matched up with them is a problem that a lot of fighters are having, especially from Ireland, or fighters missing weight. And it's been a bit of a shit show with Combache Globals lately, really, to be honest, hasn't it, overall?
Yeah, man. Yeah. No, but definitely. But the situation with me was just that, like, they were saying, like, because obviously I was meant to be fighting in May, and then I got injured, and then we were supposed to be fighting again in April, and then they said he gets injured, but he got injured 5 weeks out of the fight doing the bleeding kickboxing tournament that they knew about. You know what I mean? And so I was like, right, fair enough. You got injured, get me a fight. But they were like, no, we don't want you fighting anybody else. You're our best guy. We want you to fight for the title. Do you know what I mean? Because then I would have only had one fight left on my contract or something. So all that kind of mad stuff. And they were like, no, we just want you fighting for the title, you're gonna have to wait till October, and I was like, May. I fought in December. You know what I mean? I need a fight, like, and then, but then as well, once I get the title, I get the extension. Do you know what I mean? So, it just worked out that actually winning this title would be against my interests. You know what I mean? So I was looking to get released. That worked out, but now I'm just still waiting around to see what's next. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%.
But yeah, that's where I'm at with all that now.
Did you, Franz? I think that you might not have crossed paths, but Manon Fiorot, I know she fought in the, I think 2017 and 2016 IMAFs. So there might have been crossover. Did you ever see her fighting an amateur?
What was the name? Sorry.
She's fighting right now against Catelyn Chukagian, Manon Fiorot.
Oh, one of these. Yeah. No. Never seen.
I think there might have been it because you were what 2015 in the IMAFs.
I was 2015. Yeah.
Yeah, so she was there 2016, 2017.
Yeah. I wouldn't have seen many of the next year's ones, you know.
We're just kicked off here. I'm looking at this one. I'm thinking that Manon Fiorot can kind of probably land more impactful shots, and she's just got off a big shot, as I said that.
Right, yeah, seen it,
yeah.
yeah.
I think that might be the key for maybe getting a decision here. That's what the judges are looking for, more of those impactful strikes. Chukagian can kind of land probably with more volume, but I'd expect the exchanges with the impactful strikes to kind of lean towards Fiorot. Whether she can maintain it throughout three rounds now is the big question, but
this is more aggressive than we've seen Chukagian in a long time. Right?
It is, but she has to be really here, doesn't she?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, if you could dissuade Manon from throwing those big shots, or at least if you could dissuade Manon from setting her feet, you know what I mean? Then obviously that's a great thing for you. I'd also like to see Chukagian, recently promoted to black belt. Congratulations again to her. I'd like to see her use some of that, not necessarily pull guard or anything crazy, but let's use some of the grappling again to make Manon be bouncing on those feet and make sure that she's available for down blocking and wrist controls and all those sorts of things. And that will dissuade some of the punches coming. Like, she's got a mean check right hook. I don't know, what minute are you in, Ian?
3:30 is just where I've got to.
Yeah, perfect. We're literally on the same, in exactly the same. So
nice.
Yeah, I mean, that check right hook is nasty from Manon Fiorot.
Yeah. And Chukagian, she comes forward wild too, so it'd be up to Manon to kind of read that a little bit and try to counter as well. But like you said, and we were saying it with John Brady in the last fight too, Harry, his reluctance to kind of level change and look for the takedown and give Bilal Muhammad kind of that thought process that he's going to be going for it. I think that's going to be important for Chukagian again to kind of get Fiorot off of her game here.
Damn right. It's variety, right? This is MMA. We have to use all the tools available to us in order to dissuade our opponent from being in their primary skill set. But I got to say, okay, Chukagian is getting clipped, but I think the aggression is good from her. It's a refreshing type of fight for her.
Well, and I think she's doing well in terms of that lead push kick, that lead side kick of kind of interrupting a lot of that forward motion, interrupting a lot of those what would be big shots from Fiorot, because Fiorot doesn't throw much that isn't heavy and powerful. And every time she looks to step forward, and Chukagian sticks that side kick in her chest, kind of stops her momentum, forces her to reset, keeps her off of Chukagian with a big power shot.
Franz, the sort of stamp kick to Chukagian's knee that Manon Fiorot is throwing, how would you counter that if you were in there?
Just step back. Just like like switch stances, kind of like. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, it feels like
that's like. I was watching one of my fights there the other day, and that's exactly what I did. Actually, you just kind of step back, and that you could use that as well as an offensive type of defensive move, if you know what I'm saying.
100%.
Also interesting that Chukagian has Chukagian on the graphic, but Seminara on her shorts. Somebody
recently married, or
yeah, she got married to Kai Serm. Who's long time wrestling gentleman. There's been sort of around Serra's and Jason Rao's gyms and Mark Henry's gyms and all these.
How are we scoring this first round, guys? It's been pretty even, hasn't it?
Right?
Yeah, it's been back and forth.
The more impactful shots have definitely come from Manon Ferro. The side kicks to the chest, the check right hooks. Some of the left hands have landed, but Chookagian's absolutely in this. I'd like to see her commit to to a single leg, if anything else. Like it doesn't seem like power is pushing her back, so we must do something else to force a difference in the rhythm.
This is Cheeto and Rob Font.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I think it's actually like Manon Ferro's throwing way more than Cheeto did, but yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but just in terms of the power, in terms of the instantly impactful blows.
How I'm curious to see. Firo has kind of slowed down so far in her career, coming into rounds 2 and 3 as well. I'm interested to see if she can maintain that level throughout the fight here, but she's definitely landed the more impactful.
Same for Chookagian though, right? Missed weight, had a real hard time getting down. It was reported that she took an hour and change, 2 hours to get that last pound even to get close off because her body was just cold. And so does a hellacious weight cut kind of start cutting into some of her expenditure here too? Though, to be fair, she looks quite bouncy and active as always.
Yeah. I do wonder what went wrong with the cut. I'd love to ask. Because she's somebody has she struggled with weight in the past?
No, I don't remember.
No, never. First miss.
I think so. And yeah, first miss after this many fights.
Yeah.
Something crazy must have happened in that cut, right?
Well, and I wonder how much of it is when did she come over, right? When did she make the flight? When did she travel?
Yeah.
What's the lowest?
I think that's a thing that a lot of people are starting to implement and think about even more, right? Is let's travel a little early. Let's acclimate to weather, time zone, all of those things. Let's have a couple days where we can because your body just operates weirdly when it's on a plane for that long, especially for these flights. And so get over there, get settled, and then get into having a full week or 10 days even to really do that cut.
How important is that to you, Franz? I mean, you've traveled around the world kind of fighting. I mean, getting to somewhere, getting settled in, like Spencer said there, and just letting your body recover after the flight. How important is that, and how long do you like to do it before? I know you traveled a week before over to Miami for your last couple of fights and stuff. Is that kind of important to kind of adjust into your travel plans?
I've always been able to.
Your mic, Franz. If you could move the mic a little bit.
Thank you, sorry.
Perfect.
Yeah, nice one. Yeah. I can tell as well by the way I can hear myself better. But it's I've always been able to really have about 4 days at least, anywhere I travel to. You know what I mean? And yeah, it's good. I kind of have the same routine, but I usually like to move around. Usually when I get anywhere, I want to walk around, see the city and stuff like that. You know what I mean? I think that helps with the weight cut as well, instead of just sitting in the hotel all day. But yeah, different people handle it different, man. But yeah, I've never really had any problems with jet lag and, you know what I mean, flight fatigue, any of that, because I sleep on the plane, get off, and I'm all good. So usually when I get anywhere, I just want to see the place, and I'm all good, man. But I've, you know what I mean, obviously seen people suffer with that, and it's never been a problem to me though.
Yeah.
I'm blessed in that aspect, I guess.
Good. I mean, yes, you can see it playing havoc and kind of cutting weight and stuff like that as well with some fighters as well, where their water retention is kind of a lot more so than when after the travel, rather than if you're just driving or just walking to an event, I guess.
Mr. O'Neill.
Yeah.
Did you see the final score?
Yeah.
Yeah, 1-1. 1-1. 2 late minute goals. Yeah, Casemiro.
Oh, was it?
Were you watching the France?
That much? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of half watching it on my phone.
I wasn't watching it. It was just kind of in the background.
What team do you
I was
support?
watching the fights.
Do you support soccer? Do you support anyone in soccer, friends?
Me, not at all. Not
No.
a single one bit. Not one bit, no. Who, me?
Yeah.
All right, sorry.
Chikagian just has absolutely no answer for that stance.
I don't know if you guys are talking to me. It's kind of glitching a bit on my side.
She's just got no answer.
No,
Yeah, and she just
it's grand.
it's a little bit of the Furo has nothing to worry about coming back at her, but like she's not going to get hurt with one shot, so she can just stand in there and be aggressive.
Yeah, and I think Chikagian now has not got necessarily hurt by those shots, but I think she's just aware that those shots are landing and is then retreating back to a slightly more cautious, more reactionary game plan where she's biting on the feints that's coming and she's wary of what's coming rather than being as aggressive as she was in the first round, which is understandable, obviously. But I mean, that's losing of the fight.
No signs of a takedown attempt or any chance of initiating the grappling here. She's not taking your advice, which I think was good advice, really. And especially now, coming towards the end of round 2, she's looking like she's 2-0 down here. So
for sure,
she needs to change it up some way, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Nah. And I mean, like at the very, very start of the round, she shot for like a body lock. And it was interesting because Furo backed her hips out and left her head in the pocket. Chikagian threw a knee that just skimmed. I'm like, why are we not doing that again? You know?
Yeah.
She's almost too content to just stick to her style and stick to
I think
the basis of what she knows versus, as you just said, right? Mix in that thing that's different, but had success.
Damn thing.
With Chikagian, it's hard, right? This deep into her career to ask her to fight differently. I think this is why I was so impressed with the first round, was asking a fighter to switch up their entire fighting style after X amount of fights is a big ask, and she did it in that first round. But I mean, yeah, Pete Spencer, don't feel like you have to talk. It's fine. I'll get Ian to talk instead.
No, that was a thumbs up for Franz, who's changing Wi-Fi so he gets a better connection with us.
Ah, grand.
I'm not worried about answering you. I talk to you enough.
True. That's true. Oh. The question is, Spencer, what pizza is that? You will be judged harshly if it's incorrect.
Oh, I'm well aware. So this is a little local place about 2 blocks from us. Their sister store was around the corner from our last spot. So we've stayed loyal to the same kind of mom and pop family run pizza parlor. One is pepperoni, bacon, and mushrooms.
Fine.
And the other is the Hawaiian special.
Ah, that's grand. What sort of crust are we talking?
We're a regular crust, but it's not greasy. It's nice and crispy. My lovely wife has kindly heated it up in the air fryer toaster oven, so everything is crispy again.
Air fryer toaster. Jesus, that's
it's like an air fryer convection oven. Really, really nice. And now you're reacting, so I need to watch the fights.
426. Like it's before then. It was a really, really nice right hand that snapped the head back of Chikagian. So I'll just do some commentary while
I was going to say you've been abandoned here, so I'm back. But commentary away.
I think obviously I don't listen to comms, right? So I'm not quite sure what's been said in the corner, but it feels like Chikagian's been told she's either 2 rounds down or she absolutely needs to come out and win this round. And it feels like she's fighting to that end. She's far more willing to stick in the pocket now. We've seen a slight of grappling. She's chasing Furrow down when she exits the pocket. Like, I mean, I've seen Aaron Bronster score this fight 19-19 coming into the third, and I think that's interesting. Chookagian already has shown 3 grappling exchanges, not committed to any of them, and that's fine. But she's biting down on the mouthpiece, and she's absolutely going for it here. Like, this is a very, very impressive performance from Katlyn Chookagian in this first and third round. Who knows whether it's going to be enough, but in these first 2 minutes, I mean, the most impactful strike of this round was that right hand from Furrow about 30 seconds in. But Chookagian is absolutely still in this and is absolutely looking to answer the questions that Furrow is pointing. She's throwing her own check right hook quite nicely from the outside space. And I mean, the kicking game was working pretty well about 15 seconds ago. So I see no reason why not to go back to that. Yeah, that's nice.
This is a little bit too of what I was talking about with Furrow fading a little bit, flagging a little bit in the third round because everything is power, because she is such a big physical fighter.
Yeah. If the judges scored that first round to Chookagian, then Chookagian could be winning this round. Like,
yep, she could be. She could be.
So this is where I need either Spencer not eating pizza or a Sean Sheehan.
Yeah,
I'm not confident in giving an opinion on this, but
what are the opinions on my lunch, lads?
Legend. You are a Bombay bad boy.
Fucking telling you what, son.
Look. I love how you've fucking got the shirt that matches the pot noodle.
Hey, we have to keep in sync in here on the live stream, guys.
You're smart man. You're a great man.
It's the quickest, easiest point food that I can get into my mouth right now. I can't wait to have a nice meal later on. But
where's your pack of biscuits, Ian? Fuck's sake.
Fucking I'll break out the pack of the penguins yet, lads. I'll tell you some bad jokes.
Yeah,
but yeah, that's why I picked Furrow in this fight to win a decision. And right now, as the fight stands, with about 1 minute 15 to go, it seems
sure.
Yeah, it's in the balance. I would say I probably would score rounds 1 and rounds 2 for Furrow, but like we just don't know really. It's a close fight. And look at Furrow takes that fight down. Wow.
This is huge, right? A minute left. If she can not allow Chookagian up and just land shots,
she should win this fight.
Say God sweat. Never mind.
Oh yeah, that's beautiful. That's the black belt on show.
Yeah, that's really, really nice. Reverse. I can't remember what one of my coaches calls it. Something reverse said God. I think he calls it. It's really nice. But I mean, we also have to give props to Chookagian here. If it was a botched weight cut and she did have some difficulty with the weight cut,
yep,
audio doesn't seem to be too much of a problem. You know?
No, she did well.
Yeah,
and this is interesting because I think that round is primarily a Chookagian round.
It's how
so it comes down to that first, and I thought that was a Furrow round, but this wouldn't surprise me if it's a split at all. I'm going to mute us and go to comms as I'm a little bit ahead of you guys.
Sounds good. Good fight. Good tactical stand-up battle, though, overall, Harry.
Sorry, I was just listening to comms. I was going to wait for the decision. I'll just wait for Spencer. But I mean, I was impressed with Chookagian. Look, I think this is the way that you fight Manon Furrow. I was half expecting Chookagian to be really, really, really fighting on the outside and try to pull Manon Furrow onto those shots. But I think this was a fine game plan for Chookagian to stick in and try and dissuade her in other ways. And I mean, look, the corner of Manon Furrow don't look super happy, whereas the corner of Chookagian looks pretty happy. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how this is going to come about. We're going to find out now with Mr. Buffer dragging Chookagian to the center. But yeah, I don't know.
Going to mute us here so that I can hear the result. My sound wasn't working. What was the scores?
29-28 all the way around.
It's a good win. It's the right result to me. It's the right set of scores. It's a good performance. It doesn't make me think. Do you know what it does? It just further reaffirms how good Valentina Shevchenko is, because I don't think a fight between Manon Fior, as they're calling her, and Valentina is any different than Caitlin Chookagian Valentina was. And while it's probably potentially next, we'll see.
I actually think if Manon Fior, if that's what we're going with, fights Caitlin Chookagian, it's probably easier for Caitlin Chookagian because it's easier for Valentina to go because Manon Fior will just walk her down like she did Caitlin Chookagian, and that's a bloodbath. That's a rough old time if I'm Manon Fior, you know?
I think what the UFC have successfully done, what they've tried to do is get Caitlin Chookagian off of that number 2, number 3 spot as well and get her down a little bit. I mean, she won't another win. She's right back there. But, the UFC basically have been trying to get Caitlin Chookagian beaten really over the last couple of years, but hasn't been successful in doing so. But that's a big win for Firo. I'm going to call her Firo because I don't care about proper pronunciation. Firo.
What do we do with Caitlin Chookagian now? Because if this is Manon was knocking her off the perch of number 2 in this division, what do we do with Caitlin Chookagian? Do we chuck her in again with the next person in line? What's Steve Harvey doing there? Jesus.
I think you just have her doing what she's been doing anyway. It's just fighting some up and coming talent. It's probably to a smaller scale now, maybe, or just I don't know. She's probably going to move down. What was she ranked before this fight? She was ranked number 2. So they'll probably just trade places in the rankings, Firo and Chookagian. So I mean, just stay doing what you're doing with Chookagian. Just give her the opportunity to kind of come in and take on the likes of Grasso. Would you do Alexa Grasso versus Caitlin Chookagian again, or are you putting Grasso straight in for a title shot? I mean, whose win was more impressive?
I think they're going to do Manon Fior first. But yeah, I mean, maybe do Grasso straight after. I don't think Grasso necessarily, like, what you want is fresh matchups for Valentina Shevchenko. I don't think you risk chucking Grasso in against Chookagian on the chance that she does lose, and then you've got Chookagian again. You know what I mean?
100%. But fucking Benny Dariush versus Mateus Gamrot up next. That's this is a belter of a fight, lads. Do Bronx entering in? We see him coming in there. Fantastic pinstripe suit on him. Fair play to him. Attempting to become the first ever 2-time lightweight champion. That's a crazy stat, isn't it? You're mute. Oh yeah, I thought Harry was talking to himself there. The lads are busy here, so I'll just fill up the airtime. I hope everybody is well. Hope everybody is enjoying the fight so far. Leave a like, leave a comment, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button on the channel. Help us out. We're coming into the second fight on the main card, Beneil Dariush versus Mateus Gamrot. I think, what we've seen so far, a couple of decisions to start off. If anyone is just joining us, Carl Rosa defeated Lena Landsberg. Mohamed Makhachev pulled off an arm bar against Malcolm Gordon. Armen Petrosyan won a unanimous decision against AJ Dobson. Abubakar Nurmagomedov win the decision over Gadzi Omargazayev. Nikita Krylov beat Volkan Ozdemir by decision. Sauber Alio beat Muradov by decision. Bilal Muhammad looked really impressive in taking out Sean Brady in round 2 by standing TKO. And we've just seen Manon Fiorot take out Caitlin Chukagan in the women's flyweight division. We're moving on to Benil Dariush versus Mateus Gamrot in the 155-pound division. Unreal kind of a fight there. So, Harry.
Just my absence.
That's all good, man.
The only problem with watching fights in regular human time is I have to organize a household at the same time. So I apologize.
That's all good. That's all good. I'm just going to try. I'm going to probably turn off my camera now, but still be here so that I'm not chowing down in front of everybody. But
sure, look, we had to watch Spencer eating pizza.
I mean, Jesus.
Could be performance of the night here. Me watching me tackle this pot noodle. You never know. Here, look at.
Trying to say that I was classless by eating on camera?
No, do you know what? I'm just going to join you here, Spencer.
Yeah. How about it? This should be a phenomenal fight. I mean, this is, as we talked about on the preview show, like fight of the night contender. Big, important fight in terms of this division. Just could go any number of ways. Could be quick and violent, could be long and technical. Like, cannot wait for this fight.
Habib Nurmagomedov, he tweeted up there during the week a picture of Mateus Gamrot and said that he and Islam Makhachev as well. And he reckoned that the two of them are going to fight sometime down the line, one way or another. I can definitely see that happening. You know, I don't want to count out.
If he goes out here and beats Benil Dariush in impressive fashion,
that's it. We're off to the races.
Probably he's making a call out for whoever wins that belt I want next. He's not getting it, but it's the right thing to do.
Yeah. I wonder how Sean, our good boy Sean, our good friend Sean Denny is feeling right now. If you're watching, Sean, let us know how you're feeling. Let us know your prediction for the Gamrot fight.
Sean, what are you talking about? What's his prediction for the Gamrot fight? There's only
I mean, his prediction is in. How is he going to tell us that Gamrot is going to win?
Right. Sake. Because let me tell you how he's going to tell us that he's going to win. He's just tweeted saying, "Let's go gamer," and then put "war" in capital letters with lots of W's, A's, and R's. And then his second flag, the Polish flag.
Right.
I'm very, 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 very intrigued in this. I think the length is going to be interesting. Mikey Brown's been in the wars as well, hasn't he? Fucking hell. Who's been hitting?
Somebody cracked Mike Brown in the back, too.
Sean Brady.
Mike Brown caught a stray.
Sean Brady and Mike Brown going at it behind
that's what it is. Craziness. Mikey Brown was in the corner, was like, I think Bilal's going to win this fight. They get into it. Both of them have got fucking black eyes. Oh yeah, but yeah, I think the length of Gamrot here. The reason why the length is so interesting is because it envelops his game so well. He likes the long ankle pick, the cross grip ankle pick. He likes the collar ties. He likes the overhook stuff, the underhook stuff. Like all of that stuff plays so well into his range and size and length. I think, it's really, really interesting. Really, really interesting to see how he deals with Benil Dariush. But yeah, I mean, like you said, Spencer, it could be fucking insanely violent immediately, or we could see a really interesting technical, scrambly, either kickboxing or grappling show. It's going to be great, I think. I think it's going to be great. Maybe this is fight of the night, boysies.
Yeah, I mean, there is the potential, right? It wouldn't surprise me. The way these two just are unopposed to being absolute fucking lunatics.
I mean, what is it that you said, Spencer, that one of the Benil Dariush's favorite things in the world is to actually fight?
When I talked to him, right, like we were talking about sort of being off for a while and missing opportunities and stuff like that, and he obviously had an injury that kept him out of the fight in February, and he was like, I just love fighting. Like, I'm so excited to get back there. And it's like, he doesn't mean, like, he does mean competing, but he doesn't mean competing. He just loves the actual physicality and the action of it. Like, this isn't. So I talked to Miranda Maverick yesterday, who talks about competition all the time and wanting to be the best version of herself and grow and develop and compete with everybody and beat everybody at all the different things. I don't think it's necessarily that for old Benny Daggers. I think it's, you know what? You want to go out there and get in a fist fight. Let's have it. I'm in.
Problem. You know the problem though, don't you?
Well, sometimes you get in a fist fight with a guy that's a better fist fighter.
His missus and his kid are there in his corner.
Well, oh, are they? No.
Mr. O'Neill is not going to. That's why he's turned his camera off. Morning. He's
just done away with it. You can't do it.
He's not happy at all.
I just want to fucking chow down on this pot noodle, and it's not the way I want to chow down on it is not what people want to see right now. I promise you that. I'm like,
I mean, great. I think this is pay-per-view TV.
I'm coming into the championship rounds here now. As things are getting spicy with the Bombay bar, the Bombay. What is it called? Bombay Bad Boy.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one. You know what? That's crazy. 5'10", the pair of them, and Gamrot with a lesser reach. Jesus, I didn't expect that. If you look at the way that their bodies are just matched up in their own way, fuck me, I'd have picked Gamrot to be far, far, far longer.
Fucking hell, I'm so excited for this fight.
I mean, all the fights from here are absolute flames, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Completely unrelated to anything. This fucking dog has already abandoned me and become. So what always happens, what has happened with our first dog and now this one quite quickly, I'm home with them all day and they love me to take care of them and look after their day to day. But the minute Sarah gets home, these dogs are just like, she's the best. And this big bastard, I've been taking care of him for the last 3 days. She's home today. And he's like, I'm not laying on the couch with you. I'm going to find her.
What have you done for me lately?
Bastard.
Kind of a job, huh?
Sarah stuck her head in to just see what he was doing. And as soon as he saw her, he was like, oh, you're still here? I'm going. Traitor. 3 days in. Traitor. Here we go. Hell for leather.
Where are you guys at on the stream?
4:46.
Oh shit, I'm well behind. I haven't even started yet.
I will try not to shout and yell as things happen.
Have you started, Harry?
No, have I? Fuck, I'm about to start.
Yeah, me too.
Spencer, there's no pause on yours, is there?
There is, but since I'm responsible for filing results, I need to.
Pussy.
I can't
Pussy.
can't hold back a couple minutes.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Fucking.
You're gonna adore this. You're gonna adore this fight.
Oh my God.
Or the first minute of this fight. For multiple reasons.
Gamrot's head. His head's already cut open. What the fuck happened?
Must have been a clash of heads for that takedown attempt.
I guess so. He's already leaking. What the
His ear.
Oh my God. Oh, this is what we wanted to see. Scramble City. I love it.
Yes, Sean Sheehan. Benny Daggers is in control of the scrambles. Get fucked. That is the Gamrot way. Oh my Lord. The aversion. Oh my Lord. Give this to me. All of it. But you know what I was saying before about leg locks being used for scrambles and for sweeps? We have seen both of these guys now roll for leg locks in order to sweep. Not to attack them necessarily, but to use them to actually regain top position. This fight is fucking flames. Jesus Christ.
I think also very early on, we're seeing a little bit of what we talked about on the preview show that Sean's arguing about now.
Benny, the better athlete. Sean Sheehan, have a word with yourself.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say. We're just seeing a little bit of a athletic edge from Mateusz Gamrot. It may not do anything. It may not be the deciding factor of this fight, but just from
Hey, oh my
explosive athlete position.
Yeah.
He's slightly more athletic.
The speed with which he gets into the jabs,
Yes.
the right hands, the down blocking, the way that he is able to
Into the transitions and scrambles and everything is just half second ahead.
Yeah.
And those half seconds are so important in a fight like this.
So Benny pulling essentially what's a 50-50 position, but looking to go, he's trying to go knee bar on the knee that's inside the leg entanglement, but Gamrot has his arm inside the entanglement, which means there is absolutely no breaking pressure whatsoever. This is smart from Benny Daggers. He also could use it if he wants to, as and when he's ready to. He could look to start to either reap the leg on the other side and pass it over for an outside heel hook, or he can stick. Now he's in this 50-50 position. He's going to look to either get heel exposure or, yes, break and get up. Gamrot did really well to ride that, though. Really, really well.
Yeah, we were talking about Gamrot's kind of.
I mean, this is a fascinating fight.
This is brilliant so far. This is exactly what we wanted to see. Lots of scrambles, lots of movement in the grappling exchanges.
And I mean, you have to be scoring this for Gamrot, right?
Yeah, I would be so far. I'm excited.
Yeah.
I'd love to see a couple of exchanges on the feet here, just to see. Gamrot wants nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it.
Yeah. Oh my lord. Oh yeah. How's that athletic hips going, Shorty Sheehan? How's that? How is it? Kimura traps though. You see what Gamrot is doing with by hooking that back leg. Hooking that back leg is one, putting Benny in a crucifix, but it's stopping Gamrot from being rolled over immediately.
This is a beautiful, beautiful fight. And I know there are people that don't necessarily like grappling fights, but if you're watching this stream, you're watching this fight, you're listening to our commentary, this is high level stuff. So it is phenomenal.
I'm going to stop you just there, just because of what Gamrot just did. So Gamrot drives Beneil Dariush towards the fence, and as he walks his hips to the outside space, he cuts the corner and forces Benny Daggers to a hip. Now, that means that the Kimura trap is less effective. He still has the Kimura trap, as you can see, and Gamrot has to be very wary of back exposure here, but Beneil Dariush can't hip escape, and that's exactly what happens. Gamrot shoves his head out the back door, and now we're in a back body lock situation.
Lands a lovely strike on the break, does Gamrot there as well.
High level grappling.
I would be going out and saying that I'd be confident of Gamrot being able to last this pace more so than Benny Dariush.
Absolutely. And like that, what we just saw there where he caught the kick, that's you think you could strike? No. We're doing this on my terms.
Benny is looking he's looking a lot more labored now, and he's approaching more so.
He's a better athlete.
Yeah.
Relax.
He's going to have to find some of that athleticism in between rounds here and bring it into the second.
Like, my argument on the preview show was that Beneil Dariush is more of an endurance athlete, right? He is somebody that is going to last and that will be able to continue through these positions. Whether I'm going to be proved right or wrong, I don't know. But I mean, my argument at the start was that Gamrot is the fast twitch muscle fiber type athlete, and I mean, I think that's what we're seeing here. I'm in love with this fight so far. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful stuff. Have you 10-8'd the bad boy, Ian?
Oh yeah, 10-8 Ian O'Neill. It's gone. 10-8. It's done. Empty. I didn't even leave any of the soup on the bottom of it. It's gone. That's why I turned the camera off there. Truth be told, just to demolish the end of it. It was like, oh. So now we're fed now. We're fed and watered for the last couple of fights here. What are you going to have to do? The grappling exchanges haven't been working for Benny Dariush that much here.
Initiating them.
Yeah. So what does he need to do differently in round 2, Harry?
So I think you feint and then you initiate the grappling. If you force Gamrot to scramble defensively, that's great. That's exactly what you're looking for. You can go back to the Kimura traps if you want, but you see he dives in there, throws that left kick. Off that left kick, go to a low outside single on the other side. So you see here, Gamrot, when he initiates the grappling, is forcing Beneil to be the defensive scrambler. And whilst Beneil is doing a great job of doing that, you don't want to be having to make decisions based on what the other person is doing. You want them making decisions based on what you're doing.
And
So
we see Gamrot doing that quite a bit, where he shoots for the single leg, but doesn't want to commit on that single leg. He just, like you said, wants to force Benny Dariush to kind of scramble, and we've seen him try to move around to the back. So it's a beautiful, like, from a single leg into the scramble into the back take. That's what Gamrot is looking for. Now Benny can kind of counteract that a little bit because he's an excellent grappler, but it's just brilliant out of Gamrot that he's initiating that.
And he's also switching stances a lot, right? So just then he was in orthodox, and Benny throws the left high kick. Gamrot counters that with a 1-2, then switches straight back to southpaw and lands a jab. Like, this is like, if you wanted to grapple, you're going to have to decide which stance you're going to allow me to grapple in. Dariush is also starting to throw more naked kicks that are a little bit loaded, and Gamrot is jamming that space and looking to grab them. But Beneil is lowering his stance. The jab is landing for Beneil. That body kick when he feints to the right-hand side is nice. This is a very, very, very good, well-matched.
Starting to get interesting here now, because what Dariush is doing is he's not playing around with the grappling anymore. He's defending it and looking to strike. And this is a portion I wanted to see in the fight, to see how both these guys would match up on the feet. I definitely think Dariush has the bigger power here in these, like when they're in the pocket, but getting those.
Dariush has the power for sure, and Gamrot has the speed. And like the question that is being asked at the moment is, if Gamrot lands his 1-2, he's doing a great job of rolling out of the side pocket and not allowing the power shots to come. But in that last exchange, about 2 minutes 48, Gamrot throws his 1-2, misses, and Benny catches him with the counter left.
I'm seeing a reaction from Spencer here.
Oh, this is just me settling in to enjoy it. I mean, I'm a little bit ahead of you guys. Yeah. This is just me, like, enjoying the.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
Just that 2 minute 20 shooting in for the takedown, for letting Benny kind of.
Just enjoying the cat and mouse of this.
This is brilliant. This is
high level attack and defend, read and react.
The second round is much closer.
Yeah, like
that's a big counter left hook from Benny off the ankle pick.
Yep.
Great stuff, lads. Great stuff. Benny coming into this fight a lot more in round 2, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he made a couple of adjustments on the feet, which are standing lower in his stance and being less available for the grappling. And then, as you say, he just dissuades from all of the grappling. He's not bothered doing the scrambling thing. He's not bothered doing all that. He just wants to stand on the feet and land his power shots.
Seems to be a bit more energized. Those scrambling exchanges and those grappling exchanges seem to take a lot out of the tank for Benny in round 1. So that's why I like to see him kind of just defending it and looking to land these strikes here as well, rather than getting issue. Like, it's getting a lot more slippier in there. Maybe Gamrot isn't as strong as he was at the start of the fight too. There's a couple of different factors.
Benny started to take over. Gamrot is throwing less combinations. That one slip from Gamrot's jab and landing the left hand, that left hand is finding its home now. You see, Benny is circling off, waiting for Gamrot to dive in. He realizes that Gamrot is the faster fighter, so he's forcing him to step in because he knows he will, and he's landing the left counter. This is incredible adjustments from Dariush.
Yeah, Gamrot needs this to be a mix, and he needs this to be less of just a fist fight.
Gamrot should be landing low kicks.
I was just going to say, he needs to be diversifying a little more. He should be attacking that lead leg.
He's waiting way too much for Benny Dariush here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a lovely counter right, though.
It's a great fight.
Oh, that's a brilliant fight.
It's a phenomenal fight.
Oh, what a big
knee. I like being a little ahead of you guys.
Do it, break it.
What a fight, lads. This is high level.
I think you have to score that second round for Dariush, right?
Josh has it 19-19. I think I have it 19-19 as well. You'd have to give that to Benny Dariush. Fucking hell, lads. It's all to fight for in round 3 here. But now we're going to find out what Gamrot is all about, because
can you make the adjustment adjustment.
He has to make some adjustments now.
And does that last exchange just before the horn give him a little bit of an idea of what to do, a way to attack, something that he can look for? Or
I mean, if I'm Gamrot, the adjustment I make is I still bound in, I still look to bound in, I wait for Benny to throw that big left hand, and I shoot on that same single leg, and I round the corner just like Gamrot can do. That's the way. If he's gonna make
I think he was forcing those takedowns maybe a little bit too much in round 2. He needs to set them up a little bit, like you said, off a counter or set them up with strikes and try and secure that takedown. Then I think could be the winning of this.
I also switched to southpaw.
Look at that! There he goes. He done it. Look at it.
Yep.
And that's it.
Heel hook is not nice. Yeah. Okay. So if you want, I can tell you exactly why that outside heel hook fails, but this fight's moving too far too.
Was he using it just in order to create a scramble again? No, Harry.
Finish that.
Huh?
He tried to finish that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would be switching to southpaw and staying in southpaw purely because Benny then has to extend on that left hand and you can find the leg. God,
he's got to be careful reaching down for that low kick because that could come high.
Yeah. You're just in front of me now, Ian, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
What are you on now?
354, 53, 52.
Yeah, you're 3 seconds in front of me.
Oh, man, this is fucking tense.
Yeah, it is tense. You're right.
this is what we love. This is why we love it.
Fucking brilliant. It's brilliant.
This is exactly why
And he looks a touch unsteady on his feet. A touch unsteady. Maybe that heel hook or maybe the straight ankle actually did some damage. He just looks a touch unsteady on those toes. Like, look what he got clipped there with the right hand. Like, the bounce back, those ankles don't seem to be.
No, and he's coming back off.
He's coming back off an ankle injury, right? Like, he had a long stay on the sidelines because of an ankle injury or a broken leg or something.
Something's happening in the crowd because nobody's watching the fight.
Someone's after coming in. Hezbollah is on the way in, I'd say.
What, airlifted from the top row?
Airlifted, yeah.
So we just chucked him like a rugby ball. Go on, lad. Down you go.
Good takedown defense. Oh, he got him down, stuck with it. It's something that we don't see too much, Harry, these days. People want to go for the takedown, it gets stuffed straight away and they give up on it. Gamrot does not give up on his takedowns.
It's the way that Gamrot throws, that like uses the takedown. So he uses that unorthodox leg bend, single leg, and then what that does is they have to revert to the other side to balance themselves, and he just switches to the other leg. Really, really clever stuff. Now, obviously, Dariush did a really good job of high legging out, but yeah, I mean, this is high level stuff. I fucking know. I'm not even scoring this third round. I couldn't even tell you.
No, this is close.
Don't do that, Spencer.
Stop, Spencer.
Can't help it, boys. It's just a natural reaction. I now understand why Joe Rogan screams every time something happens.
Yeah. How far ahead are you, Spencer?
I'm about 40 seconds ahead of you guys.
Okay. I was going to say I'm waiting for it, and I don't see it yet.
Oh, shit!
Oh, fuck's sake, both of you have done it. Oh, Jesus! Oh, Jesus!
That could be the winning of the round for Benny Dariush there, guys. That was a huge shot.
That was a big left hand. And we did say that he was timing that left hand, right? Come on, if Gamrot wants it, like this is a minute
Gamrot
left.
Needs to go now.
Yeah, he absolutely needs to go. If we're gonna do this, gamer, we need to land some shots.
Benny Dariush is some fighter, lads. So unbelievable fighter. I tell you, the intelligence that Benny Dariush has shown here to make the adjustments has been wonderful.
Oh, wow. Another left hand. Fuck. Oh, flying knee. Lovely. See, this to me, with 30 seconds left, is where Gamrot absolutely should not be attempting to grapple.
100%. You need to get back that big shot. You need to
We
get back.
need immediately impactful strikes, and immediately impactful strikes don't come from single legs. Fuck me, that was a close fight. That was awesome.
What a fight, lads. That was brilliant.
Brilliant.
Leaning towards Dariush there, guys, I'd say.
928, right?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant fight. Absolutely. Oh, bless him. Benny Dariush immediately after fight checks behind Gamrot's ear to be like, oh, I'm sorry about that, dude. I'm not sorry about nearly separating you from your consciousness with that left hand, but I'm really sorry about that slight cut on the back of your head. I didn't mean that. Sorry. Jesus.
That was a fantastic fight, lads.
Yeah. Brilliant. Let's fight the night so far by an absolute
That's
country.
one of the fights that's probably not the most entertaining fight you'll see, but technically,
I don't know.
Elite. But
Not disagree more. I
there's
think
people that are not going to realize what we were looking at, though, Harry.
maybe, but I don't care about the others. I care about us. Like,
yeah.
we got to witness, like, to me, this is the most entertaining type of fight where it's technical, but also wild and insane, you know, and loads of mad shit happens. That's fuck me. What a great fight. What a great fight.
That's it.
Neither of them lose anything from this, by the way. Whoever wins. I think Gamrot knows he's lost, by the way.
Yeah.
Spencer typing so vigorously, it looks like there's an
Two
earthquake.
30-27s and a 29-28. Thoughts on that, Harry?
I don't know about fucking 30-27s.
Not one of them, though. Two of them.
I don't know about either of them.
The first one was a first. I think that first round was a close one. I think the second round was Benny Dariush, and I think round 3 goes to Benny Dariush with that big shot as well that dropped Gamrot. So I can see it. I probably would have a 29-28 myself. So, but that's a great fight. They're getting us nicely primed up here for the big 3. You gotta fucking throw Benny Dariush a bone here and give him a title shot next. What do you lads think?
I mean, without a shadow of a doubt.
Indeed. It's a great performance coming back from the ankle injury, coming in against a guy like Gamrot as well. I mean, that was pretty fucking impressive. Rocking the old silver fox looked like myself as well is Benny Dariush. Lesson.
What you saying?
I said Benny Dariush rocking the old silver fox look like myself as well. Fair play.
No, he is. So can you now renege on everything you've said about bringing children to fights?
Who, me?
Yep.
Why?
Clearly, it's a good luck charm now.
Why did he bring his kid? Fair play. But yeah, I don't. Yeah, Jesus, I don't know. It's a tough one. It's a tough one, lads. Come on, lads, get the picture. They're struggling. He's struggling to get the picture going here after it. Eight-fight win streak for Benil Dariush. I think that's very, very important. Win for him and his title run. Let me 1 second here. Just need to tweet out the results.
Gentlemen, I don't want to alarm you, but Piotr Jan and Sean O'Malley are fighting now.
Oh my goodness. Sound the alarms.
Also coming up next month, our pay-per-view will hit New York City UFC 281.
What do you do with Benny?
Well, if we're treating him the same way as we want to be treating Bilal Muhammad, he's on an 8-fight win streak right now, as Josh said. You gotta be priming him up for a title fight. But can we kick it off again?
Sorry. What was that? He's undefeated in 8, and he should be primed for a title fight.
He should be. Now, you didn't let me finish, though. You didn't let me finish. Is he going to get it? I don't know. I'm not too sure. Unfortunately for him, I'm not too sure.
Who else is there? Who's ahead? Like
Conor McGregor reaching out to the UFC and saying, "I want a lightweight title shot next."
Well, there's that. Yes,
that's one thing.
Yeah. On merit, I think we all agree that he's next in line.
I think on merit, me and you, Spencer, definitely agree with both Bilal and with Benny getting title shots. But politically, I don't know if the UFC are going to want to do it or allow it to happen.
The interesting thing, and I agree, the interesting thing to me in the case I will always make and have always made is there are certain times where you just have to do it because it allows things to happen behind it.
Yeah.
Right. And so like welterweight needs a bit of a reset. We don't need another Colby Covington title fight should he beat Khamzat Chimaev. Like, let's, instead of running a 32-year-old, 33-year-old Colby Covington who's not won a title in 2 attempts out there and not done a lot since those title fights, let's give it to Bilal Muhammad and see what's coming behind him, because there are starting to be guys coming behind him, right? Shavkat's coming. If Jeff Neal beats Shavkat, Jeff Neal is coming. I'm surprised Jeff Neal hasn't jumped on. I mean, Jeff's not a Twitter guy, but I'm surprised he hasn't said anything about Bilal winning because, you know, he beat Bilal pretty handily. Is the last actual loss for Bilal, and said after his last win over Vicente Luque, like, I doubt Bilal wants this again. Yeah. That'd be one that I'd love to see again. 5 rounds, main event. But yeah, I just feel like Dariush at a certain point, like his window is closing. Get him an opportunity.
Yeah, he definitely deserves it, especially after what has happened and how him being so close. Remember, he was supposed to fight Makhachev. That win would have almost guaranteed him probably being in this main event slot tonight. So
supposed to fight Charles Oliveira a couple of years ago as well.
Absolutely do not give him Dustin Poirier.
No.
Dustin Poirier be matched with Michael Chandler. 2, fuck all that noise.
And don't give him Justin Gaethje either. Like keep those 3 out of the mix. They can, to steal from my Next Day Takeaways co-host, fuck all the way off.
They can get all the way fucked, actually.
They can get all the way fucked, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait for this fight.
Oh, there's so many questions to this fight. There's so many. Imagine Sean O'Malley comes out and just destroys him. Oh no, the man, the legend.
Here he comes.
Here we go.
Sugar Quilcha Dabara comes in. Quilcha, what do you think?
Of what? The card or this fight?
No, this fight coming up. Sean O'Malley, Peter Yan. What was your prediction? I'll have to get up the Instagram here. I think your prediction was Peter Yan, was it?
Oh yeah, Peter Yan, 2nd round KO, I think.
There you go. How do you see him getting in there? You know, you got loads of Muay Thai experience there now. Tell us how Peter Yan, as the smaller man, gets on the inside of Sean O'Malley with his longer reach and gets off his shots.
to be honest, I think for the first round, he's just going to get the reads of Sean O'Malley, see where he get the little gaps, and then start chopping down that front leg and just chop, chop, chop. And then second round, kind of take the fight from there. And I think he gets the finish in the second round, to be honest. Like, he's got that. He might have to take a shot or two just to get off some of his combos. But I think once he gets on the inside, it's his game.
100%. That's kind of the way I'm kind of assessing it as well. You know, obviously with Jan being a slower starter, it's more so like a wood chip away, and then just wait for something to happen, see what Sean O'Malley's output is like. But jeez, lads, I'm excited for this. I might have to do a little get a drink of water here now just to ease the nerves here.
Not going for something stronger yet, no?
No, not yet.
Ease the nerves a little.
Yeah.
You say, it's 115, 120 there. You're good.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Get locked here, and be all that. Maybe that's what we'll have to do sometime on one of these live streams, is just have a drunk cast where we just drink it out. I know not everybody here does drink, Harry. You're not a drinker, but sure, do you know what? We can pick up some slack, so we can pick up some slack if we need to.
Look, I bet you if we had a drinking contest, I'd outrun you on Diet Cokes. That's all I'm saying.
Hey,
I was gonna say, if we make him drink enough kombucha, there's liquor in it. It'll get to him.
Yeah. If we had an actual drinking contest, I'd last half a pint and be on the floor dead.
Sadly,
Oh,
as
like
I continue to age, the same holds true for me.
Respect. This feels like a main event to me.
This does. He's got a following. He also has a bit of a shiner under his goddamn eye. What is with all of these people going to Abu Dhabi and getting popped in their training?
I think this is like maybe it's like
or is he just like, are those? Did you know what it is? It's stupid tattoos.
Right. Like, I think if I could just paint the picture of how I think this fight goes, one man booth. The thing I struggle with is what does Sean O'Malley do with his range, with his aggressive nature, or with the lack of aggressive nature that he fights with, and what does he do after he feints? We know that he has a very dominant, very diverse, very mature feinting game, but it's what happens after that. Piotr Jan, as Quilcher alluded to, is a master of reads. But the problem I have with that is this is a 3-round fight. We don't know how that's going to play out over the 3 rounds. He hasn't fought a 3-round fight in 3 years. That's a long time to have not prepared for a 3-round fight for. And I just question if O'Malley is going to be able to force Piotr Jan to, one, be tentative on executing a counter to the reads because there's something behind him, or whether he's not going to be able to. I mean, look, the grappling portions are going to be interesting, but to me, this is going to be won and lost in the first 2.5 minutes. If Sean O'Malley goes out there and Piotr Jan is able to make reads quicker than O'Malley is able to pick counters, we got big problems. Sean O'Malley has big problems. But in the same vein, if Piotr adopts what Quilcher expects to happen, which is where he takes his usual round off, we know that Sean O'Malley carries some significant power. We know he's a sniper. We know that he can find a shot when he needs to, and that's dangerous. This is a wild fight. This could be an absolutely wild fight.
What happens if it goes to the ground? Is what I want to ask.
Not to react because I'm ahead of you.
yes.
So,
just in case Sean O'Malley fires off a single that deadens Piotr Jan.
Yeah, so in answer to your question, Quilcher, is we don't know, right? Obviously, Sean O'Malley has Tanquinho in his corner, so it's not like he doesn't have a wealth of grappling knowledge behind him, but we've never seen it, really. We've never seen scramble exchanges being forced. We've seen Sean O'Malley on his back, but we've seen that due to injury rather than due to, aggressive takedowns. We've never seen him dropped from sort of clinch exchanges with foot sweeps or anything like that. So I just don't think we know. But we have seen Piotr Jan on the ground. And okay, if Aljamain Sterling takes you back, these things happen in MMA. But when it comes from a Corey Sandhagen or whatever, we know that he can scramble. We know that he has his own takedowns. We know that he has his own ground game. So I just don't think we know. But I think the reason why I say this fight is going to be found out inside the first 2.5 minutes is if Piotr Jan, so Spencer mentioned Piotr Jan, it would be useful for him to do like 2 hard, or maybe it was Ian, do 2 hard rounds in the locker before you actually come out. Because look at him, he's all wrapped up. That tells me he's done a significant warm up in there.
Yeah.
And if he comes out and he's like, oh, I've already had my first read round, it was me smashing up some fucking poor cunt in the back room. This is going to be rough for Sean O'Malley if he just runs him over. It's really, really rough. But
I would be surprised if he didn't go hard in the back, like just
he's got to
getting after it. It's the thing that Cowboy never used to do, and I talk to Cowboy about it all the time. Right, like he'd come out and we'd say, "Why do you start slow?" And he'd have a little bit of a shakeout and he'd hit some mitts, but it's just going through things that you're used to, and it's just loosening the body a little bit. Whereas Piotr Jan in this fight and Cowboy throughout his career needed to have that, okay, get the first round out of the way. Get the first 2 out of the way so that you're fired up. He looks he always looks in good shape, but he looks in insane shape for this one. I think there's a little, the funny thing is I'm worried that there's a little like anger emotion in this one. You and I talk about it regularly.
And I think that Peter Yan suffers a little bit with letting his emotions.
He's a better fighter when he's just doesn't give a shit.
Exactly. We've seen that in the Aljamain Sterling fight with the illegal knee. And I thought we saw it in the second fight too, where he was kind of forcing it on the feet starting off. And then maybe throughout the fight was giving Aljamain Sterling a better chance to take him down as well. But he looks in damn good condition here tonight, lads.
Oh, boys,
I think like in reality here, for if you're Sean O'Malley, like balls of steel coming in here against Peter Yan. Who wants to fight Peter Yan, number 1? Who wants to fight him coming off a loss, number 2?
I don't know. I'm gonna make a slight counter argument, and it's not one I'm necessarily married to, but Sean O'Malley kind of dug this grave for himself. You know, like if he says no, the UFC are like, you signed the big boy contract, you got to fight the big boy fighters. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I'm not saying that this is correct, but this does feel like Sean called for not just the fight, but the contract, and the UFC are like, yeah, okay, big boy, put your big boy pants on and go and fight them.
Yeah, that was my initial first thought when this fight was announced, because I remember very plainly when he said it on his podcast and everyone made the memes about it. He said, I'm not going to be fighting, or I'm not fighting better known competition until I get paid more. And here we go. We're just about to see it too.
I might have to turn my camera off so you guys don't see me react if there's anything that happens. I'll just disappear.
I'm pretty sure I'm behind all of you guys by at least 10 seconds for whoever's the slowest lag going on.
So I think Ian is ahead of me by 33 seconds. Spencer is ahead of me by 40 seconds.
So I think I'm behind you by 10.
Okay. Quilter, Sean O'Malley standing in the middle of the cage being announced by Bruce Buffer.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I think we're on the same one.
I've got the introduction of Jason Herzog as your official for this contest.
Pause.
So I'm going to sit here. I'm going to tuck my... I'm going to do this. Or maybe... Hang on. We'll do this. And we'll just...
Come out. You're going to prepare. You're going to watch this fight like Peter Yan came out to this fight with your hood up.
Fully wrapped.
Go and ask Sarah for a towel and you'd be grand. Chuck that in there as well.
There we go.
Jesus, lads, this is unbelievable. Like, this is what it's all about.
Ian, when you were away there, I was like, this feels like the main event.
Oh, it does. And we still have 2 fucking to go after this.
Do you think the fact that this is the first time Jan's fought 3 rounds since 2019 is going to affect him?
I think that's what we were worried about, his slow start. And that's why we reckon he would have put the work in the locker room before, just getting a good warm-up on the pads to come out. Oh, lads, here we go.
Fucking A, boysies.
Sean O'Malley is a little bit tight, a little bit tense from the early stages. And
Southpaw immediately, right? Southpaw immediately.
Lots of quick feints. It looks like Sean O'Malley is looking to try and like keep a high pace on this, the way he's moving, not as relaxed, obviously, enough as we've seen previously.
It's the feints pace, right? And this is the
Yeah.
question: is what happens after these feints? Because Piotr's already chopped at the leg kick a little, and he's going to read these feints. You see how he's not giving Sean the range that he wants, right? He's not giving him the space that he wants to work in. He's standing almost toe to toe and forcing him behind the cage, behind the tram line of the cage. This is dangerous.
Jeez, lads, you could cut the tension with a knife.
Oh,
my
it's
God.
ridiculous. Oh, that's what Peter Yan is looking to try and get him there. He's trying to get him to that cage, isn't he, Harry? And he's going to offload then.
Absolutely, absolutely. The power from that cage. Oh, I think there's a...
Oh, we're good. We're good.
Yeah, that was weird. Sean O'Malley looked as if, did I eye poke him? Peter was like, what are you talking about? I'm good.
Sean O'Malley likes to call his own fouls. He's done it throughout his career. Yeah, he likes to tell the referee what happened that should be penalized.
Yeah,
he did it in his amateur career against a gentleman named Carlos Lozoya, who is fighting in Fury FC next weekend. And it became a disqualification just because Sean objected to where the strikes landed, vociferously enough. He's a bit of a cunt.
Okay, so this is interesting. Sean's landed 2 really nice counter right hands from the Piotr Yan low kick. Piotr needs to watch where that right hand is coming from, because the switch stance right hand is coming and has landed nicely twice for Sean.
Oh, that was a big shot. You see, I'm not too I think Sean O'Malley has had a really, really good start here, but I don't think we've seen the full Peter Yan yet. I think he's making his reads, he's getting his timing.
I think there's an element of that for sure, but I also think that the point that you guys have made, like the grappling here, right? This is where it gets interesting. I wonder why he's taking the grappling. Is this my usual Piotr Yan of I'm just checking what the reads are, I'm just seeing what you do here, I'm not quite sure, or is this the striking isn't going quite how I wanted it to go? He's clipped me a couple of times, and now I'm going to some grappling things.
I think it's the former, but I also think it's I can dominate him here, and O'Malley would have been down in the first sequence if he didn't grab a handful of fence.
Yeah,
that Jason Herzog didn't see,
and Sean O'Malley didn't call.
Sean O'Malley, has no objection to cheating himself.
Big overhand left by Yan. Oh.
That stamp on the ACL was not nice.
That's a big
dump as well, boysies.
Now we see a heavy blow in here now with O'Malley. This is where Yan likes to turn up the pace from like this stage on.
2 minutes left in the first round. That's when he goes.
Yeah.
The only thing I will say is a close guard of Sean O'Malley with those really long legs is a dangerous close guard to be in.
It is.
Not that I'm expecting to see him sub Piotr Yan from a close guard something. Yeah.
Good first round so far, though, lads.
Lovely high intensity to this.
Yeah.
As expected, really, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It really was. But, I mean, you can see Yan turning it up now, Quilcha. How are you feeling about your second round knockout pick right now?
I just put money on it, so I'm feeling
very confident. So
yes, bye.
This will come back and bite me so bad, but yeah.
Good man, Quilcha. I hope you get it.
I have a feeling that we're not going to see a second round KO.
No, I don't. I'm leaning it. I have a third round KO. You never know what might happen. I'm not that confident about it, though.
I think Sean O'Malley's building confidence that this right hand is landing. This is to me, this is all. Oh shit. That's interesting.
Peter Yan looks to be blowing quite heavy here.
There was a lot of very interesting pieces of that round. Every time Yan landed a low kick, O'Malley switched stances. And that takedown at the end of that round, that shot, even though Yan scrambles up, it's just like, oh, I got this too if you want.
Yeah, something to think about. Who do you score that round for, Spencer?
It's O'Malley, surely.
It's O'Malley's in my book. It's
Yeah.
the better shots that landed.
Yeah. And, Piotr did
I mean,
the thing he does where he moved away from the right hands. But
the high amplitude takedown is nice, though, right? Like, Jan had
that's
some
definitely
success.
going to score. That's going to score. Like,
That's not just dragging somebody's legs out from under him. That's scooping him in the air and driving him into the ground.
Yeah, and that's the type of takedowns that are scoring these days. It's not those little smaller takedowns. It's those high impact ones where both feet are off the ground. You're slamming somebody down, like you're scoring that as impactful. So Peter Yan coming into round 2 here knows he's in a fucking fight.
O'Malley's corner, I think that Peter Yan's gassed already.
Yeah, he looked like he was breathing heavy coming towards the end of round 1.
Is this the emotional thing we were talking about?
Yes.
Potentially.
Oh, that hurt him.
I think this round will be telling.
Oh, boysies. We might see Sean O'Malley fucking do Sean O'Malley things here. Oh, Ian, don't. Oh, shit!
This is insane, lads.
I'd like credit for my ability to not react.
I'm doing an unbelievable job, Spencer.
Spencer, you should take up poker because you have a great poker face. I don't know how you're keeping it together.
It's just I don't want to ruin things for you guys. Like I'm enjoying the hell out of this, and I want you to enjoy. I live for your reactions more than anything.
Oh, lads.
This is very, very. Oh, stop that, Sean O'Malley. What? Piotr Yan needs to disengage and go back. Not to the striking, but if he wants to engage in the ground game, that's fine. But allowing Sean O'Malley to keep 2-on-1s is not a smart decision. Yeah. Now just disengage from the close guard and go back in. Yeah, because now we're in silly arm bars and things like that.
Oh, that was very good to pounce on that.
The body lock takedown.
Yeah.
Yeah, really nice. Let's see if he can turn the corner. He's triangling the legs. Very nice. Sean O'Malley built back up really well, though. Really well.
Do you know what? I go as far as to say, I've been fairly impressed with Sean O'Malley, no matter what happens in this fight already. You know what? Even
this
if
is what we were talking about.
Exactly. We're finally seeing these questions answered about Sean O'Malley, and we can put some substance in some of the hype he puts on himself. Like, he's hanging in there. And yes, he might get caught, and yes, he might get knocked out, but he's shown enough to us, I think, in this fight so far.
This is a top 10 fighter for sure.
For sure. Oh, lovely. I love that sweep. He always does it.
Yes, Piotr Yan, you big boy. Love it.
He's kind of coming. Jan, look, I wonder is Jan getting his second wind or third wind again? He looks more energetic than he did at the end of the first round here.
It feels like this is a confidence thing. It feels like he's got to a point now where he's like, oh, this is actually just a fight. Like, this is just a fight now.
I think there's also a little bit of, I'm not letting this fucking pink-haired kid. Do you know what I mean? Like that early sequence at the start of the round, right? Sean has success and everybody goes, holy shit. And right away, Jan builds back up and goes, hang on a minute. Enough here, kid.
Oh, that shot. There was a left kick to the body. Did you see that one, Harry?
The body has hurt him. See the elbow drop. See the right elbow drop. The right forearm drop.
It was that body kick it was that liver kick. So it was. It might not have landed in the liver, but it was and
Jan goes immediately back to it. Sean's wide-eyed. He knows what's going on. He's switching stances. This is interesting. Okay, so Jan's made a slight adjustment now, and that slight adjustment is we're seeing the shell guard, and when O'Malley overextends on that shot, he's trying to roll underneath the left hand and come in with his own right. He doesn't have an answer for the right hand, though. Jan does not have an answer to the O'Malley right hand yet.
You sounded like a old-timey radio announcer broadcasting a boxing match there.
Yeah. All we need is a microphone to come down.
Yeah, it's just perfect. He does not have an answer for the right hand. The right hand is landing clean. Every time he throws it, it's hitting him clean.
Oh, that's a beautiful takedown, man. The thing I'm impressed with O'Malley is maybe he's blowing, whatever, but he's doing his best to not accept these bottom positions. And when he is getting to the bottom, he's using it as a method of big breaths, big breaths, and then looking to get foot on hips and getting back up. See, like he was already building up to an elbow post. He's already got his shin frame in, foot's on the hip. He is using this, and he is ready that as soon as Jan tries to create some space, he kicks him away. Just get me in the commentary booth, lads. He kicks him away, and he's going to look to try and build up. And yeah, he's taking these ground exchanges very, very smartly, and he's not accepting them. He's not making silly mistakes. He's just sat there working, biding his time, keeping wrist control, looking for inside frames, stopping the pass, like useful stuff. For Sean
He's
O'Malley.
taken some shots that I don't know that we knew he could take. He's like, this is what we said about he can lose this fight and his stock still can skyrocket. Like, there's no way to come out of this after 10 minutes and question this kid anymore.
No. Questions have been answered no matter what happens. You know what? And I'm excited about it too, even for the future, because look, at the end of the day, Sean O'Malley's still young. Whatever happens here, and there's no. Oh, that was the left kick to the body there. Did you see that on the replay, Harry?
Really brutal.
Yeah.
All right. How are we scoring it?
1-1 going into round 3, I think.
For sure.
Has to be. I think your pick is going to be right here.
Round 3 KO, is it? Did I pick that? Or
I think it's a
Is
decision.
that what you picked?
I don't think.
Do you think?
Get him out of here.
I don't know.
Damn it.
Right now, I would think it's going to be a round 3 are going to be the decision. But I mean, I'm still on for the third round KO here.
The slight difference is just before the third round, Piotr Jan holds his hand out to Sean O'Malley to touch gloves. Interesting.
Mhm.
Yeah, he's got his. He respects him now, right? Like,
yeah,
we've been in here, we've done this. All right, fine.
and that might be a bad.
You still look silly, but you can fight.
Oh, that was a beautiful switch kick.
Okay. All right, Piotr Jan, I see you.
Bronstetter has a 2018.
Like, get the fuck out of here. Okay, so it feels like the adjustment now in round 3 is he's waiting for Sean to throw that left hand, and he's going to duck inside and go to a body lock. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, my sense is that that Jan has decided my safest and best path to victory is wrestling this kid, grappling with this kid, because he can hurt me on the feet.
Yeah.
It's really, really refreshing to see Sean O'Malley in a real fight.
Yes, it is.
So refreshing.
Fuck yes.
Like
this is what we wanted, right?
This kid can
I won't say anything bad about this kid ever again. I won't question who he's beaten, what he's done.
I mean, to say I won't say anything bad about him is.
I mean, yeah, I'll still make fun of his choice of hair colors and terrible tattoos, but
sure, some of them are fine.
Some of them are fine. Some of them are
Oh,
terrible.
Peter Yan, cut.
Yeah, that's a big knee.
Lads, if you're Peter Yan here, do you know what? If you're Peter Yan here, like, you can't be expecting that you're up in this fight, because this is
100%.
very close.
Oh, big left hand.
Oh my god. Oh, that leg kick hurt.
Fuck.
Oh.
Oh. Oh shit. This is wild.
Jesus Christ, lads.
So that's a massive knee from Sean O'Malley and 2 big left hands so far from Piotr Jan. Good Lord. This has been interesting. Oh, Sean, you silly, silly boy.
I think he might have missed his chance to get back to his feet here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's sat on a Kimura, and Piotr Jan is doing a good job of defending the Kimura, but jumping the gilly was silly. Oh, he's up. He's up.
Oh, you must be well ahead of me again, Harry, are you?
I'm 131, 130, 129.
No. I'm just a bit just ahead of you.
This has been incredibly impressive from Sean O'Malley. Incredibly impressive. Is it me now, or are both of Sean O'Malley's eyes super, super bruised?
Yeah. Oh!
Stop. Oh, shit! Fucking hell, those are massive shots. That's a fence grab, Herzog, you prick.
Yeah, what the fuck is up with Herzog? He's missing a load of it.
Fence grabs. What the fuck are you doing? Oh my Lord,
Jesus
lads.
Christ.
40 seconds left. Why is this not 5 rounds? Fucking hell.
Oh, lads, that's a nasty cut on Jan as well. It's bothering the shit out of him too.
Do we have this 29-28 Sean O'Malley?
I don't know.
So that sweep. Oh my good Lord, that sweep.
Oh man, that's such a close fight. Wow, what a fight. What a fight. What a fight. Jesus.
Fight of the night so far.
Fight of the night so far, yeah.
And we still have the 2 title fights. I love it.
Oh my God. Jeez, I wish that was 5 rounds.
It's not going to be fight of the year because there's many other things. It'll be on my list. Just for the compelling.
How does this get scored?
I think Piotr Jan wins, but it's dicey. I'll mute and not let you.
Oh my God.
I picked a great one to come on for, lads. Oh my goodness, what a fight.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Oh, lads.
The highlights are just incredible. Some of the shots, fantastic. Fuck me, I'd like to see that back over 5 rounds.
I
don't care if it's the next fight, 2 fights time.
Yeah. Jesus Christ, what a fight.
The stats are interesting. That 51-69 for Sean O'Malley. I thought Sean O'Malley would have had actually more significant strikes than that, to be honest.
This is a big one, lads. Imagine what you must be thinking.
Either way, those two left it all inside there. The body language of the two of them, they just went to a war. Regardless what happens, it's going to be it's huge. It's going to be big for both.
29-28, Mali, split decision. Sugar Sean O'Malley got it done. I don't believe it. He deserves that. Oh my God. Jesus,
you guys both were hurt over this fight.
Wow.
Harry, are we skipping next 3 takeaways and just doing a rewatch? We're doing both.
Wow. That's crazy, lads. Man, Roscoe.
Go on, Ross.
Great fight. Yeah, I would agree there. Stock would have went up even if he got the loss. But Jesus Christ, it's to the moon now with Sean O'Malley. He's probably going to get a title shot next.
Very good argument for it. Who could get ahead of him though?
Who could get ahead of him? Shit, I don't know.
The guy that beat him, Cheeto Vera.
Oliveira, yeah.
True.
Run it back. Number 1 contender, 5 rounds, run it back.
That's the one, isn't it? Yeah, that's the one. Wow, that's crazy. Harry, you haven't said a word since the decision has been announced.
Well, I was listening to Sean's interview there with DC. He said something that's made me respect him actually far more than the performance itself. DC said to him, Dana White said before this, whoever wins gets a title shot. Do you want a title shot, basically? And his response was, I need to go and watch the fight back. That's a man who is well aware of how this fight game works and is well aware of how risk works. That's a man who openly said in that interview, I went to a place I've never had to be before. He's hurt me far more than I've ever been hurt in a fight. And his lasting response, obviously, he then realized where he was and he said, oh, look, if the fans want me to be the bantamweight champion, we'll give the fans what they want. But for him to turn around and to show his true self and show his true character, and that true character is somebody that turns around and says, before I allow myself a chance at fighting for a UFC title, I need to go back and prove to myself that my performance was worthy of it. That's very, very interesting and very telling of the man. So fair fucking play to Sean O'Malley. Fair fucking play. Quilcher, say something to me. Tell me how you're feeling.
Lad, I'm shook. Oh my God. I was not expecting anything like that, but wow. Like, I don't know. I got to give Sean so much credit. Like you were saying there, that like post-fight interview, I guess the one takeaway I've had from it is probably how he's handled this and how he's handled his career has been so admirable. Like, you know, he's had a steady enough rise. He's made his money. He's been smart, essentially. He's not gone to the deep end. I guess this was the one that is going to shoot him up even further. And like, to say what he said afterwards, like, as you said, got to respect that. Maybe one fight to see him how he deals with 5 rounds. I'd like to see something like that next, but then a title shot. But it's hard to know. I'm shocked. I'm not angry at the decision. I have a few people messaging me saying like, "What the hell was that? What do you think? All this?" But I'm not mad at the decision. It's perfectly fine.
No,
it was a crazy fight.
It's a close fight. Like, I mean, it's round 1 and that fight was so close. Round 3 was so close. Like, I wouldn't argue 29-28 for Jan. You know, I see Sean tweeted up. He was close to scoring it 30-27. So, I mean,
to who?
To 30-27 to Jan. So he was close. Like he said, it was close. His score was 29-28 for Jan. I mean, no one can call a robbery in that fight. That's a close fight. Like, so I think 5 rounds, like, we're not going to get Sean O'Malley in top of the fight night card right now. So that's not going to happen. So it's going to have to be like a 5-round co-main event or just propping up another fight on a pay-per-view card. Just make it 5 rounds. It's got to be 5 rounds next for Sean O'Malley. So you just make it happen, don't you, Spencer? So you just probably just throw him in there on a main card like they did with the Diaz fight. Just make it fucking 5 rounds, and who cares at this stage?
See, this is the tricky part with Sean, right? Because he's thus far, I believe, exclusively fought on pay-per-views. Let me just pull up his Wikipedia page here. And exclusively on main cards at that. And so, yeah, you would have to, right? Every single one of his fights, except for his debut, has been on a pay-per-view. And so, if he's not fighting for the title next, which, you know, if Aljo goes out and wins here, you can make a case. They'll be like Chito Vera will be absolutely pissed off, and Corey Sandhagen will be pissed off, and stuff like that. But like, he just went out and beat Piotr Jan. Like, you can't. This is where the recency of results can screw guys, right? Like, Chito Vera had that great win over Dominic Cruz and fairly beat Sean O'Malley. But O'Malley just beat the guy that's held the belt, held 2 different titles, right? Undisputed bantamweight champ and interim champ. You can make a case that he can't be denied.
You're talking about risk and reward, and he took the ultimate risk, so he should get the ultimate reward. And you're not going to see me if he was tossed straight in there into a title fight next. I'm going to say I wouldn't complain at all in the slightest, to be honest. Even though I probably should, but I think with a win like that, Spencer, like, do you chance putting him in there with a guy like Chito where it could go wrong, or do you try and market him up into that, sell him off and have him maybe try and turn him into a superstar by getting a title around his waist? Let's be real.
So the interesting thing with Sean is that he's in the Sean O'Malley business as opposed to anything else. And so he's not interested in necessarily helping the UFC unless it's to his benefit. And so I think he will do his absolute best, sort of exactly what Ross said there. He will do his absolute best to make sure that it's a title fight, because you're not, like, you just, as you said, he just took the ultimate risk, right? He just put his place in the division and sort of his overall standing on the line, bet on himself and won. You don't now then take a step back, with all due respect to Chito Vera, and fight Chito Vera again, where you may lose out on that championship opportunity. The reason his answer after that fight that Harry talked about so well is important is because it gives him the ability to just sit there and wait and see what the offer is and make his decisions. He'll fight for the title next. I'm almost assured of it. But it may be 6 months, it may be 8 months, it may be 9 months. Like, I don't think he's going to just run into this for the sake of running into this. He'll get every last dollar out of this. He'll get every last, make the most of this win, as he should.
Yeah, I definitely agree. A lot of controversy about this one online, as there always is going to be. People calling it the worst robbery in history. Henry Cejudo.
Yeah, but are any of those people you should listen to?
No, Henry Cejudo's calling for that. Okay, don't shoot the messenger here, Spencer.
I'm saying it for the folks listening to us.
Yeah, it's not
the
a
folks
robbery.
that are joining us right now, right? Like, all the people that run out and say, "Oh, worst robbery of all time." One, it's not a robbery. Like, we just watched 15 minutes of give and take. To say one person definitively won that fight 3 rounds or 2 rounds, then you didn't actually watch the fight. You had a rooting interest, you had a betting interest, something.
Everybody losing all of their parlays on
like I'm over on my bets thus far tonight. Straight up over. Haven't like everything I've said on the betting show. So you want to make a bet? Severe YouTube page. Zeros. Huge zeros. Don't care. Great fight. And so everybody doing the like, oh, biggest robbery. Take a step back. Give your head a shake. Like,
Andy Stevenson,
this-
you're lucky you're not on this stream anymore, Andy.
why did Andy call it a robbery?
No, he didn't call it a robbery, but he's calling for a main event rematch. Why would you go back in there and fight him again after beating him
Not
again?
happening.
Not a chance.
Well, it was a split decision, but I can see Andy's argument here. In fairness, I can see the argument, but from a business point of view, I can't see why Sean O'Malley would do that.
He's got the win now.
What's the argument?
Well, the argument is split decision. People are calling it a little bit controversial. It's like, you've had all this beef. It kind of sells itself. If you're not going to get a title shot and you're guaranteed one afterwards, if you're given enough money, well, may as well. But I can't see him doing it. It's one of those things where you should be looking straight up for a title shot, especially after a win like that.
If you're Sean O'Malley, you say
you do the rematch for a title where you can make the most amount of money off it as possible. Simple as that.
Say it louder. That's exactly what happens. You say to him, you want to do a rematch? No bother. Let me go get that belt and I'll give you the first shot. No stress.
Because the other part is Petr Yan needs a reset here. He needs a moment.
Something's
It was a
gone
close
wrong,
fight,
yeah.
but he's 1-3 in his last 4. And he's been in some really tight, close fights. So he's got a little bit that he's got to figure out and go sort out so that he can. No one's denying that he's a top 5 bantamweight, but like, he's also now, even if you throw out the first Sterling fight, right? He's 1-2 in his last 3. He can't just go, this is how we screw up bantamweight. We don't want to screw up bantamweight. You can't have Petr Yan hanging out doing the Justin Gaethje thing. He's got to take a step back. He's got to reset himself. There's enough guys at bantamweight to move someone else forward rather than him just hanging out there facing the loser of this fight, which is probably what will get booked.
I think I just want to make a remark that I don't really like Dad Dwayne Ludwig look. Short Dwayne with the big mustache is not for me. It's not my portion. Give me old Dwayne Ludwig.
I didn't see him. I didn't notice.
Yeah, I see him there.
I'll wait and see him in the corner.
Use the socks off. Come on, lad. You're not fighting.
Quilcha, what do you think for this one, man? Jesus Christ, we're barely getting to catch our breath from the last fight, and here we go again, and it's going to be the same the next fight, but let's go. What do we think? We'll have to focus our attention, I guess.
Honestly, I've barely digested that last fight yet, but
no, it's so hard.
I'm still not over. Like, I'm barely prepared for this one now. But look, I don't know what to really think of TJ Dillashaw at the moment, to be honest. I'm not sold, to be quite honest. I think this would be telling. I'm gonna go out on a whim. I have said it. I think I have it on the picks as well that I have Aljo for a submission in this one. Funnily enough, I think I just fancy Aljo a little bit more.
Yeah, kind of.
Did I cut out there?
Kind of along those same lines as well, where I kind of just think that, yeah, I'm interested to see, like, for me, it's how does TJ look in this fight? Like, I thought he looked a lot slower and he faded in the Sandhagen fight. Now he's coming back off an injury again. And yeah, it'll be interesting. Aljo is in good form, somewhat injury-free from what we know of. And he's got a nice big thick neck on him coming out here, has Aljo. He's been doing a lot of those. He's been having a lot of work in the UFC PI, I think, on the lead up for this fight. Because he had woeful neck injuries before. It was ahead of the first Petr Yan fight, but I guess that they are no issues no more. So it sure is interesting. I very interested to see this. I can't really see a finish from either side. You see a finish from either side, Quilcha?
Yeah, no, I think if I'm gonna see a finish, I think it'll be an Aljo sub. Just now, I might have a little bit of bias there towards how I do like Aljo. I think he's very slick in the ground, and as I said, I'm not sold by TJ, so I think that might be the route to victory. I don't think Aljo would have the better on the feet at all. I think TJ's striking is just absolutely sensational to watch. Always has been. But no, I think the route to victory would be a submission for Aljo here. I don't know if he could, unless he holds him down and kind of starts grinding out a victory by, like, from the grappling perspective, then maybe a decision beyond the cards. But I don't know. I don't think I don't know if the decision would go his way if it's on the feet very long. So as I said, submission for Aljo for me.
What do you think Aljo looks bigger coming in here, Harry? Around the neck and shoulders.
The children would call him a thickums.
Thickums. What?
And that's a THI double or even a triple C UMS.
Get in there, son.
Never mind Aljo. TJ looked absolutely incredible before.
He looked almost
Juicy.
too well, if you ask me.
It's all that clean juice he's got going on.
All that clean
Orange.
juice, yeah. I don't know, fucking lads. If you have muscles on top of muscles, I'm not so sure. But we'll see.
Okay,
We will
so if I
see.
could just jump in here for a hot sec. My thoughts on this coming in are quite clearly Aljamain will be the fighter closer to his athletic prime. I think that we know that the route to victory is Aljo via some form of grappling exchange, or at least the threat of a grappling exchange. We know that the entries from don't show that on the do not show that comment on the live stream. Don't do it. Don't do it. We know that the threat of the unorthodox takedowns, the unorthodox back attacks, the unorthodox entries into grappling exchanges are the ones that Aljo is going to be looking for. I think in a similar vein to Oliveira, he can throw on the feet with slightly reckless abandon, knowing that if he can force scrambles and chaos, then he can try to initiate his grappling sequences. For TJ, I think it's going to be quintessential TJ, to be honest. We're going to be looking at TJ coming in here and doing Dwayne Ludwig things, defensive wrestling, maybe some grappling of his own if he can get there. But I would say that the route to victory for TJ is shutting down takedowns and landing on the feet, right?
Definitely landing on the feet. I'm interested to see what way Aljamain Sterling is going to initiate and try and get TJ down. Don't think simple double legs are going to work. You're going to probably look for body locks. You're going to probably look for single leg attacks. How would you be approaching this one, Harry?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's regardless of what it is, it's chain wrestling here, chain grappling here is the answer. And I feel like actually, and this is the antithesis of what I'm going to say for Islam Makhachev versus Oliveira, I feel like going and adopting more of a jiu-jitsu centric method of takedown would probably help here. TJ knows how to defensively wrestle. He knows the reactions that he's looking for when it comes to straight grappling experiences. If Aljo is looking for arm drags, looking for, you know, that Renzo Gracie takedown where he tries to climb on the back and feeds the long hook in to the far leg and tries to peel them down with a half Nelson. Like, looking for immediate back exposure from any grappling transition is probably what is going to serve Aljo best here, in my opinion. If you're looking for just straight back body locks, big dumps, all these sorts of things, TJ knows his method through those sorts of transitions. Whereas if you forego that, a little bit like at Liverpool a few years ago, where you forget the midfield bit and just fucking hammer it up to the strikers, if instead of looking for
That's Jack Charlton, put him under pressure.
Well, if we just forego the middle portions and just look to attack his back immediately, we're going to get different sets of reactions, and that may well open up then transitioning back to other grappling mediums if he so wants to do that.
There you fucking go. You're not going to get a better quick breakdown before this fight than that. Oh man, I'm still not over that last fight.
Some fucking mad spinning wheel kick stuff.
Yeah. What do you think about that, lads? The stats for the most time spent on opponents back in the UFC has to be Royce Gracie, would it?
Damian Maia
is another good one. Yeah. Yeah, Damian Maia would be good. A couple of the early UFCs now would be interesting to get a couple of stats. Where there was
the
like
reason why I say Damian Maia is I don't think Royce Gracie had enough UFC fights for this, for that sort of stat. Do you know what I mean?
Probably not, yeah.
All right, boysies, let's fucking lock in. Jesus Christ, this is going to be mental.
You're hyped. I sense a lot of hypeness around you, Harry, for this fight.
I'm excited for this one. I am excited for this one. Oh, okay, boysies, okay. So you see the footwork and movement from TJ, the side-to-side angles, whilst
Single
turning.
leg attempt, and he has him down, and he's back up, and he's on the neck. Well, here
Right.
we go. Here we go, gentlemen.
Here we
now
go.
It gets interesting.
Indeed, here we go. My prediction is already out the window. Wonderful. Excellent. TJ's hurt. There is absolutely an injury to TJ. He is grimacing drastically here. I don't know whether that's a hand injury or a rib, but there is absolutely an injury here.
This is not where you want to be now if you're TJ Dillashaw and hurt.
Oh, sir.
4 minutes left in the round. Full mount, full control.
Okay, so let's look at what Aljo's doing here. The reason why Aljo's crossing his feet underneath the hips of TJ is that it's harder for TJ to generate power with his feet slightly raised off the floor. Aljo is
Why you want to do that is you want to bump your opponent off mount, but yeah,
you want to try to build your elbows to the inside and start to look for those inside frames. Aljo is creating good dilemmas by having really heavy hips, which stops the kipping motion, but also
this is close.
Base and dropping shots onto TJ like he is now. TJ's either going to have to give his back or he's going to get TKO finished here. Or Aljamain's looking for a neck, as we can see. But this is, something's happened to TJ here for sure. The grimaces that were coming prior to this exposure was gnarly. But this is, oh boy, this is not where you want to be if you're TJ Dillashaw. Body triangle, choke over the jaw. Aljo's looking to threaten with one hand and dig underneath with the other hand, right? So TJ is going to have to look to strip either at the wrist or at the elbow, as we can see here. Aljo can absolutely finish this by just squeezing downwards through the elbow into the clavicles and then drawing backwards. Obviously, you can see that TJ's neck is out and he's looking to escape here, but mandible strangles are absolutely legitimate finishes. So you see the transitions there. TJ bumps Aljo to a hip. Instead of just conceding bottom position or looking to try to build back into his hips, Aljo just completely removes himself.
Oh.
That's a face crank, right? Yeah, it's a face crank.
Just completely dominating him.
Yeah, I really want to know what's happened to TJ here. One thing I will say for TJ Dillashaw is Aljo has gotten him exactly where he wants him, as dry as possible. And for now, with 1:38 left on my clock, he's surviving. Barely, but he's surviving. Bit of a fence grab, Mark. Legend.
The ribs. He's pounding the ribs, and I don't think TJ likes it.
No, I think it may well be a rib injury. It felt like...
Oh, nice. Oh, it's just Aljo. Aljo just has everything. He's just...
Right. The disengagement...
destroying him in the wrestling.
Yeah. The transitions between the wrestling is insane. Can somebody listen to the corners, please?
I will. I'm ahead of you, so I'll listen.
Thank you. Wow, TJ surviving. But yeah, okay. So look at that left hand. Look, he's shaking out the left hand.
Yeah, it also looks like he can't even put it up.
Right. Something has happened with that left arm.
It's his shoulder. It's his shoulder or something like that. Is that left arm or something, shoulders out or something like that?
May well be right. Yeah, he can't use that left hand, right? Yeah, he's grimacing a lot. Jesus Christ, he's an athlete, isn't he? Fucking hell.
That's like... Yeah, it's the shoulder. It's very similar to Aaron Pico.
Okay. Okay.
What's the fucking deal with shoulders lately, hey?
Hey.
However, unlike the Pico fight, if it was out, they've reset it.
Yeah. Oh, his shoulder is out like a motherfucker. Oh my God. What kind of...
Watch when he plants. Sorry, I'm ahead of you a little bit. you'll get a replay that will show you where it happened.
When he tried to post down on his arm, was it? Off the double leg.
Drives him backwards.
Whoever just
And
put that
as he
shit
connects.
is a fucking expert. That was insane.
Is the
He
shoulder back?
surrounds himself. Yeah. The doctor checked it. Mark
lads.
made a point of saying, like, I want to see it.
Here it is now. Here's
But
the replay
how
now,
much
Harry.
does that compromise him, right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't want to see this.
Oh.
No, I don't want to see that. No, I absolutely do not need to see that. Thank you. No, thanks. I'm fine.
Fucking hell, lads.
like I still don't
Christ.
think he can use that left hand, that left arm.
Well, let's see.
I want to find out soon enough.
Well,
like, I
tell you for
mean,
the-
I don't
tell
think
you
so.
through the first 30 seconds, he hasn't,
Yes.
like, at all.
Oh, Jesus. That's a very weird way to hold your left hand. Yeah, you're right. Okay, he has thrown it.
Well, yeah, no, but like, if you're Aljamain Sterling here, why aren't you head kicking the shit out of that side?
Yeah.
He threw one, right out of the chute. He threw one.
Yeah, he threw one. I think
But it's definitely not working. It's not
it
working.
looks really bruised. It looks really bruised. Oh, that's a lovely pick. Oh, this is a problem. This is a problem.
Is it back in?
I mean, the thing with TJ's had multiple shoulder surgeries. That's part of why it can slip out of socket. The other thing is it may also be more than just the shoulder, right? Like, we could be looking at a labrum. We could be looking at a rotator cuff.
Yeah.
Like, that's the bruising. That's the can't use it. That's
because look at the way he's framing on Aljo's neck. You wouldn't frame your shoulder like that.
no.
Yeah. He doesn't have pushing power, which says to me possibly a labrum. Oh dear. This is not good for TJ. Also, if I'm Aljamain Sterling, am I not looking at topside Kimuras here?
Yeah, exactly. Why aren't you targeting that fucking? That
I mean,
shoulder?
obviously, TJ's a live dog, right? Like, it's not like he's just giving Aljo these things, but yeah, I mean,
Realistically, I have a feeling that Mark Goddard might use some power to stop this fight between rounds. Would be my if it gets there.
right.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised.
like, he has no use on that arm whatsoever.
Nah.
And we're only in the second round as well. Like,
Yeah.
if he's like,
boys.
you're looking at 50
What?
more minutes with a shoulder that's screwed.
Oh, not deep. I understand.
He's trying to put it back in himself.
Yeah, he is. Look at him. He can't fucking use it. See? Aljamain's talking to Mark like, what do I do here?
Get him out of
lads.
there. If you're Aljamain Sterling, you get him out of there. That's not your fault. It's up to the referee or the doctors now or the coroner.
Yeah, this is not good at all.
This is actually grim viewing now. See, looking at that shoulder.
Yeah.
Oh, lads, you can see the bone in his shoulder when the movements. It's disgusting.
Yeah. Can
And
Maybe-
TJ's too tough for his own good, and all of those things.
Can Mark Goddard stop this fight based on an injury?
It
Is
would
that
have to come from the
Yeah, you
doctor.
can stop fights if a guy's hurt, right? Without them quitting, without them tapping. You can recognize it and step in.
You might not fucking need it here. Oh, Aljo, why the strikes? Just hit him. Yeah, why the sub attempt? Sorry, just hit him. Yeah, this is not good. You can't post.
Yeah, well done. Len Dull. He didn't even need, like, that's perfect. That's perfect refereeing there, to be honest. Oh man, Aljo got the job done. it's tough for both Aljo and for TJ because of the injury. Now we'll never kind of get a true assessment, but for me, I don't know if I would be putting TJ back in there again. What about you guys?
Nah, you can't do the rematch.
Nah. Maybe
please.
let him get one more, and yeah, it's unfortunate now. But Aljo looked really strong. You know,
He wasn't really tested though. Like,
yeah,
we
the
didn't
injury
really get
came
to
right.
see.
Yeah.
It's
The
a
injury
bit of
came
a false ending almost in a sense.
yeah.
Well, you know what does Sean say? Sean says when injuries come from an impactful action, i.e., Aljo picked him up and dumped him, and it was the post that popped the shoulder out, right? So like, it's tough, right? Like, because the shoulder, if the shoulder popped from TJ just throwing a jab, okay, cool, I understand. But the shoulder popped from a direct offensive action by Aljo, you know?
Yep.
Oh yeah, completely fair. It's just
Oh, I'm
as a
not gonna
fan,
argue that.
you might want to see a little bit more and probably feel that it was a bit of an anticlimax considering.
And it's more so, you know, for Aljo as well. Now they're going to be naysayers saying, "Oh, it was the injury. Oh, it was the injury." But I think we probably would have seen Aljo probably take him down and dominate the grappling exchanges either way. But it's so hard to call.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I don't think you need to put TJ back in there immediately. Let him go out. Let him fight Piotr Jan. Let's do that. They've both just lost. Let's see that.
Yes, that's a
I'd
great
watch
call.
that.
Yeah.
Cracker.
I've wanted Piotr Jan versus TJ since TJ came back. So why not do that? Let's see TJ and Piotr Jan, and then let's do the fighting. I enjoy the fighting, and those two guys do the fighting. Yeah, I'll take that. I'm just going to listen to what fucking that oaf DC has to say.
Indeed, some might say karma is a bitch. Indeed.
Brilliant.
That's
Right, boys.
it. Well, I mean, the injuries. Well, are you just getting us primed up for the main event already? I see you rubbing your hands together there,
Oh.
Quilcha. This is what it's all about, man.
Yeah, a little bit of anticlimax. That was a bit of anticlimax for me, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna bounce for the main. I'm gonna watch the main of the better half is coming over now, so I better hop off and I shall talk to you guys later. I'll have you on the background listening, so I look forward to hearing you and seeing all of your reactions.
Pleasure, Quilcha. Take it
Good
easy.
finally
my friend.
chatting with you for the first time.
I know it's like crazy. You've
Here we
been
are.
part of Severe for ages and not got a chance to speak with you yet.
Hot topic.
We'll do it again.
Yes, I love it. All right, boys, Slongo Fall. Love to see you all and speak with you all.
See you, Quilcha.
It's not.
Alrighty. How are we
DC
feeling about that?
Champion makes me want to hurl all over my keyboard.
What's that?
DC calling Aljo champion, like as if that's his name, makes me want to hurl all over my keyboard. You did such a good job tonight, champion. Get the fuck out of here. Is he going to talk to TJ? I think he's going to talk to TJ, right?
Yeah, he should do.
Yeah, he's talking to TJ. I want to hear it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He's calling out Gio. Who's calling out Gio? Aljo?
Yeah, Aljo called out Cheeto, and TJ there has said that his shoulder popped out completely blue as he was starting his training camp, and he said it dislocated at least 20 times during training camp. He then said that he had a conversation with Mark Goddard in the back and told him that he was confident that his shoulder was going to dislocate during the fight, and asked the ref please to not stop it, and that at the end of the round he was going to be able to put his shoulder back in. He then said that in the second round he wasn't able to put it back in.
All of which is legitimate. Like, I'm not denying any of it. It's all stupid. It's all stupid. Like, if your shoulder blows out a bunch of times and you dislocate it a bunch of times in camp, you shouldn't be fighting. And I say this as somebody, like, I have a 13-year relationship with TJ Dillashaw. We are friends, friendly-ish. We've talked many, many times. I appreciate him as a competitor. I like him. You shouldn't have been fighting. This is where he said, I'm sorry to the division, I've held it up. No, you held it up now. This is you holding it up. You should have bowed out when it first went and cleared the path for someone else. Because this was a debated, victory to get the title shot in the first place last year against Corey. And so if you're mangled and you're in no position to be at your best, what are we doing? What are you doing? And if you're Mark, I think Mark Goddard is the best referee in the world. I appreciate him giving him his opportunity. But what are we doing? We need to not do this. I'm at a loss. I'm gonna try not to rant about this tomorrow on the takeaways when we eventually sit down and do them. But yeah, this is the stuff that drives me insane, because especially in this division where we have so many talented fighters, it's not like we're at a loss for contenders, that we need to hold on to a guy that's been out for over a year now probably 16 months. And oh, by the way, couldn't really make it through training camp without his shoulder popping out a bunch of times. Additionally, in about 20 seconds, you guys are going to get a trailer VT for the Power Slap League. And I can't wait for your reaction.
Yeah, you're dead right in what you're saying about TJ. I think the fault could only lie with TJ and not being
100%.
responsible, and his camp as well. Yeah, because that fight did nothing for nobody, really. I mean, it's just another fight that happened.
And it does nothing for him, too, right?
No.
Discretion is the better part of valor sometimes. You're better off just saying, away we go. Let me hold on. And if it means you're out for another year till you get it fixed, or you can't get it fixed, so be it. But he's now gone out there, been unable to actually fight to the best of his abilities and potentially win that fight. And you can't see him getting another opportunity anytime soon. And at 36, with the myriad shoulder problems that he's had, drives me insane.
That is it. That is it. Indeed. And now we move to the main event.
Because the other part, and I'll say this, and I think somebody has said it Ross has said it, of the TJ managed to make himself less popular. The other part is it unfairly takes away from Aljamain Sterling.
Yes. And that would be my claim.
That was what you said, was people are going to do it's the injury.
Yes. And I think that fight would have went somewhat similarly, I feel, from what I've seen, even though it did happen.
We don't know,
Yeah.
but it robs Aljo of the potential of having that fight go exactly how it did without the injury.
Mm. Yeah, indeed.
And that sucks because Aljo's already in the I don't think he's rightfully champion camp.
And with that too, you know, you got to be thinking he's going to have to do something special to be going back in and getting that title shot again. I think the UFC were maybe looking to put TJ Dillashaw in there as, you know, with the talks of him potentially being the greatest bantamweight of all time with a win and all of his past stuff. And that's what they were looking to try and sell. And now Aljo wanted that on his kind of resume as well. But
I didn't keep listening to his post-fight. Did he say anything about wanting to fight somebody or anything like that?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's done.
Yeah.
36 years old, chronic shoulder. Like, he's had multiple surgeries on both shoulders. It won't stay in socket. It will most likely need to be anchored now, which limits what you can do.
You only need
some point you give up on.
You only need one arm for bare knuckle boxing, don't you?
Only need one arm for slap fighting.
Biggest
Biggest star in Dana White's Power Slap League.
Did he really call it Dana White's Power Slap as well?
So the graphic that was just up just said Power Slap League.
Yeah, that's
but thus far we haven't. But there was also earlier in the week that it was Dana White's Power Slap League.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, listen, we all cringe about it, but who's the biggest star in the UFC?
Conor McGregor.
For casual fans.
Conor McGregor.
Okay. Outside of Conor.
Me.
Who's the name that they all know, that they all look to, that so many of these dude bros absolutely adore?
Movsar Evloev.
They think you made up that name. They think you just made up that last name. That's not a real name
in the UFC anymore. Yeah,
so it wouldn't surprise me if his name is on it to draw eyeballs.
Of course.
Could I read out one Shawnee Podcast's tweet on the slap fighting?
Please do.
It's usual Shawnee Sheehan. It's short, it's sweet, and it's absolutely fucking nailed it. Competition CTE coming soon to UFC Fight Pass. Nailed it.
There you go.
Absolutely nailed it. Fuck's sake.
Just see his latest one on the Steven Seagal one. It's even better.
Let's see. Why is he not here?
Because he's too cranky.
Yeah, fair play to him.
He's playing a big shift last night now for one championship. Oh, guys, this is a big one.
Okay, so should we have a quick breakdown, Ian? What do you think of how does this fight go? How can this fight go? How do you think this fight goes?
I think early days that it's going to be a battle of the front foot. I think Islam is going to want to try and push Charles back. Charles is going to want to push Islam back. Whoever wins that battle early is probably going to be the eventual winner of the fight, to be honest. If it's Islam early, I feel that Islam could kind of create and put pressure on Charles throughout this fight. I think Charles may fade off into the later rounds. So I think Charles should fight this fight like Conor McGregor, to be honest. Come in, move forward, land big shots, try and put Islam on the back foot, try to stay off the cage, and sprawl and brawl and look to land those bigger shots. I think he's got more power on the feet. I think he has the ability to hurt Islam. He's going to have to find a predicament when, if he does hurt Islam, does he follow him down? Does he let him back up? You know, you have the chance of following Islam down. Islam recovering and then being caught into the grappling in the grappling realm with him, which is not always ideal. But I mean, this could go one of about 500 different ways, really, if we're being honest, wouldn't it, Harry?
Yeah, I mean, the more that I've thought about it, the more that I've stressed over it, the more that I've talked with people that I actually respect their opinion on it, the more that I think Charles Oliveira has the potential to hurt Islam Makhachev on the feet if he approaches the fight correctly. And what I mean by correctly is with both, and this is a hypocriticism, but let me expand on it, like both with caution and with reckless abandon. I think he has to pick his spots with which to cause chaos. And I think he has to pick his spots with which to be cautious. I think that range is drastically important here. And the shot selection with which he approaches the fight with is drastically important also. I would like to see him use kicks, but either at the end of combinations or mid combinations. I don't want to see any naked kicks, really. I think his jabs and his feints should be done at angles rather than just, when they're facing each other. And what I mean by that is throw a jab, move, and then take the second shot. I think the stance switching on the feet is going to have to be often and early, because if we allow Islam Makhachev to get into a grappling rhythm, I just think that straight grappling and at least Charles's awareness of himself and his willingness to want to submit people when it gets to the ground is going to override the better judgment, which is to just try and get back up, right? Try and force scrambles, create space, and get back up. Yeah, but I don't know. I absolutely do not know how this fight goes.
Islam is looking big in there.
Yeah, who said
it looked to me yesterday that Charles looked a little bit bigger, so I'm interested to see how they both match up now once they're fully kind of hydrated.
Yeah, he is a thickums with 3 C's for sure.
Yeah. Crazy. Who do you think the more pressure is on more here, Harry?
I know that's a loaded question, but like, it's impossible to think that the pressure is not on Islam Makhachev. It's a home fight. It's Khabib's old title. He's in front of a full crowd full of Abu Dhabi natives baying for Brazilian blood, baying to see him lift that title aloft in that arena, waiting for Taito Avasa to hit his second shoey of the evening. Like, this is a pressure cooker for Islam Makhachev. And, I think there is an element of this with which Khabib plays a vast part. And that's that Khabib is, yes, in his corner. Yes, he feels like he has familial relations with him, but also
can't go in there and fucking fight for him.
Exactly. He can't go in there and fight for him, but I feel like Makhachev is going to have a pressure of living up to his legacy and having performances that please Khabib, if that makes sense, And I think that's a lot of pressure to be under. Charles Oliveira, he's going to feel like he's still the champion. He comes in, has the weight problems, has the debacle with the scale, and then goes out and does what he does anyway. And he's now coming in here being like, well, motherfuckers, I'm still the champion in his brain, So, yeah, I think the pressure is absolutely on Islam Makhachev here. Yeah, it's Yeah, I mean, that's not to say that Charles Oliveira isn't under any pressure. I mean, of course he is. You know what I mean? Like, it's a fucking UFC title fight. But
I mean, I know what you're saying. Of course, there's the pressure on both sides, but no, I definitely agree with you. That's probably tilting a little bit towards Islam. I mean, legacy is on the line here for Charles Oliveira. Like, this would be some win. This would be some win. He's probably already sealed the deal and got himself a spot on the Hall of Fame. But my goodness, this is what it's all about.
I mean, it feels almost as though Oliveira and Makhachev now here, like, it feels as though this is sort of anticlimactic, right? I'm sort of spent a little bit. I think that the TJ and Aljo result and the way that it obviously happened has sort of slightly took away some shine from the insane levels of performance from both Benny Daggers, Gamrot, Yan, and O'Malley. But when this fight starts, it's going to be flames, big flames.
That's just it. You'd hardly be ready for fights like this after what we've just seen the last two fights. Tell you one man who's not under any pressure at all anymore, and that's Bruce Buffer, who's introducing both fighters right now.
I'm sad that he hasn't changed his outfit, though.
The green looks good on him, though.
It does, for sure.
Marcus is going for the Brazilian.
Yeah,
I can't believe it.
Anyone that's managed to stay this long, fair play to you.
Yeah, thanks. We're hitting like 6 hours and 40 minutes now. It's been a slog, but it's been good. It's been good. How many shoes do we think that... I know you alluded to maybe second, but how many shoes do we really think Tai Tuivasa has done tonight?
After this fight, it'll be his 17th, for sure.
Yeah, probably, yeah. Probably. This is it. How many times do you reckon we're going to see these two guys fighting?
Well, I think if Oliveira wins...
once.
Go on, Spencer.
I think just this once. Like, I think the division is such that there's too many people that are hanging around. Like, we haven't seen... Like, Charles has other... So, if Oliveira wins, we've got Volk, we've got Dariush, we've then got the Fiziev, Saryukin, Ishmagulov, Jalen Turners of the world working their way forward, plus whoever that we aren't thinking about right now, because somebody always emerges. And if Islam wins, he hasn't fought any of those big names. There's always Conor McGregor that can parachute back in, right? So, like, to me, the only way these guys fight multiple times is if they run it back very quickly within the next 12 to 18 months. And I just don't think there's space for that given the talent in the division.
Depends on the result maybe a little bit as well. How, if it's a really, really close fight, they might run it back. This has done pretty good. I know Dana White says it was trending off the charts like he always does, but looking at the numbers from Embedded and other shows as well, it seems to be trending quite well. So I would imagine that this pay-per-view is going to sell well. So be interesting to see. I don't know. Be Be interesting to see, depending on the fight, how the fight goes. But we're going to find out pretty soon. We're both going in now. Our picks, Keith. Our picks, mine was Charles by knockout round 2. The lads are leaning towards Islam. I can see an Islam win if he gets it into the later stages, but
Travis Brown immediately. Os. Oh, boysies. Oh, boysies. Fucking hell.
oh, what is Charles doing there? Oh,
And no chance. Absolutely no chance.
so, I guess at this stage it's not too bad when you're dry, but I think that's a bad enough call to do that. But what the fuck do I know? Makhachev on top in the guard of Charles.
This is exactly what we were worried about for Charles Oliveira, right?
Yes.
What we were worried about is that things would get a bit hairy and there would be an exchange and he would bank on his jiu-jitsu from the bottom. This is exactly what you do not want to do against Islam Makhachev, because the base of Makhachev is good. Makhachev, you see he's putting his head on the right-hand side where the overhook is. That's to make it more difficult for Charles to use his hips on that side. Like, he knows what he's doing here. Like, he's not an idiot. It's not like there's just been straight rounds rather than, wrestling rounds. There's been grappling things, and
Yeah.
I just think, like creating space here, all this is good stuff, but you have to use it to get up. You can't just expect it to butterfly sweep him here.
Oh,
Now the leg attacks, if he's entering for a leg lock. Okay. Does he put him down? No, he doesn't. But this stuff, like looking for leg attacks leg exposure, in order to create space, is a really, really smart game plan for Makhachev. Really, really smart.
what time are you at, Harry?
242, 241, 240.
Yeah. Okay. Just kind of figuring out there. Just maybe a second or two ahead of you.
Okay, no problem. Oh, wow. Wow. That is a beautiful takedown. Yeah, this is bad news for Charles Oliveira.
Yeah, this is really Islam's fight. If it stays like this, he's more than happy to kind of stay in at this on top, landing strikes. And Charles's gas tank is going to kind of slowly but surely wear out as well, and trying to get back to his feet. So the start of round 2 is going to be important here, if it gets that far. What are we seeing here now, Harry?
We're seeing Charles look to break posture, right? We're trying to, but this breaking of posture is very, very difficult because he's knee pulling here. So he's pulling his knees towards his chest to try to break the posture of Islam Makhachev. But that's a problem because Makhachev has this cross shoulder post and the elbow in his throat. So Oliveira is doing a good job of trying to extend Makhachev to get space. But obviously, knee pulling and extending is more difficult when you're crunched up against the fence. This overhooking and collar tying is just wasting time. Like, we're not going to be able to open our guard here and look for submissions. We're not going to be able to create space here. We need to put feet on the hips and we need to push him away. We cannot just be playing closed guard jiu-jitsu here. Islam Makhachev, as we already talked about, has the gravity. He has elevation and leverage on his side, and he's just going to use that,
Yeah. Yeah.
Looking for omoplatas, trap triangles, arm bars, all these sorts of things are fine, but low percentage. And this is exactly what we thought was going to be a problem. Can he pull it off? Maybe. Does it look like he's going to? No. Because as we know...
that was a serious up kick.
Yeah, that was a serious up kick. By the way, Makhachev had his hands in the fence a long time.
A long time. Jason Herzog, normally the gold standard, has missed a shit ton of fence grabs tonight. Spencer, I'm curious to get your thoughts on round one.
I mean, all the things Harry's been saying and all the things that we said about this potentially being like a one-sided affair for Makhachev if Charles is willing to accept bottom. And through that first round, he was willing to accept bottom. Some of it was Islam putting him there and forcing him to accept bottom. But the thing that makes Charles dangerous is those early couple rounds. And if he can't find a way to force Makhachev into bad spots here early in the second, I think we just see a repeat of what we just saw for as long as it takes until Makhachev can get a finish.
Indeed. This is, Charles has been guilty of folding in the past. In recent fights, he's had difficult round ones. He's come back in round two. He's going to have to pull something out of the fire here. Needs a much better round two than he had in round one. And an easy 10-9 Islam coming into round two here as they both face off at the start of the second round. Both engaging on the feet. Charles looking to come in with that 1-2, that straight right. Normally likes to follow that with the left hook as well. They're both in the clinch here now. Charles looking to strike and separate. And Charles initiates the body lock again, which I think is so silly, to be honest. You should be looking to separate there and strike. And now Islam, as a result of the scramble after trying that body lock takedown, Islam has Charles pressed up against the fence. 4 minutes 18 into the fight. Charles has a whizzer on the right-hand side, looking for wrist control, which is kind of a technique we've seen Israel Adesanya trying to kind of pull off and be successfully pull off really in takedown defense here, looking to control one wrist, try and stop those wrists from joining together. Islam does have that body lock behind Charles now, still up against the fence. It's very peculiar and nice little level change there, no bueno. What are we thinking here, Harry?
I mean, this is exactly the type of fight that we did not want to see from Charles Oliveira, but exactly the fight that we expected to see from Islam Makhachev. This is a risk-averse, smothering, grueling type of performance. I don't know why Oliveira is going and looking for body locks. This is like, are you going to take him down with a body lock? No.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Either chain wrestling or something similar. Oliveira is far better suited to being right here in the middle of the cage, kicking, throwing his shots, and faking level changes, not staying in the clinch, disengaging completely and landing his shots. This is the first time that striking differential of 0.484 for strikes absorbed per minute is now out of the fucking window. Yeah. Like, if this continues and Charles does a good job of dissuading the grappling and staying on the feet, then this is what we're going to see. We're going to see Islam Makhachev tested on the feet.
What we're seeing right now is we're seeing Charles slowing down, shaking out his arms a little bit as well, looking to fade. Islam not looking that fresh either, but looking way more composed, looking way more in control of this fight right now. Charles has a head on him, like he's looking for some questions. He's looking for some ways in. Obviously, he's wary to let off, and he strikes too much. He doesn't want to be countered and taken down.
We discussed at the start about efficiency of movement and efficiency of game plan. You can see here that Makhachev is waiting. Wow. Forget everything I just said. I was about to say that you can see that Makhachev is having to use far more efficient, he is far less efficient on the feet than he is on the ground.
It's it.
Yeah, this is peak. This is not good.
Wow. Fucking Islam, man. fucking hurt him and then finished him. Impressive. Impressive stuff. Wow.
I mean, I think that, okay, so what did we say? We said that Islam Makhachev was going to go in there, take no risks, and find a submission if given to him. That's exactly what we just saw. Islam Makhachev drops in with a right hand, massive shot, and then locks up the head and arm immediately. It's looking like it's finishing while it's in half guard. Boys, that is some squeeze. Finishing a head and arm choke from half guard is insane.
Ridiculous.
Obviously, he manages to get to the mount, dismounts, and finishes it properly, but that is some squeeze. Beautiful. And look at that. Habib going over and talking to Charles Oliveira, giving him the Shrek, talking to his corner is beautiful. Love to see that. Love to see that. But what did we say? We said that Charles was going to fight with reckless abandon on the feet. You called it perfectly. He's looking for answers. He's looking for questions. He's looking for ways in. And guess what he tries? A flying knee. A flying knee.
No, it doesn't work. That's it. It all makes so much sense when it's all over, doesn't it, fellas? It all makes so much sense. But yeah, that was a great performance. It was a great performance.
Can we just say, we'll say two things. There's two observations, I think, from this fight. And that's that Charles Oliveira, whilst keeping it on the feet, made Islam Makhachev work harder than anyone else has. But even on the feet, Islam Makhachev was landing the harder, more impactful strikes. That goes to show you, I think, the level. The thing that I thought coming into this fight was that Oliveira may have an advantage on the feet, may be able to get to Islam, may be able to hurt him. We were proved wrong.
Yep.
Absolutely proved wrong.
Islam Makhachev
is as well-rounded as we think he is, as we hoped he would be, and he's proved it here. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
Unbelievable stuff, yeah.
And props to Charles Oliveira. Oh,
the champion has a name, and it's Islam Makhachev.
Mm-hmm.
This is, as you said, Harry, this is the answer all of those questions anybody had. Turn away all the, well, he's never beaten a top 10 opponent, and we're not sure if he can. I was pretty sure, we were all pretty sure he could hang. Not only can he hang.
The Islam Makhachev era begins.
I mean, hurt him on the feet multiple times. Dominated the grappling. Gets the finish. Like, good Lord. What an effort. And hey, helps me not go completely 0-4, courtesy of the betting show.
Shit, I had a horrible night for picks, but sure, look,
because I had the anybody finish in the main event. So, yeah, only down 13.17 units.
Nice.
That's not good.
Nice.
So, I think as we're going to slowly wind down and wrap up here, we should probably thank everyone that managed to stay with us. We peaked at a nice number, around 60 viewers. 10 of you have stayed all the way through, and thank you so much for staying. It's a vast appreciation. Obviously, we've sat here and we've talked for 7 hours straight. I hope that you've enjoyed some of it, if not all of it. I hope that we gave you an interesting insight into some of the fights. Hope we gave you an interesting insight into some of the topics that we're thinking about more globally as media members, if we can call ourselves that, and fans of the sport. Obviously, during these 7 hours, we've slipped in between both of those roles. It's very hard to not be a fan at some points, and it's very hard to stay as a media member. But we do our best. I really appreciate everyone that stayed with us. Thank you very much. It's been a great time. As I said before, and as we said in the last UFC London live stream, this isn't something that we're going to do often. This is one of those things that takes a lot of time. 7 hours is a long time to sit at a PC and watch fights and talk about them. But all three of us here thoroughly enjoy them, and we'll continue talking for a little while. But for anyone that needs to jump off, thanks so much for staying with us. It was a pleasure.
I think that's a good way to sign out overall. Give a shout out to your podcast tomorrow, guys. Next day takeaway is going to be out on SevereMMA.
Yeah, at some point tomorrow, Harry and I will sit down and record the next day takeaways. It will be up on the Severe YouTube page for anybody that wants to check it out. Click that QR code in the corner to sign up for the Severe Patreon. Absolutely worth it. Tons of great stuff. Shawnee and Graham will be around with the pod. The Q&A this week. I'm sure we'll have a speakers. The old triangle is due this week, I believe.
Sure is.
And we will also be back with a preview show later this week. So the action doesn't stop. This is why you come to Severe MMA. Tons of content, all the content you want, top to bottom, grassroots, to the greatest fighters in the world. Thank you for hanging out with us. Appreciate you all.
Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, share the love, share the knowledge. I think that's good enough to wrap it up, lads. What do you guys think?
All of you, legends, we love you. Take care of yourselves. Until next time, peace.